This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future.
We are just outside of the Motor City of Detroit, Michigan. Welcome to the first ever American Speed Festival taking place at the M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. Welcome into this beautiful facility, everybody. Hi and welcome. I am Ralph Shaheen alongside Brian Loans. Brian, this is an amazing event, first time ever, and it's a little bit different than what maybe you've seen at other events, because this racetrack here is, well, actually not even a racetrack, because this is more of a high-speed driving circuit.
Yes, this is going to be an incredible experience. It's always great to be at an inaugural event, especially one that's kind of breaking the mold for what we've seen other facilities and other events of this type bring. We have cars from all over the world. We have cars from through the history of racing, and we're going to be seeing them on the racetrack, making noise, turning tires the way they should be. It's going to be a fantastic weekend filled with food, filled with wine, and certainly filled with high-performance driving.
It's really all about the experience of seeing these vehicles, hearing these vehicles, smelling these vehicles, because they all have different exhaust smells and tones, and that's really what this is going to be all about.
It is, and it's going to be celebrating the M1 Concourse, which is a really unique facility in this country. We talk about where and how this facility came to exist. Well, frankly, for more than 100 years, this was a site where automotive vehicles, trucks, buses, everything was produced. Back in the early 1900s, it was the Rapid Motor Company that then turned into GM Truck, and from 1908 to really 2008, this was a manufacturing facility. In 2011, the facility was handed over to the Racer Group. 2014, the M1 Concourse opens up. 250 garages. We're going to be telling you about it all weekend long. And Ralph, we got cars on the racetrack making noise, and we got Hannah.
Yes, we do. It's going to be a very fun day, a great weekend with you here. We're glad to have you a part of this here at the American Speed Festival. And with more on this brand new event, here's Hannah.
Ralph, Brian, it is going to be a beautiful weekend here at the M1 Concourse. I had the opportunity yesterday to tour some of the garages, and they are incredible. I'm looking forward to getting to see some more of those today. You know, I walked around the paddock this morning. All of the drivers and participants in this event are so excited, and this is really a one-of-a-kind event. And one of the men behind the magic here this weekend is Tim McGrain, CEO of the M1 Concourse. Tim, tell us a little bit about how all of this came to be.
Well, it was scheduled to happen last year, and like a lot of events, it got postponed. So, you know, this year we're launching what is the inaugural American Speed Festival. It's a showcase of the automotive past, present, and future. So, you know, on the track behind us, we've got supercars. During the day, we're going to see some Can-Am cars, early Indy cars, and the opportunity for unique cars to be on the track that you may not see in a competitive environment. And obviously, there's some significant cars out there. We're really excited, especially with a first-year event.
Now, Tim, the M1 Concourse is unlike any other track of its kind. Tell us a little bit about the idea behind the sense of community that you've been able to establish here.
So M1 Concourse, we sit on an 87-acre parcel. We have a 1.5-mile, 11-turn. It's a high-performance driving track. It's not a racetrack. We have 250 private garage condos that surround the track. So we sort of have a private-public identity. We have the private garages that the owners have. And then on the public side of it, this is one of the events. We did a Woodward Dream Show last month, Motorbella last weekend, and now this event. So we've got a lot of exciting things in the future as well at M1 Concourse.
Well, Tim, thank you so much, and congratulations on the inaugural event for the American Speed Festival. Guys?
All right, Hannah, thank you. It's always great to see Tim. Known him for quite a while, and he's all about these types of really cool events like this. He does a masterful job of putting them on, and we have another great one here this weekend. And this is a look at the circuit that we're going to have here this weekend.
It is, and it is a great circuit. It's tight. It's 11 turns, 1.5 miles, 30 feet wide, and there's a 30-foot elevation change throughout the course of the laps that we'll be seeing made. And as Tim told us, we're going to see everything from the most modern, high-performance supercars like are on the racetrack right now to a 1901 Ford Sweepstakes car that he beat Henry Winton with. We'll talk about that when we get down to that part of the event as well. And Ralph, we got to welcome our third voice into the booth here.
Yep, we're going to get to that in a second here as well. We've got all kinds of folks are going to be stopping by and visiting with us all weekend long, and we're going to get out onto the racetrack here and take a look at some of the action that's already underway as cars are lapping at speed around this very unique circuit here at M1 Concourse. We wanted to get you some of this action right away as some of these supercars are now getting around the circuit here. It's not a race, so there's no passing points.
Correct.
There's no position changes. None of that is going on. In fact, timing and scoring is not even a part of the game here this weekend. This is all about, as we said at the top of the show, the experience of watching, seeing, and smelling these cars in action. And that's what we're all about here this weekend as we take a look at some of these vehicles. But yes, we do have a whole bunch of other folks that are going to be joining us. You've already met Hannah Lopa, and Nate Dreyer is joining us as well right now in the booth here. And Nate is, Nate, you're all around vintage IndyCar on a pretty regular basis. You and I got to do some stuff together at the first ever Big Machine Music City Grand Prix with the vintage Indy cars down there in Nashville, and we're going to see vintage Indy cars here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely thrilled to get to be a part of this event with you guys. It's going to be such a cool weekend, and great to see all this history, the modern cars as well. Going to be an absolutely incredible weekend here at the M1 Concourse for certain.
We have a really great mix on the course right now when we look at some of the Ferrari Challenge machines, as we see one right now rounding the right-hander down there to lead to the back straightaway. When we talk about the sights and the sounds of this event, right now on the racetrack, we have Ford GT that has a 3.5-liter V6 twin turbo in it. We have the beautiful sounds of the Ferrari engines, and of course, near and dear to your heart, the V10 growl of a Viper.
Yeah, got a couple Vipers that have been running out there.
So there is that Ford GT we were talking about. And, Ralph, we look at these supercars. You have sons. We both have sons about the same age.
Yep.
This is the stuff that's hanging on their wall.
It is. Well, what are you talking about? It's hanging on my wall. This is aspirational on every level, isn't it? The Ford GT. Limited production, still making a few of them.
Yes.
You had to do a lot of things to earn the right
You did.
to apply to get one. Somehow you and I did not make the call on that. It might have had, well, for me, it might have been my bank account. For you, I know that wasn't a problem. Money man over here. But yeah, you did. You guys were sending in videos and filling out questionnaires and telling Ford basically what they were going to do with the car, where they were going to show the car. And the one thing everybody had to promise they weren't going to do was sell the car.
Yes.
But then again, even that changed, didn't it? It's been part of the story of this amazing vehicle. And I think as time goes on, that's going to be some of the fun of that car.
And we have come in now on the LaFerrari, and really, when we talk about the Ford GT, in many ways, not necessarily a direct answer to this car, but the LaFerrari was built to be, almost in so many ways, kind of the definitive Ferrari, certainly in the modern sense. They built 500 of these cars between 2013 and 2016, and they are. It's a full hybrid. You get a 789 horsepower engine. You got some electric boost there that brings the total horsepower up to 950. And Nate, speaking for myself, we've seen these cars on the pages of magazines, and we watched that active aero there. And Ralph, Jim Hall is a guy that we're going to be celebrating all weekend long. We talk about Jim Hall and the Chaparrals and the active aerodynamics he brought in. This car would not have that technology had Jim Hall not introduced it manually in the mid-1960s.
It's a really good point, and you're 100% correct on that. And now it's, commonplace in so many ways, right? Whether it's in racing or in street cars, but it is awesome to see it actually working,
being used,
not on a race car, but on a purpose-built street vehicle. And how great is it that you call your car the Ferrari, right? I mean, that's when you're saying that, you're saying this is the ultimate. But even at that, Ferrari is already beyond what this car is capable of doing, and we should see the next generation or evolution of what Ferrari has in mind for everybody coming sooner than later. But this is a perfect car when we talk about not just seeing the cars, but hearing the cars. This car has an incredible sound to it as it just went by us here at our booth.
Yeah, there's really nothing like the V12 noise of a Ferrari. It's been iconic for so long. And Nate, you're a resident Viper guy. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this is SRT10 convertible machine and has some custom aero pieces on as well. And that's something about the Viper community that a lot of these cars talk about the LaFerrari. You aren't going to see the owners choosing to customize those cars a lot. Something that's always been very unique from the very beginning of the Viper community is a lot of different aero pieces, hard tops, the engine work, on and on and on. Owners have a tendency to change often on these machines. Obviously a well-raced car as well. And this is an example of that Gen 3, Gen 4 car when they went to the SRT10 body style and the convertible version.
And in a car, the Viper is one that proved again that raw is okay, and that the car community wants that. The auto enthusiast wants raw. There was nothing fancy about the first generation Viper outside of the body shape and the V10 engine. Everything else is pretty much stripped out of the thing, and heat was an issue, and uncomfortable was an issue, and not great for long vacations on the road. But boy, they sold the daylights out of them.
They did. Bob Lutz, Tom Gale, or the early 1990s. This, the Viper was really a show car that became a reality in incredible lightning speed. And at some point, Ralph, we'll evolve the technology to view this event with smell-o-vision, because we can smell hot brakes right now, which is great.
Right. Scratch and sniff TV screen is what we need for this event here. And there's a cacophony of sounds that we're going to hear all weekend long, whether it's a V10, a V12. Some of it maybe we won't hear because there'll be electric motors involved. But Hannah, I know you have a special guest standing by with you right now.
Ralph, I do. Our feature cars are getting ready to hit the track. I've got this 1959 Devon Special owned by John DeGainer. Craig Bennett at the wheel today. Craig, what are you most looking forward to hit the track today?
Pretty much driving the car. It's a great car to drive. This being a local event and not being able to drive here regularly, it's just looking forward to driving.
Well, Craig, enjoy the track, enjoy the time out there. Guys, back to you.
And a Devon is a very unique automobile.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get into that when it gets out on the course. It's one of those that you're not going to see a lot of, but there's still actually, you can get one if you want. There's pieces and parts out there. And
continuation, so to speak. Yeah.
Sort of. Yeah, kind of like that. Beautiful looking Devon here represented. Well, this is not the only Ford GT we have here. We have a blue one too, right? When you're in the home of Ford, you're going to have a few of them.
We basically drive by the glass house in Dearborn to get to the facility here at M1 Concourse. And, one of the neatest things to me about these cars was when they were building it was a very secretive project. Ford obviously went down this road to go back and win Le Mans, which they did. But there were several different routes they could have gone with the engine in this car. They did go with a 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine. It does use the same block as an F-150 pickup truck. It's an iron block engine. Of course, it has much larger turbochargers. It has a different intake manifold, some other tuning. But I feel as though the guys that designed that EcoBoost engine in the F-150 truck may take some special pride knowing that their iron block anchors this car.
And there you can see the active arrow on the Ford GT working as well. Yeah, that's about the only thing that this car has in common with a Ford F-150, right?
Just beautiful. And as you said, Ralph, that they're a limited production run, and they are still producing some of these cars, but it is a very specialized person that wants one of these, and even more specialized to actually take it out and stretch its legs.
I don't think they're taking orders anymore.
Okay, they're just filling
I think they're just fulfilling what they took in to begin with, because it takes a while to build these, and there is an end to it.
There is.
Unfortunately, I guess it's such a spectacular car. But as I was saying before, I think all of that we were talking about, the guys selling it before they were supposed to and all that, is going to be part of the rich lore that comes with the Ford GT as time goes on.
Oh, for sure.
No different than we talk about a 250 GTO and the things that go with that car. That's going to be some of the lore that goes with the Ford GT.
And before we look back at Ford's history, you have the famed GT350 Hertz Mustangs, the rent-a-racer program, so to speak. And as the checkered flag has come out for our first supercar group, and these drivers went out and put some nice heat in our racetrack for us today.
Yeah, just getting things warmed up. And we need to warm things up here because it is a little cool this morning here in Pontiac, Michigan at the M1 Concourse. We hope you're enjoying our coverage here on speedsport.tv around the world as you tune in to watch everything we have going on here. We're going to be with you all weekend long.
Very neat shot there of the LaFerrari kind of leading those Ferrari Challenge cars off. So we have some of our Class 5 cars will be coming up next.
Yeah, you can see they're all lined up here in our pre-grid area as we wait for them to come out next. We're going to take a quick break here from the M1 Concourse. We'll be back here in a few minutes to bring you this next group, Class 5, and we'll have an opportunity to see that Devon in action. Speed Sport is presented by Crosley.
These are a special breed. They are pampered like new babies, fretted over, fussed over, constantly attended to. Then subjected to the most violent kind of testing, weekend after grueling weekend.
And here at the American Speed Festival, you're actually going to get a chance to see some of those cars in action. Welcome back to Pontiac, Michigan in the M1 Concourse. Cars for Group 5 are getting ready to go out onto the circuit, so let's go ahead and show you some of the vehicles that you're going to see here in what is considered our featured category. This is kind of a wide mix of cars.
It's a great catch-all, from the 1990 Shelby Can-Am Sports Racer to several different Porsches, the Arnold Special, the Pikes Peak prototype. We're going to keep that one in our back pocket for a minute. You won't believe it when you see that one. The Z28R from 2015. We roll across to the second set here, the 1959 Maserati Tipo 61 Birdcage, the King Zero, and the Omega car from the garage of Casey Puch, the the Genius Garage, if we will, the Lola T290, and of course the Brabham BT21B. And Ralph, to me, this is the type of group that really does exemplify the American Speed Festival.
Yeah, if you had to pick one without even seeing it run, I know you're already going to go to the Pike Speed Car. Nate, what are you looking forward to watching here?
I think you've got a group of interesting cars. I think that Shelby Can-Am Sports Racer, we'll see a lot of Can-Am cars later on. This is a later version of just
much later, right?
A much later version into the 90s, and a car that maybe just isn't as well known in a lot of ways. Just it's going to be interesting to get to see all of these cars together. I know that isn't the question, but to see all of them in one group is going to be cool because you have so much of a different feel during this kind of catch-all group, as Brian described it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the birdcage. I mean, I've seen those before, but every time you see one, it's such a beautiful car, and even more beautiful when they take the bodywork off and you see that birdcage
the incredible superstructure.
It's just remarkable, and you can quickly understand where the name came from.
So we're looking now at Paul Edelson's 911. And this is a really interesting car. It's a 1984 Porsche 911, and it is built to appear and to carry the appearance of one of the famed 911 SCs or the 953 rally cars. And, you know, Paul's an interesting guy. He works in the high-performance industry, braid wheels, part of his business. But he wanted a car to go rallycross racing with, finds this one. It was really not in the best of shape. He fixes it up, and to me, it's a brilliant concept because this is the Porsche everybody wants to own.
Yeah, you know, when you think of a 911, that whole genre of car, obviously the 959 and all that falls into that category, if you will. You don't really initially think about it as an off-road vehicle, but they were extremely successful in World Rally Championship competition.
They were, and Paul's kind of taking this to the next step. It's a Rothmans themed. You know, the Rothmans was the main most well-known sponsor of these cars, so he's done that theming with his paintwork as well.
And really beautiful paintwork. Not only is this a fast car and has SCCA region championships, but a car that's won Eyes on Design, the M1 Dream Show Awards as well. So it's a car that on and off the track has built its own really high level of pedigree for Paul.
And it loves slinging dirt. So this asphalt is kind of far into this thing.
I know he's staring at the grass right now going, I could shortcut through there, no problem.
Oh, and here comes the Devon, man, and I'm glad we've landed on the Devon nice and early here. 59 Devon SS, and you know, Ralph, you alluded to it, but what unique cars these were, and really ahead of their time. You're talking about a car that was engineered in Ireland. Bill Devon was a hot rodder from California. He was the bodybuilder, but it was really the guys in Ireland, that Noel Hills and Malcolm McGregor, that did the chassis work on these cars. And like so many of these really cool, almost, you know, mashups of American horsepower and classic kind of English chassis, the business plan didn't go according to what they wanted to.
Yeah, no, correct. But the thing about this car is it's been incredibly successful racing throughout the decades. SVRA champion in more modern times because, yeah, you're combining the big American horsepower, incredibly lightweight, and it just creates a really dynamic combination in this sort of lightweight racer.
It's a high-quality fiberglass body that was sold basically as a kit.
Yes.
And you could put the whole thing together, and they tried to put a deal together with Chevrolet to kind of become Chevy's version of the Cobra, and it just didn't really come together.
No.
But had it worked, it might have been right there with the Cobra, because when you hear this thing run, boy, you think, well, that's exactly the group we're talking about.
For 1959, it was advanced as it got. Independent front suspension, the Dion rear axle in it. Now we see that Shelby Can-Am Sports Racer. Nate, you mentioned this car. It was part of a revival of the Can-Am series.
Yeah, it was a revival of the Can-Am series. Obviously, the Shelby name, and Carroll Shelby, a big part of it, with six-cylinder V6 Dodge power behind these cars. Just a unique body shape, early 90s car. Built to run, and they did run in essentially support series, helped launch a lot of careers of drivers that went on to race in kart and other, especially the American Open Wheel Series. A lot of the cars went and ran in South Africa later on as well. Just a unique car, unique story, a different look, and a mashup of that old school Can-Am style and a little bit of modern look as well.
Basically a spec racer.
Yes.
In the category, I'm going to date myself here, I called a lot of these.
Yep.
And they did. They good-looking cars. Of course, you get them all on the track at the same time. Wide variety of liveries and paint schemes. made for a colorful field and great bar banging, door banging racing, because they could get right up alongside each other and really force the issue.
This was Carroll Shelby's chassis. It was Peter Brock's design, and a 3.3-liter V6 sourced from Dodge to power these cars.
Yeah.
And it appears our little Brabham is trying to get around our Can-Am racer.
Yeah, the BT21B, correct?
Yes.
This is a car from 1967, ran Formula 3.
And really, when we talk about Brabham as a manufacturer, from the early 60s through 1970, mid-70s, there was not another company that built more race cars for this style of competition than these guys.
Yeah, Sir Jack put a lot of great race cars together. And the Brabham family is still racing. I was just out at Long Beach this past weekend doing the Stadium Super Truck race, and Matty Brabham, Jeff Brabham's son, the grandson of Sir Jack, is very competitive in Rodney Gordon's Stadium Super Truck Series.
Something really unique also about this era, and we've talked about in a couple examples of how you had these chassis made and then engines constantly swapped. This is a car that had a 1-liter Ford Cosworth, had an 1100cc just Cosworth engine. We'll see that with a lot of cars, especially getting into the Can-Am and open wheel stuff later, but interesting how you had these lightweight, these really strong chassis, and then engines just constantly would change based on what was the competitive formula for that year.
And they would call them screamers because they would get so loud. It's a small car. I was almost going to use the word dainty. It's petite.
Petite, yes.
Is that a better word for a race car, maybe? Certainly much smaller than compared to the Can-Am car that we're looking at on the Corsair as well. Now something a little bit more common, if you will, and something you might see a lot more of on the street as well, is Subaru.
It's only fitting that our Subaru WRX STI rally car is chasing and now passing our Porsche, our Porsche rally car. Right on cue, actually. That was a brilliant pass made right on time. And there are a few manufacturers that have had more modern, certainly, influence on the world of rally competition than Subaru. Their great association with the late Colin McRae for so many years, as we take another look at our Devon here.
He's cruising around a little bit right now.
The Devon, again, we talked about that mashup of American horsepower and English or European chassis. You can go back to the Allards of Sidney Allard back in the 50s and really where that whole thing began. But Bill Devon was you think about it, in today's world, our communication is very simple. I can email a guy in Ireland in 30 seconds. Well, the fact that a guy in California and some engineers in Ireland got together to get this car together 50-plus years ago is kind of amazing.
Yeah, and you can only imagine how long it took for the communications to go back and forth. No, I need this size. Right? And there's another 3 weeks wasted as we look at that Dodge-powered Can-Am machine again.
A lot of professional racers got their starts in this series. Mimo Gidley, probably the most famous of the pro racers that began in this category. But Nate, as you mentioned, a very kind of strange, I don't want to say end to these cars, but when they were basically done with SCCA competition, the vast majority of them were bought up by an organization in South Africa. Yeah,
and wound up, we talked about the Spec Series run here. Spec Series then goes and runs on an entirely different continent.
This is a Subaru WRX STI from 2008. This is a time attack car, and Nate, that's just a whole nother form of racing that maybe some of our viewers and listeners are familiar with, but maybe some of others are not.
It's a newer form of racing where, as you said, it's time trial, time attack events where the cars are built in a lot of cases to an unlimited sort of level. You're almost racing against yourself, or still within some stratified classes, and this car shows that. Just some wild aerodynamics and tuning onto this car on top of things. Just an interesting thing.
Did he just say stratified?
Stratified. Nate's raising the IQ level here in the booth today.
Nate, you got to bring that way back down.
Beautiful Mustang GT4 here. These cars were built with a partnership between Ford and Multimatic Racing. They are designed to go IMSA sports car racing, or they race in the British GT series as well. When we look at they were based on that GT350R, almost taken to the next step. And Ford is going to be a brand we're going to talk about a lot here. We have a lot of great Fords competing, but what we've seen Ford do in the last several years with their factory-based racing programs has been pretty amazing, from drag racing all the way through.
Yeah, and a whole nother sound to this one, right?
That is a 5.2-liter flat plane crank winded to the moon V8.
Yeah, love it. And that name Multimatic is something that you will come across in so many different genres of motorsports these days. And they're about to expand that out even further again with new categories coming in the next couple of years.
And again, Nate mentioned the time attack style, the monstrous wing, and that really is kind of a hallmark of that style of competition, the unlimited aerodynamic modifications.
Yeah, for sure. I think you can see some of the events I was able to watch a couple weeks ago. There's a time attack event going on at Road America I was a part of as well with some Vipers, as we had kind of talked about, that I have interest in. But you look at some of the things that they're doing there in terms of, first off, the engines, putting, stroker motors and things in it, because it's just unlimited. You can do what you want. And then on top of it, just wild aerodynamics. You see the way that wing stuck out a moment ago on that car. And back to that GT4 Mustang. This car, this chassis, and this particular chassis with this machine from Multimatic, 2018 champions in the IMSA Continental Championship. So a car that has a lot of success as well for them.
There's our Brattle again. You can, when you see compared to some of the other cars that it's near out on the circuit, get an idea of the size difference.
Yeah, these are cars you wear, not necessarily drive.
Yeah, and I would think on this circuit here, this car has got to be a lot of fun to drive.
Nice and tight, absolutely. This is, with the small displacement engines, this is not a car that's going to make incredible acceleration down a straightaway, but it is going to be able to work tight corners brilliantly.
And this Category 5 is getting ready to exit off the circuit. Again, the M1 Concourse circuit this is not Road America. This is not the longest and largest circuit in the country, but it's fantastic for what it is meant to do here at this facility with the private clubs and garages and so forth.
I think it's terrific for this event to be able to showcase the cars as well, because you almost can break the track in two. You have the more winding section in front of where our broadcast position is, where the cars are constantly under load, and then a pair of long back straightaways with a little hairpin connecting them on the back side of the track that lets the driver kind of square off that corner and get on it.
To talk about how popular this facility is as well, there are 250 garages available. There are now 4. There are only 4 garages left available for purchase, and we've been able to hang out with some of the owners. We'll be meeting some of them throughout the course of our broadcast, but they are incredible. Some of the garages are smaller, more utilitarian. Some of them are almost palatial with great artwork on the walls. It's an amazing place.
Yeah, and hearing from Tim and Green, they sold one just yesterday, so they're going fast. If you're looking for a Christmas idea early in the shopping season, well, here's a good one for you, the car guy on your list.
Particularly if you're shopping for me.
Yes, yeah.
And again, our time attack Subaru, all-wheel drive. You can see how far that car's lowered. It's beautiful.
We've been talking a lot about the big wing at the back, but the dive planes at the front are pretty fun to look at too.
And again, we talk about this stuff, and we're going to continually refer back to Jim Hall throughout the course of our event here, because Jim is the kind of the featured man, and his cars are the featured vehicles of the event, and it all really does go back to him to some degree. And we see that giant wing, and there are times when people say, oh, look at that, it looks kind of crazy. Well, that's what they said about Jim's cars, and they worked pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt about it. My guess is if Jim Hall was still building race cars on a regular basis, he'd have a Chaparral time attack.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. And you're going to get to see some Chaparrals in action this weekend, including today.
Yes.
On our broadcast here from the American Speed Festival. We've got 3 or 4 or 5 of them, I guess, here.
Yes, 3 of them will be on the racetrack, the 2, the 2E, and the 2F. We have the 2K here on display, the famed yellow submarine Indy car. And,
Johnny Rutherford's car.
Yeah, it's a full sensory experience, as we talked about, as our cars continue to lap out here. But really, when we talk to the folks at M1, and it's really about the whole experience. They have brilliant, beautiful food here, wine available, really the full package.
Good, because I'm getting hungry. It's early in the day, but we're ready to go. So our booth position is right here. Hi.
Hello.
We're just to our left here would be pit in, if you will, and the big sweeping. It's not really a hairpin, but it does loop you all the way back around. Gosh, it's almost by the time they're done with it, it's almost 360 degrees, isn't it? Because
it's almost a carousel.
Yeah, it really is a big carousel, and we're right on the outside of it, watching the cars from our open-aired booth, which is fantastic as we get to hear everything and see everything right up close.
And it is a thrill to see cars like the little Brabham making laps because, again, it's not something so many of these cars are on static display at museums and other places around the country, which is fine. It does let you see them. But when you actually get to hear it, you get to watch that car work the tires, work the brakes, it brings it to a whole nother level, and that's what this entire American Speed Festival is about.
And I wasn't really joking about the smelling part of it because there's fumes that have been wafting through our booth through the last couple of sessions that are just fantastic.
Hot brakes and spent hydrocarbons.
Right?
There is nothing better in this universe.
No.
And along that, you mentioned that visual aspect of watching old cars like this, in particular, you think of that Brabham, the way that you, with these kind of old race cars, you can watch that driver, especially through an elongated right-hander like we have, you can watch them kind of opposite lock, the entire car sliding out. Really a ton of fun to watch that versus we'll see some more aerodynamic dependent cars as well that you're going to see far less of that. And that's, first off, this feature group, why it's been so much fun to watch. You have a combination of that tiny Brabham with a 1-liter engine, the massive thumping V8 and that GT4. This is a really fun class to get to watch in particular, along with the rest.
To me, that GT4 really does represent almost a modern take on what Trans Am racing was in the early 1970s because of the factory investment and the fact that they team up with a company like Multimatic to really perfect the package, just as they would have done with Bud Moore Racing and the other teams back in the 1960s and 70s to perfect those Trans Am cars. To the best of my knowledge, that car now has a Cosworth BDA engine in it right now, and the BDA engine was belt drive. Belt drive A, that's what the BDA stands for, meaning the cam was not driven by a chain, it was actually driven by a belt, which at the time was kind of mind-boggling stuff.
Right, absolutely.
There goes that Dodge powered Can-Am machine, and you can hear the difference in the sound of the engine from the Dodge to the Brabham that went by.
Probably the most unlikely racing engine we have and we'll see over the course of the entire day is the engine in that car. A 3.3-liter engine derived from a Dodge Intrepid, as I believe the checkered flag has flown on this particular session.
And we want to lay out like we're doing right here during this event on occasion, just to let you hear these machines. We can talk endlessly about it, as I'm sure many of our viewers and listeners can too. There's that checkered flag you were looking for, Brian. But it's fun just to hear these things as you watch them as well. The next group hasn't lined up just yet in the pre-grid area. So hopefully we'll get our next group staged and ready to go here momentarily as we continue with the American Speed Festival here at the M1 Concourse. And even NASCAR represented here today at the American Speed Festival. We're going to be right back with lots more action from Pontiac, Michigan.
Chaparral. He passed Donahue for third and pressured McLaren and Hume for the lead.
The past, the present, and the future. It's all a part of the American Speed Festival, and we're bringing it to you live from the M1 Concourse here today. Speed Sport bringing you this live stream broadcast. Hope you're enjoying it on our speedsport.tv platform. Ralph Sheen, Brian Loans, Nate Dyer all here with us. Hannah Lopa is joining us as well. And we're getting set to take a look and certainly hear some of NASCAR's big, powerful cup machines in action. And Hannah, that's going to be a lot of fun next.
Ralph, these stock cars are getting ready to hit the track. I don't know if you can see behind me. Oh, it looks like they're pushing him back right now. The number 2 2012 Penske Dodge, driven by Brad Keselowski here today. They actually won the Penske team in 2012, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. So an iconic car in racing, and there are so many other exciting cars in this class. I'm really looking forward to seeing them take some laps.
Looks like you just need to be push started, Hannah.
Old school, baby.
They got to run down the hill, and here it comes.
358 cubic inches of the angriest engine you'll hear pretty much all day out here.
That's going to wake up the neighborhood. And there's a neighborhood around here, too. And we talked about how the Brabham was perfectly suited for the design of this course. This one's going to take a little bit more effort to wheel it around. Doesn't turn real smooth, doesn't brake real great like that Brabham, and it's big and heavy.
We take a look at our stock car category lineup here, and we see that we have right now on the racetrack is that Penske Dodge. We will be seeing later the 1952 fabulous Hudson Hornet, which is an incredibly historic car that'll be great. We get some NASCAR truck action. We'll be joining this group as well. So we got plenty of screaming small blocks, including that mellow yellow Felix Sabates owned Kyle Petty driven 42 Pontiac.
So Brad Kay and the long line of Miller-backed entries that ran for Penske.
Yeah, Bill Kittle owns and drives this car this weekend, and we mentioned, or Hannah mentioned, the fact that this was the 2012 championship car, or one of them, as we know, especially in this era of NASCAR.
Yeah.
They had chassis for every different type of racetrack.
And surface.
Yes.
Right? I mean, when you know, cement, guys are making basically what they would call a cement track car for when we're going to Dover.
Yeah.
You know, that type of deal. Yeah, certainly you would have your short track car, your intermediate car, your super speedway car, road course car, and you had to have more than one of each of those because you had to have a backup for each of them as well, right?
They tend to use them too.
And use them up. Big time. Big time.
Brad's continues to build his legacy in NASCAR. You know, from that championship to now being part owner of Roush Fenway Racing, the guy really has done amazing things in the sport. Yeah,
for sure. And this is an example of one of his road course cars from that 2012 season that Hannah mentioned. Made him NASCAR Cup Series champion really towards the start of his Cup career for Roger Penske. Finally got Roger Penske a NASCAR championship, which Penske had looked for all those years until 2012. And it was Brad Keselowski in this and many other cars capturing that 2012 crown.
How that didn't happen with Rusty Wallace, I'll never know. He got so close. There was 2 years when Rusty won more races than anybody and still came up short of the crown just because he had too many DNFs or outside the top fives, and it cost him.
You know, when Keselowski won that championship in 2012, he became the first Dodge NASCAR champion since 1975 in Petty. So neat, again, kind of footnote to his legacy.
And we got one of the Truck Series machines out on the track as well. This one to me looks like an old Jack Sprague truck. The Quaker State. This would be an early generation of the series.
Sprague's still the fourth winningest driver in the history of the truck series. The 1995 is when that truck series began, and you know, it's really become an incredible breeding ground of talent. And obviously some of the Cup drivers do dip down to run in the trucks, but that's mostly dried up. We see a lot of up-and-coming talent step out of ARCA cars and make their way into the truck series.
Yeah, not just the up-and-coming talent on the track, but you also think in terms of ownership. Talk about Brad Keselowski used to own a team. Obviously, Kyle Busch Motorsports still a big part of it. So Also, for those current drivers that may be trying to step their toes a little bit into becoming owners, you see that in the Truck Series as well. As there's just a lot of development, a lot of really fun things in that series. They also put on probably the best show of the weekend, a lot of weekends in NASCAR still.
Yeah, they sure do. And well, look at this. The Hudson Hornet is getting ready to maybe make some laps. And how cool is that? Hannah, you going to jump in and go for a ride?
I would love to jump in and go for a ride, but right now Brian Sowers is the son of the owner of this vehicle. What can you tell me about it?
Yeah, so this is actually belongs to Al Schultz. My dad, Ed Sowers, had it for a long time. Jack Miller, who used to curate the Ypsilanti Automotive Heritage Museum, spent a lot of time there. But last couple years, it's been gone through again, and it's just a really fun car to bring out to a day like this today.
Now, there's a lot of history and racing behind this car. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
Yeah, so just that Herb Thomas himself actually was behind the wheel of this car for some pretty epic years for Hudson in the 6-cylinder, really just kind of making that name that made a brand for itself in the Cars movie and Disney that my boys and my kids enjoy. So all that history in that movie is true to this car and happened in the 50s, which is pretty awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. We won't keep you any longer. Let you hit the track.
Of course, Herb Thomas, a legend in NASCAR competition, won the NASCAR title. Wasn't called the Cup title back then, but he won the NASCAR title in 1951 and 53. And from what I've been able to find out, Brian, this is the sole surviving authenticated fabulous Hudson Hornet that we know of.
It is, yeah. And the lineage of these cars, especially early stock cars, is so difficult to trace because a lot of times, if the car wasn't destroyed in racing, they would actually be sold off and sometimes put back on the street.
And if you think that Brad Keselowski car is tough to negotiate around this circuit, try driving this baby.
It is almost unfathomable to believe that these cars, the Hudson Hornets, dominated NASCAR competition in the early 1950s. It wasn't even a contest. You're talking 4 straight championships from 51 to 54 with a handful of different drivers, all done with a flathead straight 6 engine.
You rolled into the garage area with one of these, you were bad to the bone that day. Everybody was looking, oh man, we got nothing for Nate today. Nate just showed up in a fabulous Hudson Hornet. We got nothing. Yeah, they really were something. Of course, Doc Hudson, the famous character from the movie Cars. And now we're back looking at the Jack Sprague Truck Series entry, which this would, if it was Jack's truck, this would have been a Hendrick Motorsports machine. And back in the early days of the Truck Series, that was something NASCAR really wanted, was the top-level Cup teams to get Truck Series teams developed, funded, racing, to help build up the series organically and quickly.
What you're listening to when you hear this particular car you're watching right now, the Brad Keselowski car run, this was an engine called the R5 P7. That was the NASCAR Dodge combination. You're going to listen to it scream right now. The short nature of this course, we don't necessarily hear the 9,000 RPM you'd hear on a super speedway, but my goodness, is it cool. And there it is again, the Hudson Hornet.
And the sound of the Hornet actually gets dwarfed by the sound of the truck chasing it right now, which will probably get by it. And we'll try to catch the Hornet maybe next time it comes by, because really you're looking at a car that came straight off the showroom, somewhat modified, probably driven to the track and raced and driven back home.
Really, it was Marshall Teague that showed up unannounced to the Hudson factory, and Teague had a very innate sense of why this car would be good. It was, for the time, a very advanced car. It had unibody construction, a very low center of gravity, and Teague actually talked Hudson into getting involved in racing, which they did really whole hog.
Yeah, for sure. And this car, the number 92 machine for Thomas, you mentioned Herb Thomas, 2-time champion, but the number 92 machine in 1953 not just won the championship, but won 15 races en route to that championship. So utterly dominant, doesn't begin to talk about what this car was in that year in particular.
You'll notice when you see the Hudson that the Smokies lettering is on the nose, and that Smokies was for Smokey Unick. That was Smokey's Garage. Smokey Unick had a unique relationship with a guy named Vince Piggins, who was at the time a high-level engineer with Hudson, and it was Piggins and Unick that got together to create what was known as the 7X package, which is the engine those cars used. Bigger valves, bigger camshaft, beefed up everything, and that gave them the horsepower to compete.
Listen into the truck now. Comes by us here in our broadcast position, and one thing you'll notice about this generation of truck series machinery is how squared it was.
Yep.
There's so much more aerodynamic now than they were back at this time.
And I think what's interesting when we look at that truck and see how really true to form it is to what a Chevrolet truck would look like at the time. We see Keselowski's car, which is pretty far afield from what a Charger would have looked like at the time. The needle has swung back, Ralph, in terms of what NASCAR is trying to do. We look at that next generation car we're going to start seeing next year. It is way closer to a production appearing vehicle than it has been in years.
Now let's listen into the Hornet. A lot more tire squeal out of that one.
Those tires, every time he heaves that wheel right or left, they're going, why are you doing this to me right now?
They are working hard, that is for sure. There's a lot of weight shifting from side to side. But I guarantee you, inside, he's grinning from side to side, right?
And he's steering that thing like a tractor, of course. You know, we look at either the Cup car we're seeing here or the truck. That's about a turn and a half, probably lock to lock. The Hudson, you can probably go 6 overhands right to left to get the thing locked to lock. And the wheel's about 3 feet across.
For a car, the NASCAR Cup Series design that is considered so antiquated in so many ways compared to everything else that's out there, it is a remarkable machine that it is really design-wise lasted for so long and performs so well and provides extremely good entertainment.
It does. We certainly look at the level of competition in that series, and it has always been incredibly high. But we see these young drivers that have been almost bred from the time they were 5 years old in go-karts to compete at the level they are. And I don't know if it's actually ever been tighter. You go back in the day, Richard Petty's winning races by 5-6 laps. That just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned the fact, of course, that there's a new generation of the NASCAR Cup car coming, and it's going to get more advanced from where the platform has been, but it's still not going to be where a lot of the rest of the racing world is at. So they're staying somewhat close to who and what they are, Nate.
Right, and the other thing about NASCAR that always is so interesting to me is, while yes, the basic technology may be basic, but because you have a smaller window to work with and you're looking at these more basic sort of sets, the engineering that these teams have to do in the tiny margin in terms of trying to create this side force by getting the right rear quarter panel out centimeters at a time, if you can even pull that off, it really is an interesting and really fun game to watch because, yes, things look so basic. You look at that car versus even some of the 70s and 80s Indy cars that you see in terms of aerodynamics, it looks so basic, but the teams are doing so many finite things.
Just a beautiful early fall day here in Michigan. It's a nice, cool way to start the morning. It's going to be a nice, cool day. Perfect, again, for getting drivers out there to put some laps in and not overheating anybody inside their race cars.
Well, welcome back into our Speed Sport TV booth here. Nate Dyer at the far end, Brian Loans right here in the middle, and I'm Ralph Sheen. Anna Lopa hasn't joined us in the booth. She just ran in here a minute ago, grabbed some water, and headed back out.
She was smart enough to leave.
She's smart enough to leave, yes. She's looking for more interviews for you folks here today, and we're going to have a great group of guests. We expect David Hobbs to be popping by later on today and
I think
tomorrow.
Rick Newt's going to be in this morning as well.
That'll be a lot of fun. And we're going to have a whole bunch of other folks just stopping by to visit and talk about the different machinery that we're going to see out on the track. And I think the next group is going to include some of the cars, Brian, that you and I and Nate have really been looking forward to seeing some of the solo class cars.
Including the Chaparrals, which this event is the feature this year are the Chaparrals and Jim Hall's great contributions to racing. I don't think it's too early to mention, Ralph, that for the 2022 event we'll be featuring the Shelby make or mark here, so that's going to be even more epic.
You're already selling tickets, aren't you?
I am.
Tickets available now.
That's it, baby. Always be closing, right? ABC.
That's it. That's it. You know, I was watching the Hudson just come by. I know we're taking a look at the spray truck, and the Hornet's not far behind it. We're going back to Brad's car. We'll get to the Hornet story next time we see it. Maybe going to see a checkered flag next time. Miller Dodge Penske Racing Machine comes by.
Been fun to watch Bill lean on this car a little bit more as the tires have come up to temperature.
Yeah.
As he's certainly familiarized himself. We're hearing a little more RPM and getting a little more English out of that thing through some of the corners.
Yeah, there's the checkers. Ending this session. There's our flag stand. About halfway around this big sweeping bend. Spray truck is next.
Be a great way to start the morning. Hop out there in your truck, make some laps.
You were talking about Bill and the Penske Dodge getting a little aggressive, and maybe the tires didn't get quite hot enough. Whoop. Gathered it up nicely, though.
And it should be mentioned, Ralph, we talked about it at the top of the show, but there is no timing and scoring here this week, and it's a driving exhibition.
Yeah.
And really for a lot of those reasons, because if there was timing and scoring, that might not have been a save.
No, very true. So there's the Hornet. I was going to tell you that Humpy Wheeler, a legendary promoter from the Charlotte Motor Speedway, built a Hudson Hornet just like Doc Hudson's from the movie Cars, and he would drive it all over North Carolina to car events everywhere, just thrilling the kids. Humpy always thinking of the best ways to promote it, and he just recently sold it at an auction that we had on Speed Sport, and I know it was hard for him to part ways with it because it was something that he really treasured. All right, so it's a fabulous Hudson Hornet of Herb Thomas rolls off the M1 Concourse circuit. We're going to step away. The solo category is coming up when we return here to Pontiac, Michigan.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Hey everybody, it's Brian and Hannah. It is actually Thursday afternoon, and we got in early because, well, we're the cool kids and we have a camera at one of these, so we get to do cool stuff. Hannah, there's a lot of neat stuff rolling in back here.
Really looking forward to this weekend. There's so much diversity in the vehicles that we're going to be seeing out on track this weekend, so it's going to be a good one for sure.
Let's take a quick look at see what we can find back here in the paddock.
We're seeing a lot of incredible cars here in the paddock this weekend, and of course some star power, big names this weekend, like three-time IndyCar champion Bobby Rahal. Both of these cars behind me belong to him. Of course, he raced a Porsche 906 early on in his career, and being an IndyCar driver, he had to have a Gurney Eagle.
Hannah's over there talking about Gurney Eagles and Porsche 906s. I'm here to tell you about Jim Hall. He's our big featured maker this weekend, the Chaparral race cars. This one behind me is pretty interesting. It's bright yellow. They called it the Yellow Submarine. This is the Chaparral 2K, which raced first at the Indy 500 in 1979 with Johnny Rutherford behind the wheel, and then would go on to be the 1980 IndyCar Series champion, also with Johnny Rutherford driving. What makes this car so special is one of the things that Jim Hall really perfected throughout his career, designing all of his sports cars, which was using aerodynamics to increase grip and to increase traction and to increase performance. It looks like a pretty standard Indy car up top, but underneath there's a lot of tunneling and different devices used underneath the body to create downforce to suck the car to the racetrack. You might not be able to see it here, but all the competition saw it in 1979 when he led 104 laps before the thing broke, but then in 1980 came back and won the championship. And that is the story of the Chaparral 2K.
Brian, Jim Hall is certainly a racing superstar. I've come across a Hollywood star. This Newman Racing March 817, also raced by Bobby Rahal and Al Unser, had its best year in 1981. Out of 10 races, they had 4 victories. But I think Brian's with a car that hasn't had any victories. Brian?
So pretty much everything you're going to see this weekend at M1 Concourse has a piston-driven engine in it, except for this car and really the one sitting next to it. This is the 1968 Lotus 56 Indy car that was driven by Graham Hill at the 1968 Indy 500, and it is powered by a gas turbine engine. Remember, back in the 1960s, you could do pretty much whatever you wanted at the Indy 500. There were very few regulations on anything. And in 1967, Andy Granatelli showed up with a car powered by a turbine. Well, they cut the rules back on these turbines to try to slow them down because Granatelli's car almost won the race in 67. This car didn't almost win the race in 68, but it was fast. Graham Hill qualified in the number 2 position, but unfortunately during the race, he was unable to complete it. What makes this thing so special is the fact that it has this Marcel Philippe designed wedge body, which would go on to be used in other forms of motorsport like F1 and others, very highly influential. It was 4-wheel drive and, as mentioned, a gas turbine engine. The Indy 500 got a lot different after that 1968 year. They changed the rules to restrict the turbines even more. They then outlawed 4-wheel drive, and everything went back to piston engines, primarily Offenhausers. So this is the brief, very brief story of Graham Hill's failed attempt to win the Indy 500 in a turbine car, but my God, is this thing good looking. Of all the significant cars we have here this weekend, and don't get me wrong, there are a ton of them, this Corvette behind me may be the most significant of all. It's owned by Ken Lingenfelter of Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, and it is known as XR87, or it is the Duntov Mule Car. Basically what you're looking at here is a 1953 Corvette body on a 1955 Corvette chassis. Those two things came together because Zora Arkus Duntov, an engineer who became immensely famous in the high performance and hot rodding world, told GM executives, unless you put a V8 in this car, you're never going to sell enough of them. Because when the Corvette first debuted, it came out with the Blue Flame 6. It was a really kind of crummy inline-6 engine meant for trucks and family cars. Didn't have a lot of power, also only had a 2-speed Power Glide transmission. Well, Duntov convinced the brass at GM that they need to start testing V8s in these cars, and lo and behold, this is the car they did it with. The first V8 they put in it was a dual-quad version of the 265 cubic inch Power Pack V8, which was available in 55 Chevrolets and other cars like that. But it's the second engine that Zora Arkus Duntov really made history with. A 307 cubic inch version of that same 265 that used a special camshaft that he designed himself that forever became known as the Duntov Cam. Hot rodders for decades would buy Duntov camshafts to put in their engines to make extra horsepower, especially in small block Chevrolets. But this particular car was driven by Zora Arkus Duntov at over 160 miles an hour on the sands of Daytona Beach, setting speed records and convincing GM to put a V8 in the Corvette. Lo and behold, that's the car, and the engine in it is the actual engine that was driven on Daytona Beach, that same 307 cubic inch plant that supposedly NASCAR great Smokey Yunick had something to do with. And now you know. It has been a great afternoon just kind of wandering around here looking at stuff pull in. It's going to be great all weekend long as the paddock continues to fill up. Hannah, I am really surprised how much you knew about that March 817.
Well, it's safe to say that I had some help and a very good teacher, but I'm learning a lot this weekend, and there's so many spectacular cars, so looking forward to learning some more.
She's going to be learning, I'm going to be learning, and we're going to be watching race cars on this beautiful course here at M1 Concourse all weekend long. Enjoy the American Speed Festival.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future. The American Speed Festival will bring together the best elements of the automotive world all together in one place in October.
We've really tried to capture some of the best elements from automotive events, really from around the world.
The advantage that we have at M1 is the fact that you can feel, you can touch, you can hear and smell the cars, the racing, the rubber, the tires, the gasoline, all of it here rather than a static car show.
So with our focus with the American Speed Festival, it is a celebration of racing and performance. We've made sure to include experiences and elements that are going to appeal from people that are 8 years old to 80 years old.
We're going to have a featured car. This year it's going to be Can-Am and Jim Hall. And what's really cool about that, again, it fits in this whole theme of innovation and genius of the automobile, because you're talking about a guy in the 70s that did amazing types of innovation on their cars.
I don't know if there's really anyone in the history of the sport who by themselves changed the sport globally the way Jim did. To car crazy kids like me in the 60s, Jim Hall was the Neil Armstrong of motor racing. He was a driver, he was a fantastic driver, he was a fantastic car designer. Later in his career, he was primarily a team owner and a captain of a team, won the Indy 500, a million other races. So Jim could do it all, did it all, and did it all at the top level.
Whoever thought about putting snowmobile blower motors into a car to make it hug the road more, right?
This guy is a legend, an innovator for all things motorsports. So for us to kick off this new event here in 2021 and to celebrate, his achievement is a perfect combination. Car show elements and racing elements and competition, but it's also got food, wine, spirits, this festival of the finer things in life.
You're going to be able to touch, feel, smell these cars from the past, the present, and the future, taste the food, enjoy the camaraderie. And it's 30 minutes from downtown Detroit. It's in the heart of the Motor City where it all started.
This is something you can't miss if you love automobiles, cars, and racing.
This is the place to be in October, to find the best cars, the best of racing, past, present, and future.
Well, behind me is my 2020 Ford GT. It's a Grabber Blue, which is a paint to sample, which is a one of one so far. Picked it up during COVID at M1 last year. Well, what's amazing about this car is that Ford had to pick people that they felt would be ambassadors to actually own this car, and it was such a privilege and an honor to be selected as an owner for the new GT. Personally, for me, the American Speed Festival is very exciting because I'm going to be releasing a project that I've been working on for over 2 years with 3 or 4 engineers. We're going to be releasing it. It's a Ford GT. It's a carbon fiber body. Back in 2010, a company called Maytech Composites from Geneva, Switzerland, homologated a Ford race car that raced at Le Mans in 2011. We were fortunate enough to acquire the body, and I was also very fortunate to acquire 30 actual 05-06 Ford GT chassis from Ford Performance, the last 30 chassis. So having those two components and then putting in a sequential gearbox, paddle shifters, and also a Ford modular engine is going to build quite a race car. I'm a member of the Motorsports Club at M1, so I've got a big community of people that we hang out together and use this beautiful track. And at the same time, in building this car, I'm going to be testing it here. Some of the drivers are going to be developing the car here. So it's a kind of a local, homegrown situation. that we put together. Super excited to also be able to reveal it at this event. I'm really looking forward to seeing the world convene to M1, to see what's going on here. The opportunity to see these fabulous cars that are going to be running on this track, having a chance to get together, kind of like what's happening at Goodwood without having to travel to England. I'm looking forward to see how this event develops in the future. I think there's a lot of potential, and it's going to be very exciting to see.
Welcome back, Pontiac, Michigan, just outside of downtown Detroit by about, 30 minutes or so. We're at the M1 Concourse. And today it's the first ever American Speed Festival. How's everybody doing at home? Hope you guys are enjoying wherever you're watching from. Maybe sneaking a peek from the office or taking a break. Now the kids are off to school and you're able to get some racing action in as we come live to you from here at M1 Concourse. I'm Ralph Shaheen. Nate Dreyer is here with us. Now he's shifted over here into the middle a little bit. Brian Loans is here still with us, and Rick Knoop has joined us. Rick, it's great to see you. And based on the shirt, I know you're awful busy here at M1 Concourse. It says instructor. You're teaching guys a lot about how to go fast, aren't you?
Oh, we're having a blast here. Whenever Johnny O'Connell doesn't want a particular weekend, all of a sudden I know, give it to Mikey. So I was the Mikey. I've been coming here about the last 4 months, and to watch this beautiful building on the left come up, and as you know, we had the Motorsports Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Getting to talk with Marty Reed and Bobby Allison, Judy Stropus, who timed me a lot in the day when
amazing woman.
Sure.
And you know, on the day, you guys, when you had Judy Stropus timing you, it was basically an endorsement that you quite possibly are on the right team.
Yeah.
And we've known each other for decades, and I came out to see her and to be at this beautiful track. So it's good.
That's great. As you looked at the design of this facility, what is it about the circuit itself that intrigued you?
Well, I didn't really know what the design was. I basically have been also teaching in California, but this particular track has some topography. It has a little bit of rises, a little bit of Laguna Seca into it. Even though it's a 1.5 mile track, it mixes some sheer speed in the index of performance or power to weight. A lot of these students here are members, and it's a fast track to get to know because it is in an Elkhart Lake that is almost 4 miles long, and we've been able to show a lot of what cars, when they get unloaded, and tracking out and tracking in, and with the weather that we get here, I'm still based in California, around March and April, rain or shine. And as you know, being a road racer, rain or shine.
That's right. That's right.
So we see the 1901 Ford Sweepstakes coming onto the racetrack right now. This is obviously by far the oldest thing we have here. 120-year-old car. This is a nut and bolt recreation of the original Sweepstakes car that really saved Henry Ford's bacon for a short amount of time in 1901. He went broke again, but this one put him back on the map when he beat up on Winton.
Yeah, that pretty much gave him the opportunity and the funding to go forward. Now, Rick, have you ever driven anything close to that?
A D4 tractor when I was about 8 years old, and a 1941 Diamond T, but you're ahead of me on this one, Ralph.
As a guy who won a race, a 6-hour race in an AMC Concorde.
Yes, sir.
That thing might not have been much more advanced than
No, he's right.
We're getting closer, yes.
Well, let's listen to this just for a second, because when it's going, it makes a very different sound. Well, you're definitely not going to hear anything else like that this weekend.
Well, the pitter-patter of that car is definitely unique as far as the cars that are on the track this weekend. I've been on the track many times in various vehicles, whether it be four-wheel vehicle or two wheels on a motorcycle at all kinds of different speeds. But tomorrow, I'm going to have the opportunity to go for a nice little Saturday drive in this 1901 sweepstakes car. I'm looking forward to it. I saw it as it was heading out onto the track. It's looking like I'm not going to have a seatbelt or anything along those lines, but there's a nice handle on the passenger side for me. So I'm really looking forward to it.
That chuckada noise you're hearing from the engine, that is a horizontally opposed two-cylinder engine that displaces 538 cubic inches.
Oh my God.
A 7-inch bore and a 7-inch stroke. It makes 26 horsepower at 900 RPM. You mentioned the tractor. That's pretty much where the tractor was at, too.
There you go. Love it.
Well, here's what it looked like back in the actual day. And the famed race right there.
Yeah, that's a photo of the race right there. It's Grosse Pointe, Michigan at the horse racing track. This is the only known photo of the car actually ever on the street where they claimed, and that's Spider, his riding mechanic, on the side plate there.
Spider's one name that could have worked. Crazy is another. Insane possibly might have worked as well, right? Nate, very different vehicle from anything else we've already seen here today. What did you think when you saw the sweepstakes for the first time?
Well, I think, while yes, it's unique and it's a car that brings a smile to your face, but more than almost any other for its specific reason. But what I find great about it, and when you put it in the context of the rest of the cars here, is it's a car that really is the beginning point. When you think of it built as a race car, and a way to keep Henry Ford's career, his second company, alive for a little bit longer, it's interesting in terms of it is kind of the initial DNA of all the other cars that we get to see throughout this weekend. So that's the great part about getting it to be part of this.
And Ford was the ultimate underdog in that race. Winton at this time in history, when we talk about 1901, was the largest manufacturer of cars in the country. He made big cars that were powerful and they were, for the time, technologically advanced. And Ford was this guy who had this vision of putting everybody on wheels. Winton was more of the exclusive kind of big money guy. But it's an incredible story, you know. And he wins the race, gets some funding, ultimately loses that second company, which becomes
the Ford Motor Company.
Becomes Cadillac.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it becomes Cadillac, and then he forms the third company. But, you know, to hear that thing on a racetrack gives you chills.
Yeah, it sure does. And here it comes again.
And for good reason. They're going to run this car by itself.
Yeah. Is he taking the right line through there, Rick, in that thing?
Not yet, but I went to the museum. A lot of us, the Motorsports Hall of Fame, were there, and my gosh, it's just a work of art. It's beautiful. But, boy, to listen to it, it's, I've driven Harleys like this.
Yeah.
So we're good.
The engine in the car, as you mentioned, huge displacement and a two-cylinder, but really it had a very rudimentary early form of fuel injection that it used, which was patented by Ford, and also was the first ever engine to use a porcelain-insulated spark plug.
Oh, my God.
And Henry Ford went to a Detroit dentist and asked if he could, because dentists at that point used a lot of porcelain to try to fix people's teeth as best they could. He went to a Detroit area dentist and had the dentist kind of design or fit the porcelain insulator onto the spark plug.
You know, and this is the kind of vehicle, too, that you got to know what you're doing just to drive it and to start it.
Yep.
The claim was made that this car went 72 miles an hour in testing, which is about 70 miles an hour faster than I would have
go. Yeah, right. Is that downhill with the wind at its back?
Antelope has got more.
Ralph, I'm back down here with Tim McGrain, CEO of the M1 Concourse. Tim, the inaugural American Speed Festival is underway. What have you seen so far?
Well, it's great to be up and going. I mean, just passing us is the sweepstakes car. It's the replica, but it's great to see that out. So the diversity, and then next to it, as it goes past you, an LMP2 car. So we talked to some of the early participants out there. They're really enjoying the experience, and we think an exciting day. And I think everybody's waiting to see the Chaparrals go out on track.
As the weekend unfolds, what else are you looking forward to aside from the Chaparrals?
Well, some of the Indy cars. I mean, there's certainly got some historic ones out there. And I think just the cross-section of cars that we have here, I think that's going to be the exciting part. When we talk to the drivers after they come out later in the afternoon, it'll be interesting to see what they feel of the experience. I know some of the fans that I've seen this morning really excited about the opportunity, and the weather's on our side.
It's definitely a beautiful weekend to hit the racetrack. Thank you so much, Tim.
Well, we go from the sweepstakes entry to now out on the course is the Duntov Corvette. That's what we're going to be seeing next as it makes its way back around the facility. And some of the other vehicles warming up on the pre-grid. There's a Duntov Corvette. EX87.
Hanging the tail out a little bit.
Nice.
That is Ken Lingenfelter driving, who is the owner of the car and Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, his company. And it is a spectacular piece of history. We talk about that sweepstakes car, what it meant. This is really the equivalent to what saved the Corvette.
Yeah.
If they didn't put a V8 engine in the Corvette and tried to continue to sell it only with that straight six, we would not be talking about Corvettes today.
That's right. That Blue Flame straight six, that was basically the utility motor for so many trucks. And then when they were building national parks in Yosemite and hauling big loads, guess what heads they put on?
Really?
The heads off these cars.
He's being chased by a Cobra. Cobras and Corvettes chasing each other. That's pretty common scene back in that era. And now it looks like some of the endurance cars are actually making their way out on to the course. See a whole different end of the spectrum now, won't we?
You know, a lot of this, the Ford versus Chevrolet, and just to watch the Trans Am being the pinnacle, the Parnelli Jones and the Ed Leslie's, Jim Hall's. It's good stuff.
Let's go down to Hannah. Hannah, are you with Ken Lingenfelter?
No. Well, Ken Lingenfelter is not here today, but driving this beautiful Duntov Corvette on his behalf is Dave Sherman, who is with the M1 Concourse. Dave, what can you tell us about this vehicle?
Well, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the first time ever. I'm actually kind of glad that Ken didn't show up. To be able to actually put my hands on this steering wheel that really is the birthplace of Corvette performance, and for Ken to bring it out and entrust me to run the car it's just an honor.
How did it handle out there?
It's actually a little loose. There's a little throttle lift oversteer, so I was actually when driving the car, it's pretty amazing how fast Zora went in this car, knowing the core competency of what the vehicle is. It's nothing like you would imagine. It's pretty loose out there.
Now, Ken does plan to be here tomorrow. Is there anything else you can tell us about this piece of history as far as his ownership goes?
Yeah, it's actually, considering how old it is and what it represents, it is remarkable how easy it is to drive. I mean, the steering, the brakes, shifting gears, it's fascinating that it's never been restored. And, Corvettes today wouldn't have a V8 engine if it wasn't for this car. It fired right on up. We let it warmed up and made laps, and the car performed beautifully.
Well, Dave, so glad to see you're enjoying this one-of-a-kind experience. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Nice. How great did that sound?
You think about it as we move into our endurance cars, but that sound, that was the hairiest small block Chevy that existed on Earth back in 1955.
Yeah, really was. And in its day, this would have been a pretty bad to the bone Mustang as well.
Mark Porch driving this car and has great history. It was raced, actually finished 20th at the 1975 24 Hours of Daytona. It's got a 351 Cleveland in it. And the great history of this car was it was one of the cars that was used to develop the color palette of the Boss Mustangs. It actually started life as an R-Code 428 Cobra Jet, and then it was sold to a Ford engineer after they was done with its paint duties, and they turned it into a road racing car, and they went endurance racing with it.
Yeah, and you mentioned it was used as the palette to show off all the different colors. When it was sold body in white.
Yeah.
So even after all of that, they still thought white maybe is the way to go, I guess.
Rick, as we look out at some of these endurance cars making their way around, obviously your career has been marked by success at all different levels, but endurance racing was a big part of it, whether we're talking about the success you had at Le Mans or the different endurance races on this side of the pond. Obviously, some of these cars don't necessarily fit the full endurance category, but there's a lot of neat stuff out here to watch.
Unbelievable. The first time I went to Europe was in a 935 in a place called Le Mans. So
78-ish?
Yeah. I was 24 years old, and I was driving with Busby and Cord. And there's an awful lot to be said about Americans at Le Mans, even though I was driving a Porsche. But the endurance factor and having two other co-drivers, sometimes three, and to keep the car alive. and a lot of it right now is paddles and the rest, but a big thrill.
This is the Stutteker, and this is an amazing little car. So the Stutteker, they made 5 of these cars. They're hand-built. They are built by a man who makes his living building aerobatic airplanes. He builds these cars as a hobby, and that entire car weighs less than 900 pounds before the driver sits in it.
Well, and you flip that thing upside down the way the wing is, it's going to go up in the air, right?
I unfortunately was airborne at a place called Daytona International Speedway, and I've done one aerial, I'm glad to say. Had a fire in my career, but I've been doing this for 4 decades, but I'm still here.
I did want to quiz you on the fire, and it was one of the transformative moments of my childhood of watching racing on television. I believe the race was in Columbus, Ohio.
Yes.
You're driving a GTP Porsche?
Porsche 962, Jim Busby Racing, BF Goodrich.
And I believe they had just started putting in-car cameras in those things at that point, and you're going down a straightaway, and all of a sudden I'm watching TV as a kid watching fire envelop the cockpit.
Well, you know what? It was a busy moment. We were running second overall, and all of a sudden the oil pressure gauge, I radioed in, and it was right at pit entrance. I said, Jim, we're in trouble, I think. Nib, stay out. My Christ's sake, we're second. I said, and I was good in points at that moment. So all of a sudden I got the death rattle, and I did a dead stick landing, which is normally for airplanes, and I felt that son of a gun just go right through my backbone. I looked in the mirror and I went, uh-oh. My first fire, and that particular track then had a bridge in between the straightaway.
Yeah.
So not only did you have to make a decision on which side of the road you wanted to go on, but now I got a blaze. So I'm watching the cockpit fill up. I'm looking for the color orange for the fire bottle. Now as I brake, I'm not seeing orange, I'm just seeing smoke. And I got to get out of the car. And it was interesting. I did find a fire bottle, got all the 6-point harness off, and I got fastest I've ever been out of a car, because fire racers, as you all know, you don't want. And all of a sudden it was like I was trying to get fished out of Baja, California. I was still plugged into my helmet. So it made it to this movie called And They Walked Away.
Yeah.
And I'm with jet cars on fire, so I'm not sure whether I like the notoriety, because I've been known to be nice with cars, but someone lit the match that day, and I stayed ahead of it.
I'll tell you, it's one of the reasons I've been involved in motorsports for years. It's one of those things that I saw as a kid and just...
Yeah. I remember that.
They were calling me Dr. Hibachi.
Dr. Hibachi. Talk about winding it out.
Yep, Kawasaki motorcycle engine in the back of that thing. And it is this car and this driver, they hold the track record at all 4 road courses in Michigan. Here, Waterford, Grattan, and Gingerman.
As quick as it looks, I think there's quite a few places it could go and grab the record.
And oh, by the way, that's a former professional hockey player in the NHL.
And he also has a Miata that does quite well right across the lot here at Solo 1. Very competitive, very accurate here. Foot's always in it. And he's a joy to have around here.
Well, this was not exactly an endurance machine back in the day. But, 500 miles at Daytona could be an endurance race, I guess. Certainly 500 in the day at Dover was an endurance. There's no doubt about that, because they would go 500 miles there. That was the Sabco Kyle Petty Mellow Yellow number 42 in Felix Sabatis' stables. What makes a hockey player a good race car driver?
I think the consistency, the concentration, and keeping enough in it to finish the game at a level of complete professionalism. I think high-intensity circuit training, the cardio. This gentleman I've talked to pretty extensively, good guy, and he keeps himself well-balanced, and he drives a well-balanced car.
And even with a machine like that, we're talking about beautiful noise out of the stock car. We're talking about a car that doesn't make a whole lot of torque, so, ability to keep and maintain momentum and certainly be smooth in that car probably needs to happen to make it work.
And I think you're exactly right. Also having close ratio gearboxes, because those cars do fall flat. I developed a lot of the Mazdas, which were very soft downstairs, and then all of a sudden, in the dirt bike terminology, it's on the pipe. So this is very much what Ralph was saying. They're soft downstairs, and then there's a little window, and it's up to you and your crew chief to make sure you stay in that window.
You mentioned your 78 success at Le Mans. You guys were kind of rebellious. I mean, you guys were the kind of the California hot rodder types that were over there. And what was the actual reception like? Was there, let's call it curiosity, or was it more disdain?
Well, I think in a perfect world, Bert and John Greenwood and just the mesmerizing Corvette going down 3.8 miles called the Mulsanne, the French fall over like a good bowling tournament. They loved it. So I really wanted to go in a Reynolds block because I drive a lot of Can-Am cars, and the year was 78. But the American power plants weren't really reliable. But to be hot rodders, Busby's 32 Fords, a drag racer, he saw something in me, and we know Chris Cord, we end up being Californians never where. Le Mans.
Yeah.
And out of the 3-car entry from Manfred and Erwin Kramer, we were the ones that finished. So we were very, very proud to be Americans or Yanks at Le Mans, and it was a very beautiful experience. But boy, is it fast.
Oh. Well, as we're watching our hockey player making some pretty quick laps here in the Stadtker, let's go back to Hanalofa, who's got another driver getting ready to get out on the circuit.
The endurance cars are about to hit the track. The sun is shining. It's going to be a beautiful time for some laps. I'm here with Casey Putsch. Casey, what can you tell me about this vehicle?
Well, this is a 1989 IMSA GTO Corvette with the Riggins chassis, typical of the big sledgehammer V8 front-engine cars that race in the 80s in endurance racing along with GTP. But the most exciting thing about this car is it was restored and is currently prepared and developed by college engineering students in the Genius Garage educational programs down in the greater Toledo, Ohio area.
Well, Casey, it looks like they've given you the green light to hit the track, so we'll let you get to it.
Rick, you brought up Jim Busby's name. Of course, Jim Busby's very well known by our audience here in the road racing world, and certainly all the accomplishments he had with Porsche. You mentioned his drag racing career, which was pretty significant, and Jim Busby was the award winner of the Best Engineered Award at the 1970 NHRA Winter Nationals with a twin front-engine IndyCar V8 front-engine dragster. Pretty amazing.
It was unbelievable. The story on that is Cart and USAC had changed the motor sort of rule book, and Jim found, and I believe he got them from Foyt, and they coupled it only in Costa Mesa. You know, if you're not in Detroit, you may as well be in Southern California, Little Deuce Coupe, Dead Man's Curve, all that stuff. And Jim was a very, very innovative in a small little garage. It's a perfect story, you guys.
You know, the Kramer Porsches were so dominant at Le Mans. That was a bullet you were bringing for sure.
Yeah.
What was your first experience like in a 935 at such a young age, blasting down the Mulsanne?
It was pretty amazing, but I wanted to. My father, I got out of the car after the first lap, Ralph, and my dad said my eyes were as big as saucers. He says, "Son, we're going to keep walking." And he said, "What is it out there?" And I said, "Well, it's kind of hard to really explain because it's a crowned road, as you guys know, and that displaces what? Water. And it rains a lot there."
Yeah.
And it was absolutely phenomenal. The first lap, and it's great you mentioned that, it sticks in my mind because by the time you go by the cafe, you still have binoculars to find out where the end of the straightaway.
I can only imagine. At least it wasn't a 917, right?
No,
because I mean, the tails flopping all around the place. The horrific stories you hear from the guys with those.
Exactly, but it's amazing the body movement that happens. We were in Group 5.
Yeah.
The Group 6 cars would go by with Jochen Moss and Hurley Haywood, and you see the little wiggle. I've seen that at Daytona. But what happens from our vantage point and the cameras you have today, it's amazing a little bit of the loose garment that they have. You don't really want to know what's going on behind you because it's like a good bridge in California. They want a little bit of wiggle.
Right.
But when you first start going over 200, I don't care who you are, it's really, really amazing. But to be with the Kramer brothers and Porsche, that's been a little the notoriety that I was so fortunate to get because Porsche's reliability.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Rick, it's been great having you here. And we hope you can come back and visit with us some more before the weekend is over.
I'd love
it's always
to.
great
Thank you.
Always great chatting with you.
All right.
We look forward to having Rick back with us some more, and we hope you'll stay with us. We've got a lot more coming your way from right here at the American Speed Festival, the M1 Concourse.
I've got Tom McDonald here with me. We're in his garage here at M1 Concourse. Tell us a little bit about the sense of community here and what it means to you to have had this membership.
Well, I got to tell you, this is a country club for car guys. It brings people together that really love cars, but it's not just expensive cars or exotic cars. It's just people that like cars. I mean, we have $1 million Ferraris and $26,000 Mazda Miatas, and we all talk the same talk and the same language, and we get together on the track, we get together socially. Now our wives and families are coming together. So, I mean, this makes this place an epicenter for all things automotive.
Now we're here for the American Speed Festival, the inaugural event this weekend. What are you most looking forward to about that?
Well, I mean, this is the most exciting thing I think that's happened this side of the Atlantic, to have all of these incredible Can-Am cars, Indy cars, Formula cars, really that people have never seen before. And not just looking at them, these cars will actually be on the 1.5 mile track doing hot laps, time trials. People not only can see them, they can hear them, they can smell the gasoline, and they can really get excited about it. And it's really the first of hopefully many programs like that that will be here at M1.
Now, speaking of hot laps, that's something you indulge in yourself with some of your car collection. There's a beautiful Speedster here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how you came to acquire this car?
This is a 1957 Porsche 356 Speedster. I've been looking all over the country. I wanted a silver Speedster with red leather interior. And I looked and looked and looked. And the reason I wanted it this way is because I have a 2015 Porsche 911 convertible that's silver with red leather interior. So I looked all over the country for 2 years, and you'll never believe it. I found this car 100 yards away from me, buried in a garage at M1. So I got in touch with the owner. I said, look, I have to have the car. He said, I have to sell the car. I said, that's great. Let's do it. So we made a deal.
Well, it sounds like it was meant to be.
It was really meant to be. It was meant to be.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for being here this weekend. We'll keep an eye out for you here at the M1 Concourse.
This is going to be an incredible experience for everybody, not just the participants, but for the spectators, for their families. People will come here with their kids, and hopefully they'll tell their friends and neighbors for next year, and then this will grow bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's going to be a wonderful program.
We're looking forward to it, too. Tom, thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate it.
The automobile is woven into Detroit's DNA. And from the most passionate car community in the world comes your one-of-a-kind motorsports destination and automotive playground. The Champion Motor Speedway is 1.5 miles of performance track, featuring 11 technical corners, a 1/3 mile straightaway, and 30 feet of elevation change. An exhilarating venue for technology demos, thrill rides, custom driving schools, or enjoying your private car collection, where over 150,000 fans gather annually to watch some of the most thrilling motorsports events in the world. Drifting, street legal drag racing, time attack competitions, and other thrilling events. Featuring a 2.5-acre vehicle dynamics pad with over 100,000 square feet of blacktop, a 6,000 square foot event tent, and the largest luxury garage community in the world. The ideal setting for product launches, tech exhibitions, festivals, large-scale demos, client entertainment, and events. Just 30 minutes away from anywhere in Metro Detroit. The palette for your personal passion and the platform for your next corporate moonshot. The M1 Concourse is your perfect venue.
Back here at the American Speed Festival, there's a look at some of the garages. We're told there's 4 left, and by the time Nate, Brian, and myself each get one, that means there's 1 left for somebody out there to be our lucky neighbor.
I mean, this is an 87-acre kind of Shangri-La of speed, of automotive culture.
Ooh, Shangri-La of speed.
We got to
that.
do something. This guy, Nate's over here raising the game with the vocabulary, so
yeah,
I'm trying.
I like Shangri-La of speed. That's good.
One of the things I've learned here the last day or two being on the property is the great level of camaraderie and community that exists among the garage owners. There's text groups. People are having Taco Tuesdays. They go over to each other's garages and have lunch. I mean, it really is a very, very cool place, and unlike anything I've ever seen in racing.
Well, as you said, 87 acres, 1.5 miles is the distance to the racetrack. 250 of those garages, 4 of them left. Call now, call early, call often, as they say, right? And just some of the many things that you can do here. The Woodward Dream Show, Motorbella took place just a week ago.
Yes, just a week ago.
And the American Speed Festival. Now, this is all part of what they want to do on a consistent annual basis here.
There's a peek in at that Studeker we saw running around the racetrack. John was making some incredible laps with that car, and certainly the biggest and highest revving screamer we've heard all day.
It's unbelievable when that thing goes by, especially we had the rumbling stock cars right before it. The change in octave between those two is unreal.
Oh, there you go. Well, the Nürburgring is a little bit longer than M1 Concourse, but you get the point.
They call that.
And actually, there is some similarity there in that at the Nürburgring, it's a place where a lot of the manufacturers will go test vehicles and so forth, and that's one of the things they want people to be able to do here.
Absolutely. And each of the garage kind of quadrants or buildings, not necessarily quadrants, each of the garage buildings is themed differently. So there's a Nürburgring themed building. There is, there's a Bonneville themed building, and the doors are all painted to match. The detail and attention to detail here is really over the top. As Casey Butch coming around in that GTO Corvette. These are the cars I grew up as a kid loving on the road course.
These are the cars I grew up dreaming of owning, right? The GTO over and GTU was under the 2.5 liter formula.
Yes, displacement.
Yeah. And when you got to the over, you got the big thundering fire-belching Corvettes, and that's what got the hair up on my arms for sure.
Yeah, there was not much better when you watch these cars in a competitive environment, downshifting and spitting that lick of flame out of the exhaust.
Yeah, in the GTO category, then you would have the Corvettes versus the Mercures, and you'd have the Mustangs and the Capris running in GTO, and a lot of fun.
Very interesting car here, Dave.
For sure. So this is a car owned by John Dortch, and it is technically a 1974 Porsche 914 originally, but it's also listed as a 914 993 GT1 because you have a car that started as a mid-1970s car, now has kind of that late 90s Le Mans winning GT1 bodywork, a tribute to that car. Just a very, very unique, interesting car that combines 20, 30 years worth of history into one machine.
Boy, Dr. Frankenstein went pretty crazy on that 914, didn't he?
And it's a center steer car. We were able to take a peek at it over in the Paddock yesterday afternoon. It is, again, it's unique and it's different, and you're going to see it here.
Well, that's what the American Speed Festival is all about, right? And getting to not just see it, but see it run, hear it run, and enjoy it. Well, here's something that's a lot more common when you talk about endurance racing: Lola and a T70.
Lola, we talk about Eric Broadley, we talk about the effect and the evolution and curve of that company, what they've developed and built. But the T70, I think everybody has their favorite, but to me the T70 is the quintessential Lola. Obviously featured in various films and movies over the course of years, built in so many different varieties and competitive globally.
Right, and the thing about this car, when you think about Lola, was their ability to take cars and take basic chassis design, roughly change things, and compete across the world in different kinds of racing. You have this closed cockpit car that we were looking at a moment ago. That is an endurance car, a car built for Le Mans, built for Daytona, so on and so forth. And then also cars that they chop the roof off and then run them in Can-Am as well. So that's one of the most incredible things. They obviously made open wheel cars, Formula One cars as well. So Lola is such an interesting company to take these kind of similar basic designs, put different motors, different designs to them, and be able to run them and win with them all over the world.
One of the great kind of parts of Lola's success, and even when we look at the Casey Butch making the laps in the Corvette, is a company like Lola was very receptive to racers. Racers would come back to Eric Proudly and say, this thing may need a little more wheelbase, this car seems to be a little flexing. They would actually make almost live modifications and send the parts back to make the cars better.
Yeah, the other thing about the Lola T70 was it was a very user-friendly race car for the car owner. It was, I mean, they're all expensive, but the cost of operating it and keeping it on the track was pretty minimal, manageable. It's probably a much better word, manageable for sure, compared to, you know, the 917 Porsches and the other cars that the Lola T70 was competing against.
This T70 is an example of a 1969 version. Now, the interesting thing about 68 to 69 with these cars is really the massive development that took place. A new aluminum monocoque chassis, new engine and transmission combination. So while it was just a 1 year, remained a T70, new Mark that came into the Mark III. Really almost a completely different car, completely different construction, as I mentioned, in that chassis, as well as the power plant itself.
Let's listen to this one, the T70, as it makes its way around. That one, and as much as we're enjoying the T70, Hannah, I think you've got another one we're going to be anxious to see here soon.
Ralph, our IndyCar class is getting ready to hit the track, and in the class is this F5000. I've got Kurt Bennett here with me. He is the owner and behind the wheel today. Kurt, what can you tell me about this magnificent car?
This car was built in 1976, originally raced by Alan Sir Sr., won Riverside in it, and it's just a great car.
How does it handle out on the track?
Well, we haven't been out yet, but this track is it's a little tight for this type of car, but we're going to have some fun.
All right, we'll enjoy it. Thank you so much, Kurt Bennett. Guys?
What a great category F5000 was, and you really kind of wish it would have survived.
Yeah.
You know, it just too short-lived.
David Hobbs will be part of our broadcast later on, was a world champion in Formula 5000, and it was... We look at the way racing evolves. When Can-Am kind of went off the rails with the 917-30 and ended after 74, Formula 5000 picked up the mantle for a few golden years.
Mm-hmm. Sure did. Great looking cars. I love the huge high air boxes, and they're just sleek looking. Kind of the best of the combination of Indy cars and Formula One cars of that era.
When you mentioned cost, when we were talking about the Lola, the cost of running a Formula 5000 car versus running a Formula One car of the era was vastly different, and the cars performed almost the same. And we'll talk more about the fact that they actually had some head-to-head showdowns between the 2000 cars.
And with the names like Al Unser and Mario Andretti and Brian Redmond and David Hobbs and on and on and on, it was a stacked field of competitors. Taking a look at this one here. Now there's another one just back behind it, and our cameraman Steve Green is doing what we technically call in the business a dog walk. And there he goes back to the car that Ron Grable.
Yes, and you can see the Weber carburetors on top of the small block Chevy. This combination, part of the magic of this series, at least for me, is that beautiful small block noise that comes out of these cars.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about Lola building cars that go across motorsport. Here's an example of a Lola T192 F5000.
And you know what we're looking at as well with the shape of this car, we showed earlier in that kind of paddock feature, we showed the Lotus turbine car, and we saw that wedge shape. Well, when we look at these cars from the 70s, they're all taking that wedge shape.
Yeah, and you know, it's the idea of some of the early aerodynamics, and now you're seeing, speaking of early aerodynamics,
dihedral wing.
You see that dihedral wing, Samsonite Special, Parnelli Jones team car that was driven by Joe Leonard. And a car, as you mentioned, we'll have plenty to talk about in terms of aerodynamic advancements once these cars get on. But when you look at the early 70s, you think about that wedge design and then the wild things, as you can see, that teams were doing with wings and other looks that they were just trying to learn. You can see it right there.
45 degrees at an angle of the dihedral wing. And the theory was it would be less drag and more downforce. Didn't really work out the way they wanted, and they ended up popping those off and sticking the big wing on the back. And Joe Leonard did very well in these chassis without the dihedral wing mounted on it.
And Joe Leonard would go on to win what would be his second in a row USAC National Championship.
Yep, 1972. All right, Hannah, we're enjoying all this with the Indy cars and everything, so what else do you have for us?
Well, you said the Samsonite special here is being fielded by Joe Leonard today. Joe, what can you tell us about this beautiful car?
1972 Carnelli VVJ1. It won the 1972 IndyCar Championship. Amazing car. Really looking forward to getting it out on the track today.
Well, enjoy it. It's definitely a unique car, guys.
Chuck Jones actually wheeling that car there that Joe Leonard won the championship with in 72. And we're going to see all these vintage Indy cars. And I know, Nate, I know you love your vintage Indy cars.
For sure, it's one of my great treats throughout the year. I get to work with the Vintage Indy group that a lot of these cars are a part of, that travel with the NTT IndyCar series and get to provide exhibitions on those weekends. So a lot of these great cars I get to see several times throughout the year and talk and share some of the stories with them. And there are plenty of stories, especially when you look at the 70s and 80s at the Indianapolis, the 60s as well, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as things were being developed so much. I mean, you see the dihedral wing car, you see followed up by those STP Lotus turbine cars, just so much going on in this era.
And a lot of times they'll have front engine cars with them as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of times running at the same time on the track in those sessions. We'll see some of that later as well. So that's a lot of fun to watch the development all together. We've even got F1 with us here this weekend in this IndyCar and kind of open wheel class that's getting ready to come out.
Yeah, that's really kind of a better way to put it, right? Open wheel category, because we're going to see, as we've seen in some of our other groupings throughout the day, there might be a little bit of a mixture.
I ain't complaining about
it. No, it's all about just seeing the cars in motion.
And especially when we get to mix pistons with gas turbines on the same racetrack together.
Yeah. Man, and it almost worked, didn't it? The
Multiple
turbine
times.
got so close. Yeah, it really did.
And you wonder if there would have been a second year of turbine cars had Parnelli Jones won the race in 67. You wonder if there would have even been a 68 opportunity, because I feel like knowing and having read about it, and certainly Nate, you're very versed in this, but the culture at the time was not too accepting of those things. And if they won the race, it would have been like lights out.
Yeah. That's too much innovation, right? That'd be the problem. Well, while they're warming up this open wheel category, we don't want you to miss any of their on-track activities. So we're going to step away for a quick break right now, but we're going to come right back to M1 Concourse and more of the American Speed Festival. American Speed Festival here at the M1 Concourse, getting ready to go. We sure hope you're enjoying all of our coverage today on speedsport.tv as we've partnered up with the folks here at M1 Concourse to bring you this great event free on speedsport.tv. We sure hope you're enjoying it. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Loans, Nate Dreyer, and Hannah Lopa. We're all standing up, sitting down, doing different things, shaking the legs a little bit, and getting the hair up on our arms because the open wheel stuff is coming. The engines are alive, and we've got some really unique cars coming into this next group.
We're going to look at our entry list right here as we can see the various ages and the various makes we have here, from Lolas to Gurney Eagles, McLaren, Watson and Curtis, two of the greatest names of the roadster era of IndyCar construction. The Shearson Lola, driven by the Unser family, as we see that from the 1986 year. A big field of these vintage Indy cars here. We look now at our back half. That's 1972 dihedral wing car we talked about. We'll be seeing that on the racetrack. The Riley Offey powered car from 1974. The Lotus turbine car from 1968. Our Pac West Indy car. And there's a Jerry Grant 66 Gurney Eagle here as well.
And here is the Joe Leonard Bells Parnelli Jones entry, the dihedral wings. And it really took them a while, Nate, to dial in the wings and figure out what they were doing. At first, they really had a lot of issues with it. They got it to come around some. Al Unser Sr., Mario Andretti, Joe Leonard drove the 3 different cars. Viceroy paint schemes for Big Al and Mario, and then the Samsonite special for Joe.
And wound into that also is a story of the changing rules throughout even the month of May. So this car, Chuck Jones owns this machine, and they've had it restored to how the car was built and ran in the early part of the month of May, in the early practice sessions that year. Because by the time the race actually came around, those dihedrals were off the car. They were running a traditional rear wing. Well, that's in part due to some of the issues that they were having getting the car to handle correctly, but also because the rules in the middle of the month changed. When you came into the year, USAC had the rules set up in terms of aerodynamics where you had to have the wings as essentially part of the body, part of the chassis of the car, an integral part of that design. Well, the Eagle machines showed up with a rear wing bolted on. So you had a war that began in terms of the politics of racing with USAC, and ultimately you had rear wings and bolt-on wings allowed. Those dihedrals, while they didn't go on the car, they didn't race the car in the 500, still just a legendary design for a car that actually never took the green with that design.
Yeah, and back then it really was the month of May. So you had a lot of that where things evolved over the course and rules were changed. Now it's the month of May in terminology really only, but a very different way of racing the full month back then, how much time they spent on course and the adjustments and changes that came from it.
The other thing that was odd about that car when they first built it, Marcel Philippe designed it, and he came up with what he believed was a new, far more effective suspension system, which he called dual camber compensators, and they unfortunately compensated to make the car way slower. so the compensators were taken off and a traditional suspension put on, but this car is set up, as Nate said, exactly as it was when it debuted.
One of the most unique race cars in the history of IndyCar competition. Turbine is another one, and that is out on the race course as well. And as soon as that pops up on the screen, we're going to lay out and let you hear that whoosh by. There it is. That's the Jordan Formula One car. And there's the turbine. We'll lay out for you. We're going to get a good listen to the F1 car and the F5000 car. All overpowering sound-wise the turbine.
There's a reason they called the car Parnelli Jones drove in 1967 Silent Sam, right?
Yeah.
But this was, the 68 version of these turbine cars different from 67 in the sense that USAC changed the rules to reduce the inlet size to allow air into the turbine. And just like any engine that burns fuel, the less air you have, in theory, the less horsepower you can make. My understanding, Nate, is these things still made about 500 horsepower even with the reduction in their inlets.
Yeah, it's still so powerful, and also a much different car in terms of the way that they were forced to race.
Let's listen to it here. There you go, you can hear it there.
Yeah, Absolutely, but
sounds like Nate's Learjet coming up.
For sure.
Absolutely, for sure. But as I mentioned, you have a lot of the other cars which were maybe much more lightweight, lower on power, that were designed more, also the aerodynamics coming in to race around the corners more and to be quicker. This was a car that would blast down the straightaway, have to get off the throttle more in the corners, but still was multiple seconds, a lot of times faster despite that.
Here's a look at that F5000 car of Allenser Sr. And you can hear its Can-Am roots as it thunders away. Those big block Chevy engines.
And credit where it's due. When we talked about the turbine car, Bruce Linsmeyer owns that car, and my understanding is Bruce effectively restored that car from nut to bolt.
Yeah, that's a car that this summer recently just had a restoration finished, and it is exactly set up as it would have run in 1968, and ultimately had that late DNF and finished 12th after a lap 191 DNF. Once again, so close to the finish for the STP machine.
As we watch the Lola Formula 5000 car making some runs here in the beautiful screaming RPM of the V8 engine. What is so interesting about these cars is, again, their proximity and performance to the Formula One cars at the time versus the expense to actually build them was so much different. They had and did have, I believe it was Ontario Motor Speedway, had a race where F1 cars and Formula 5000 cars ran head-to-head. Mark Donohue almost won the thing in a Formula 5000 car.
And it's crazy to think of, because you think of maybe an Indy Lights car or a Formula 2 car versus their next level up competitors, and the difference in performance that's going on to those cars versus these that could be right there along with them. Also, the big name drivers running in both series at that time.
This is Seb Coppola right here in the Lola T192 F5000 from 1970. It's the first successful monocoque that was built by Lola. Of course, Eric Broadley did the design. The car was raced professionally in 1971 and 72 with several top 10 finishes.
Another one of the great cars, Lee Corwin out here has a Lola T192 that has what is effectively the original paint job on this car. We were speaking to him in the Paddock yesterday afternoon. He said, I'm kind of sorry about the way this looks. I said, I'm not. I said, this is a race car, man. This looks exactly like it should.
And Meade told an incredibly interesting story as well about the Kastner Brophy racing team that this is the livery for. So driver Jim Didmore was having some issues hitting people with the front of the car. So essentially you see how narrow that front wing is. Well, throughout the year, the team just kept chopping down the front wing so he wouldn't knock other people with it. And that's how you get this car looking in its unique way with the limited front arrow that it has.
Yeah, it has winglets instead of wings, and they were created via Sawzall, according to Meade Corwin, who owns the car. This car obviously predates. We looked at a couple of Formula 5000s cars, and as we see that series evolve, we saw the additional bodywork, the additional use of aerodynamics, the low front, wide front wings, and rear wings. But this is a very pure version of an early Formula 5000 car. 305 cubic inch small block Chevy engine for Corwin in this car, and he drives this car a lot, to his credit.
Yeah, for sure. This is a car that not only does it have that original look to it, but a guy that I think he said he's owned it for over 20 years now at this point in time, and ever since he's owned it, he is continuously racing. That's actually the great thing about a lot of these F5000 cars that are out here, is a lot of them are continuously raced by their owners. I think that Seb Coppola car we saw a moment ago is a very active current race car as well. So yes, they have the pedigree before, but they still are out there winning championships in SPRA, HSR, and beyond today.
Corwin bought this car from a Chevrolet dealership, Young Chevrolet down in Texas, and he told us that the owner of the dealership had bought it years before he got it to get an SCCA license in it, which he achieved, and then promptly told his mechanic, I am never driving that thing again.
I was thinking back to, you mentioned the race with the F5000 and Formula One cars, the Quester Grand Prix is what that was called back. They did in one year in 71, and Mario Andretti in a Ferrari, took the checkered flag.
I believe there would have been a lot of anger from Enzo. If one of his beloved Ferraris had been outrun by a small block
Like
Chevy.
yeah, right?
This is a T192 chassis, and the T192, as we've talked about, Lola, was a advancement over the T190. They gave it a little bit more wheelbase. This is a 99-inch wheelbase in this car. You can imagine the 190 was 88 inches. An 88-inch wheelbase with all this power is short.
And that lends back to, we talked a little bit earlier about the visceral nature in terms of visually watching these cars move around. And it's when you go back and watch when these cars were driven on the absolute limit, when you have a car with that narrow of a wheelbase, with limited aerodynamics, that sort of big power, the driver's skill it took to control one of these cars around. You think especially a lot of the flowing natural terrain circuits here in America. It's really incredible to think about that.
This particular car, Meade's car, won the Seafair 200, which was held in outside of Seattle at Kent, Washington, out there at Pacific Raceways, and then it was a runner-up at Riverside, which again, very long track, very long course, and at Riverside especially had a huge long straightaway with big speeds were the name of the game. Ralph, it's so interesting how we've seen so many cars. We've had Rick Newpin. We're going to have David Hobbs on later on. But those guys come from an era where race car drivers were so multi-purposed in terms of what they got in and drove. And today we have really refined all these different styles of racing down to an art that is singular to each other.
Yeah, and I'm kind of hoping that we're seeing a few guys start to venture around
Mr.
a little
Larson.
bit, right? Kyle Larson is one. Jimmy Johnson is doing that now. You know, coming 7 Cup titles, and all of a sudden he wants to be an IndyCar driver, which I think is fantastic. And he's still very young.
Some guy Stewart getting in a top fuel dragster.
Yeah, Smoke playing around with different things over there. So, you know, maybe it's going to open up the opportunities, not just for the drivers, but from the car owner perspective, to allow the driver to go do some of this other stuff, I think is pretty important.
Well, it wasn't that, and isn't that one of the great defining factors of the Indy 500? It drew everybody from every form of motorsports. Art Malone, a drag racer, competed at the Indy 500. We go down the list of guys that have raced trucks, that have raced everything, that have competed at that race. And so, to your point, Ralph, I think for the overall health of motorsports in general, it is so great that we're starting to see this, because these people draw spectators from their different genres, and everybody kind of...
Well, look, Nate knows from attending so many of the NTT IndyCar events this year, there's not a promoter on the IndyCar tour that's upset about Jimmy Johnson being in the IndyCars this season. He has been a huge draw, even though the finishes maybe haven't been what Jimmy would like to see yet. He's working hard at it, but boy, he certainly brought the fans out to the races.
And maybe if the finishes aren't there for Jimmy, to watch the last 2 or 3 races of the year, something I think really started quick for him, and we're starting to see him get back on pace. And next year when he starts to run ovals, that's going to be fun.
Also, it is a great validation of the difficulty to succeed in that series. We know Jimmy Johnson is immensely talented, but it has certainly been his work to improve, and we have seen market improvement, but his work to improve has validated everybody else's efforts over there in the NTT IndyCar Series.
Watching the turbine run again.
One of the things that, in my understanding, Nate, was so a technicality of these turbine cars that made them different than anything else is the throttle response, meaning they had none.
Right. And you think about driving in that era, and we talked about how you had to be off the throttle in these cars quite a bit. It isn't like current IndyCar where, honestly, in qualifying runs, it's 4 laps flat out. Maybe in the races, the tires are where things change a little bit on that. But this is where you're off the throttle, you're having to steer the car. So it requires a completely different driving style behind these machines to really have to think early about how you're going to lift off, let the car sweep through those corners, and then jump back on the throttle for both the short shoots. How are you going to try to do that? And then also jump on it for the long straightaways at IMS.
And you got it. Look, one of us has to say it's the world's fastest door stop, right? I mean, everybody thinks it when you see it, but we all know it's a beautiful race car, but somebody's got to say it.
It was getting your lunch time. I was thinking cheese.
I took it for the team.
I was thinking cheese.
Cheese? A wedge of cheese? Okay. All right.
A Ferguson four-wheel drive system here, and Ferguson was an interesting manufacturer. They did all kinds of four-wheel drive conversions on all manner of cars, even a Ford Mustang they built back.
Well, you know, you bring up a really good point with that, because when we see these cars, so many times we focus on the engine, but there really was a lot of other innovation with this car.
And you think about, back to that point I just made in terms of driving style, we'll add to that, then now you've got the four-wheel drive nature, you have a different aerodynamic handling ability in this one in terms of that wedge design that the STP and Andy Granatelli's team went to this year. They would actually try again in 1969 in a normal engine car. Now, Mario Andretti had issues with that car in the practice of that year. Wound up going to backup car, won the race. But still interesting in terms of the aerodynamics, the handling from the four-wheel drive, as well as the power plant.
We mentioned Joe Leonard was the driver of this car, and Joe Leonard, to me, is one of the guys, and there's a lot of them through the history of racing, especially in the 60s, that gets overlooked. This is a multi-time USAC champion, was really fast in almost anything he ever drove, and Joe Leonard's name should be higher up on that list of recognition.
Here's one of the things I want you folks to take a look at on this car. Did you ever notice the number? You see the 1, but do you ever just notice the design, what the 1 is in? It's the Samsonite Special. It's a suitcase. How great was that they merged the marketing that far into the design of the car?
Yeah, for sure. And this is a car I actually have a little bit of expertise in terms of the paint job, because my family's company, I had an opportunity. I actually sanded the tub of this car before it was painted, so I kind of saw when those logos and when some of the hand sign painting went on the car as well. A really, really well done Amelia Island winner in terms of this restoration. A really beautiful car.
Take it a step further. He didn't actually know he had this car, the owner.
That would be the next one that he has coming up. So this is the car he knows he has. This owner has another one that's in the pipeline that's going to have an interesting story as well.
Well, and as somebody who loves motorcycles and has called thousands of motorcycle races, something that also gets forgotten a lot about Joe Leonard is he was a 3-time AMA Grand National Motorcycle champion. Yes. So he is the only driver in history to have won the top-tier championships of the day in motorcycle racing and car racing, because he was a 2-time USAC National Driving Champion and a 3-time AMA, what a lot of people call flat track racing. Then it was a Grand National Championship.
So, Brian, you called him one of the most underrated drivers ever, before even you add in what he did on 2 wheels as well as 4. Plus, you look at the cars he drove. Obviously, Joe Leonard, the driver of the Samsonite Special, as well as the Turbine car out there. Leonard, really a guy, 2 wheels, 4 experimental cars, a guy that you wanted in your car to both deliver results, develop the cars. Just an incredible story behind Joe Leonard.
Hey, is it fair to say he's underrated?
Oh, yes.
In history?
Yeah.
I think so, right?
I think there's a list of guys and women that have raced, especially in the 60s and 70s, that when we didn't have the amount of mass media to cover everything we have today, got a little bit lost in the shuffle. We know the A.J. Foyts, we know the Parnelli Joneses, we know certainly the Mario Andrettis. They accomplished great things, but men like Joe Leonard, AMA champion, USAC champion, and again, someone that teams would go to say, help us sort this car out. The turbocharged Offie we haven't spent enough time talking about. We have plenty of time over the next few days. But the turbocharged Offenhauser engine, even the naturally aspirated Offenhauser engine, a race engine design that spanned a half a century, it still was competitive.
And not just half a century being competitive, but a half a century in completely different car designs. You had a car that an engine that started in those front-engine roadsters, finished with some of the late 70s sort of cars that are aerodynamic, completely dependent machines. So incredible that same variable did not change throughout everything else that changed, because that engine was just so bulletproof.
Yeah, Joe Leonard wasn't just good on the dirt on a motorcycle, he was good on road racing as well. So it is very, very talented racer, Joe Leonard.
We're going to have Joe Leonard like on the Mount Rushmore of American racers by the time this is all said and done.
And maybe deservedly so.
I mean, honestly, probably when you look at all of what we've talked about.
Checker flag is going to be awaiting these guys, something Joe Leonard saw a lot of, and we're trying to give him another one here today.
That is the only time in your life you'll hear the whistle of a turbine and a downshifting, decelerating small block with a hint, just a little splash of Offie in the background.
That's right. And a dihedral wing. If you can't make it out here to the American Speed Festival this year, boy, we sure hope the pictures and stories are getting you excited to join us here next year, because this is exactly what it's all about.
And it'll be Shelbytown, USA in this facility next year, as that will be the featured mark.
There's a checkered one more time for Joe Leonard's Samsonite Special. And we've got a lot more coming your way. A full weekend. They've got to do a little bit of track stuff here. They got to let some people move around so they can get to the proper places to do some different things. So we've got some cool features in store for you and a lot more live action coming up.
American Speed Festival is a premier festival, and we wanted to curate a menu that will reflect that. There will be affordable offerings from pub fare to pasta to scallops, all kinds of different things for all palates. We did take into consideration it's a family event and that children would need menu items. There'll be things from hot dogs, burgers, conies, fingers, and French fries. We wanted it to be affordable. We wanted it to be, again, a family affair, something where you come, you can enjoy it, and it doesn't break the bank. There is multiple special events in the evening. There's a dine and drive tour, which is a different menu for that. And there's also a garage reveal on Friday evening, which has a different menu as well. A tour of, it's a bourbon trail with different items that are smoked in bourbons. There is a full-service bar. It includes many different things from carbonated beverages to a full-service vodka, gin, bourbon, things like that, and non-alcoholic beverages, soda, water, and things like that. We do have a special item every day, a dessert item that's included every day, and there's other items that be on the menu on a regular basis.
I'm Hannah Lopa, and I'm here with a very special guest, Al Dean, who's participating in the events here at the M1 Concourse this weekend. He does happen to be a garage owner as well, but right now we're at a very special garage that he will also be helping host for this weekend's event. Tell us a little bit about what makes this garage so special.
Yeah, well, the M1 Concourse is a great platform that you have both the garages and the track where you can have both performance driving and the show vehicles or the people that like the classic cars. So I have a friend that has a couple of garages here, and he has a garage on the other side of the track that he decorated, and it's kind of a man cave and has the racers that we take on the track. Those cars are a little dirtier, but this garage is unique because his wife designed it, and this garage is really what I kind of call the museum, and it's really set up for friends and family and some great entertainment with a great view of the performance track out here. So it's kind of a unique garage with some very personal touches for the couple.
What are some of those personal touches?
Well, we'll take a quick tour, but there's one side of the walls here that his wife really wanted the cars to come home to a village street, and then on the walls each garage has a number that has some meaning to their relationship, and really wanted each car to kind of come home to its own garage. So you'll see in the decorations here, it's pretty cool.
Now tell us a little bit about some of the vehicles that are being housed in this garage.
Well, this is mainly modern cars. The collector likes to look for low volume cars. These are what I would call museum quality type cars. Each car has a story or is very unique, but he was an automotive executive that's just recently retired, and he wanted to kind of honor all of our customers that we deal with in the auto industry. So it's not just a Ford garage or a Chevy or a Toyota, but he has basically unique cars from all major OEMs around the world.
Now behind you we have this Dodge Viper tribute car. Elaborate a little bit about what makes this car significant and why it's here this weekend.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of cars here that you'd call tribute cars. They're as close to a race car as you can have, maybe as buying an OEM car and then dressing it up to look like a real racer. So this one is actually a Viper ACR, and the tribute was basically for the CEO that owns this garage. The company sponsored racing back in 2015 and won 4 of the most prestigious endurance races. So this car has basically got the medallions, so the champion medallions of that. And it was in the corporate headquarter lobby for the employees and fans to appreciate. So.
Now tell us a little bit about those medallions and the significance of those races that this vehicle won.
Well, I'm an automotive engineer in the industry, and I would tell you that racing is probably one of the best proving grounds for not only developing talent and you as an engineer and how you do your problem solving and work as part of a team, but also the endurance racing of having to be full on the gas or full on the brake. There's no in between, there's no coasting, and it's the most toughest endurance and durability that a car can see. And so for whatever component on the car, whether it's engine, powertrain, braking systems, even your air conditioning system for the drivers, it's just amazing what the durability is on a race car. So it's a great proving grounds and a great way for auto industry technology to be developed.
Now this tribute car has something that the original did not. When you lift up the hood, there's kind of a little secret in there. Why don't you tell us what that is?
Well, if you're a car buff, you always love signatures, and this one's got some great signatures of the winning drivers, the crew, and the factory sponsorship that Dodge provided. So we've got some famous automotive tribute names in there.
Now there's a very special car at the front of this garage here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we got Eleanor. Eleanor is always a fan favorite whenever there's a hospitality or an event here at M1 Concourse. And if you're familiar with Gone in 60 Seconds, you know about Eleanor being a famous car that was in the series with Angelina Jolie and Nicolas Cage, and this one is a real replica that's licensed from the Gone in 60 Seconds movie.
Well, Al, thank you so much for showing us around, and enjoy your time out on the track.
Thanks. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been over in the Paddock area. There are some fantastic vintage racers here. I just hope Michigan weather cooperates for us, but it should be very exciting next 2 days.
It's looking to be a beautiful weekend.
Is a lot of fun here at the American Speed Festival in big cars and little cars. Finally, we found something about your speed, Brian.
I'll tell you what it is. You know, M1 Concourse is continuing to expand and add experiential things for not only the members, but for other people to do. And one of those expansions is going to be an EV driving experience. They're going to have a couple of different levels of these electric vehicles, this being the smaller of the two. There's actually an open-wheel version of this that almost looks like a Caterham 7 in terms of its size, and that's something that the expansion continues here at M1 Concourse.
Folks enjoying a beautiful day here in Michigan. We're about, 30 minutes outside of downtown Detroit?
Tell you what, we're about 30 minutes outside of downtown Detroit, but about 15 feet from the tent. I'm smelling the food. I know there's Maker's Mark over there. I know there's Tito's over there. And
you're getting hungry. And you're getting hungry. Okay, well, the request has been put out there. Brian Loans is hungry and needs to be fed.
That is not a state that I'm unfamiliar with.
Well, I noticed there was a donut shop right across the street, too. I figured you already visited that one this morning.
Listen, Makers and donuts, maybe they do go together. Who knows?
I'm sure you'll find a way. I'm sure you'll find a way. There is a lot. Well, there you go. All right, Brian, we found your home.
This is like flashing a water bottle to a man in the desert right now.
Yeah. Well, there you go. A lot of fun. Yeah. What are you interested in, Nate? You got a favorite there?
Probably not, but we'll see.
All right.
He's a historic Indy guy. He just wants a glass bottle of milk. That's all.
Right, exactly. Well, there you go.
Vitamin D.
Well, for Nate, it would come in one of those old school IndyCar decanters. Remember that they would always have? Yeah.
Brilliant day, and as we continue to work our way through these initial groups, we have the three pinnacle cars of the event about ready to make their way out right now, and I think it's only appropriate we mention the name Jim Hall, and certainly the Chaparrals. We're going to see the 2, the 2E, and the 2F. They're on the racetrack, Ralph. This is a very special moment.
This is really what the American Speed Festival is all about.
At the 2F, the enclosed car with the very coarse high wing, foot operated by the driver. That is an aluminum 427-inch big block Chevy in the back of it. And it was the best kind of the evolution, if you will, the step ahead of the 2E, which is an open cockpit car. But this is different because of the fact it is a fiberglass car.
Yeah, and you did mention taking a step back as well, talking about that rear wing being foot operated. Well, that left foot is open to be able to work that wing because these cars ran an automatic transmission that Chaparral developed with the original 2 that we'll look at as well, but something that was well known to these machines that they ran that automatic, we'll call it essentially an automatic transmission. The driver didn't have to operate and use the clutch. That left foot open and allowed for them to be able to operate that rear wing.
This car weighed 1,750 pounds, about 600 pounds less than the Ford Mark IV that it was battling with back in the day. 427 cubic inch big block, as you mentioned, in that fiberglass chassis.
2F won the final race of the 1967 season at Brands Hatch, full field of Ferrari, Fords, Porsches, on and on and on that year.
And it was probably banned from competition at that moment, as Jim Hall became, unfortunately, familiar with many times.
This is the 2E, the open cockpit car. The original driver in this car was Phil Hill, first ever American world champion.
Sam Posey has a great quote about the first time he saw this car pull into a racetrack on the back of a trailer. He said everybody just stopped what they were doing, basically dropped the tools. They looked at it and they said, this is going to change the world. And it did in so many different ways. We can pick about 100 elements of this car that really influence cars that are still being built to this point.
And we can talk about cars still being built on the track and off the track. We talked this morning, if you joined us at the top of the broadcast, we talked a lot about the cars that had the active aerodynamics in terms of the street cars, the Ford GT, the LaFerrari, on and on. Well, this is really the absolute start of that idea of incorporating that sort of aerodynamic element. Obviously, think of F1 currently with the DRS system that they utilize. All really comes down and started with Jim Hall and these Chaparrals that utilize the movable wild rear wing.
Yeah, Sam Posey went on to say about Jim Hall that it was the extraordinary magic of the Chaparral and the reclusiveness of Jim Hall himself that added to the whole unbelievable scene around the Chaparral brand. And that, here were these guys from Chaparral that were down there in
Midland,
Texas, doing their thing very quietly, very secretively, and then they'd show up every now and then with something radically different like this.
Well, you may as well have been working on the moon back then. You're in Midland, Texas.
Right.
And Jim owned Rattlesnake Raceway, which is what they used to suss out a lot of these cars. And When we talk about a Chaparral that was all dominating, we've seen two great cars, but really it is the Chaparral 2, the car we're looking at now, that began to develop some of the concepts that would lead to the 2E and the 2F. This is the car that effectively conquered the world in the middle 1960s with Jim driving it. It established him as one of the great race car drivers of his generation, and certainly established Chaparral as one of the great builders and innovators.
Right, this car really acting as the starting point when you look at this car's history and career between 1963 and 1965, those seasons. How about a car and a design that won 22 of 39 international world-class races it entered? When you think about when it, just looking at the top competition races, 39 times it entered, over half of those races, 22 times, this car won. And it really shows it was the proof being in the pudding of what they were able to come up with, and then all the wild designs that came off of it. But this really, truly the starting point. 1964, kind of halfway through the history of this car, you see that automatic transmission developed. So all these things that became so revolutionary became revolutionary because the car had so much success on track.
And this car, like the 2E, used a small block engine. This is an aluminum, all aluminum, 327 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. And it bears mentioning, Ralph, you mentioned how, in some ways clandestine Jim Hall's operation was, but also he kept his ties with Chevrolet, not for any other reason other than the company wanting them to be quiet, very quiet as well.
Yeah, he also spent a lot of time visiting aerospace companies.
Oh, yeah.
Learning about the latest things that were going on, and then trying to find ways to incorporate what they learned and saw into their race cars.
And Hap Sharp is the other part of this discussion we have to talk about as well. Hap was his partner, and again, the greatest thing about Jim Hall, probably his humility, because he never speaks of himself in grandiose terms. When you read the interviews, you read the books that have been written about this guy, he intrinsically understood things years ahead of other people, and he's not a braggart about it. He simply built the cars that crushed everybody with him.
Well, and Hap is the whole reason the 2F, the closed cockpit car, exists, because it was Hap Sharp who pushed Jim Hall to go to Europe, and that's where the 2F went. It went and raced Le Mans, it raced overseas, and it was in all the big endurance races. And if it wasn't for Hap Sharp pushing him to do that, Jim Hall really at the time didn't have any interest in going overseas. Let's go ahead and take a listen to some of these Chaparrals and show you what they look like and also what they sounded like.
Of these cars was the fact that they always race with Texas license plates on them.
Yeah.
Just a little reminder when you were behind it.
You knew a little bit of fun, right?
I tell you what, getting that second to step back, listen, watch these cars, one word really comes to mind, and that's visceral.
Yeah.
The experience that these cars bring when you watch them, listen to them, smell them, everything that comes together, it just is such a complete experience that you have to be able to see, to be able to take in, and I think you can get part of that too through being able to hear and watch them. But just so much. Ralph has been stepping out trying to take some pictures as well because these are so incredible to be able to see.
I just love the stacks of pipes coming out of the back of the two myself.
And really what's fun is we have a whole group of Can-Am cars that will be running here in a little while, and this was what Can-Am looked like when it started, right? When we talk about Can-Am in the early days coming off the United States road racing circuit, an evolution of that kind of Group 7 style of car that had really unlimited displacement rules and everything else, and what they ended up being when we get to the 91730. It's a pretty amazing evolution, and it does speak to the fact that these guys had an open book to play with, and they certainly all played it that way.
That's what I was just going to say is it's probably the one thing in motorsports that we're missing nowadays. I think the competition in terms of how tight it is front to back in the field is closer than ever, and it's incredible across motorsport. But the one thing we are missing is just a true unlimited type series like Can-Am presented, and where you saw all of these crazy developments come from because you allowed a guy like Jim Hall to go and do whatever he wanted to do, and he winds up doing all of this kind of stuff.
It would be a lot of fun to see that happen today. I just don't know if we could do it anymore based on how crazy people would go because of the quote-unquote unobtainium materials that are out there, right? Racers being racers are going to go
whole hog.
Oh, totally.
I mean, even think about Jim Hall, and you have these three cars here. One that's not with us is the 2J, which was the famous sucker car. I mean, you have Jim Hall, and you have this company. They've done all this work through the late 60s on creating these crazy aerodynamic things, and then they go, and in the 2J, they adapt fans from a military tank engine, put skirts around the car, have the car sucked to the ground. I mean, it just shows the lengths that they went to.
And they ended up using a snowmobile engine down the road on that, right? And I think, you know, when we talk about Jim Hall, he kind of fits in that Joe Leonard category. I don't know if Jim Hall, he gets so much credit for being the car designer. I don't know if he gets enough credit for being as good of a race car driver as he actually was.
And he was top shelf. I mean, we're talking about a 1% level talent that he had over the course of his competitive driving career. As you get pretty interesting shot there. If you can see that ducting that's going to come up there and effectively move fresh air to the driver, that is a very hot place to be sitting in front of the engine. And Hannah Lopez standing next to that warm little small block Chevy down there. Hannah, how you doing?
Well, Ralph, as Nate said, you know, this really is a visceral experience. You can feel the heat coming off of this car. You can smell it. And I've got the driver here with me right now. How's the car handling out there?
It's good. It's running really good, and it's a neat track to run on.
What else can you tell me about the details of this car?
I'm not sure exactly what you want. You know, this car is really easy to drive, and really that's about it. What else?
Why don't you tell us about your relationship with Jim Hall? You have a really long history with him.
My history with Jim Hall goes back to, I think, around 2001. And when the cars were getting ready to go to the museum, he asked me to help rebuild them all and get them ready to go to the museum.
Well, what does it mean to you to be able to have this experience here today on behalf of Jim?
It's a pretty neat experience to be able to drive one of the cars at an event like this. It's a really nice deal.
Well, thank you so much. We're glad to see you enjoying yourself out there. There's a few minutes left in this session, so we'll leave you to it.
That is the Chaparral 2 that we're looking at.
That's true. That 65 win at Sebring and the famous photos, the flooding. I mean, and the ability. We heard some stories about they drilled holes in the floorboards to actually vent water out of it.
Boy, there's a shot for you.
You know, the double down on the wing is well, it's a triple, quadruple down if you want to go that far. But the reality is the placement of the wing and where those stanchions are really did make this even doubly more effective. Because this was the first car that they took that wing, and instead of distributing the downforce onto the body in general, it goes straight into the suspension uprights. And that was what caused the car to be able to plant very hard in the corners, and certainly with the use of the driver being able to flatten it on the straights and then stand it up to turn. It's an incredible overall package.
And one thing, going back to that great interview that Hannah had as well, that stood out to me is one word that was used to describe the car to drive is easy. And I think when we think of the Can-Am era of cars, you don't think of cars that are easy to drive. But because of all these things that Jim Hall did in terms of the aerodynamics and the various crazy ideas and the suspension and handling, the automatic transmissions, these cars were probably the easiest to drive of the beasts, which is why they had so much success.
Well, ultimately, I would argue these are probably the most balanced Can-Am cars, some of the most balanced Can-Am cars that were ever built, especially in this era. The aluminum small block that is centrally mounted, obviously using the aerodynamics to help plant the car, and this was before we had 800 horsepower aluminum big block engines in these things. And so, as you mentioned, balance, ease to drive, ease to operate, and certainly ease to win. That the 2 car won everything there could possibly be to win, and certainly made Jim Hall a household name across the country. And he transcended racing. I mean, they would write about Jim Hall in Sports Illustrated. He was profiled all over the place. It was not simply limited to just racing publications.
Well, Jim Hall Jr. is here as well, and he's given me a driving lesson or two, and that's why I'm still sitting here in the booth. And Jim's out there enjoying playing with his dad's cars. Hannah, don't remind him I went to the driving school, would you? It'd probably make him break out in a sweat.
Well, these cars are legendary, and this is a huge part of their family history. Jim Hall Jr. here with me. What was it like taking this car around the track?
It was very exciting. We're thrilled to be here. What a beautiful facility and wonderful day Mother Nature gave us. Just excited as could be right next to this beautiful new event center, getting out in these Chevrolet Chaparrals, having a good time on the racetrack. What could be better?
Now, these Chaparrals are incredibly rare. What are some of the specific details that you can tell us about it?
Well, this is, I think, the world's first car with a wing from 1966. It's articulating, meaning I can press the foot pedal here and we can adjust it front and rear. It's a composite chassis. It's light, it's nimble, it's a 3-speed automatic. So exciting stuff for its day and age over 50 years ago.
I mean, tell us a little bit about this car's history in racing as well.
This car, my dad raced with Phil Hill, America's first world champion race car driver from Santa Monica, California, and they raced in the Can-Am Challenge, and they were racing against people like Bruce McLaren and Dan Gurney and some of the amazing racing greats in that era.
Well, Jim Hall Jr. here on behalf of his father, Jim Hall, who's being inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame here this weekend, and we're so happy to be honoring him with that opportunity as well.
So Jim Hall Jr. Ran a go-karting school in Ventura, California, and he invited me out to the school one time. And it's right on the coast, so the track was wet, dry down this long straightaway. And I'm in this go-kart, and I'm flying down there, and I hit my braking point, and it locked up, it didn't lock up, it locked up as you go through the wet to dry. And eventually it got in the dry and really locked up, and it turned, and I flipped the go-kart. Whoa! Yeah, I did. And Jim, having fun with me, actually one of the wheels bent, and so he took the wheel, and I have it in my office.
Man.
Yeah. Good times. So the Chaparrals are done. The Can-Am cars are getting ready to come out. Full field of Can-Am cars. Of course, the Chaparrals getting their special time on the track since they are the featured mark. There's one of those Texas license plates.
This one would probably be the next one to get tired. They don't make them in the engine plate anymore. So.
Just love listening into the conversation.
Oh, absolutely.
And a peek inside the world of a Chaparral. So cool, yeah. Yeah, thumbs up right back at you. Even the old stickers on the cars look fantastic, don't they?
Well, it is, and it's an amazing thing, and it's very appreciative that these cars were saved and these cars have been maintained in the condition they are, because so often we see great race cars that kind of get dilapidated or they get passed through a bunch of hands. It's great that these have been preserved as they have.
All right, well, they're still talking about it. We're going to take a quick break because we want you to enjoy all of the action of the Can-Am cars when we come back. How awesome was it to see the Chaparrals in action live here on SpeedSport.tv.
SpeedSport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark SpeedSport.com on your mobile device now, or follow SpeedSport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the SpeedSport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Chaparrals and Can-Am. We're going to have Can-Am up next out on the racetrack. American Speed Festival. That's why we're here, the first ever running of it at the beautiful M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. Celebrating Chaparrals and Can-Am, Indy cars and Formula One machines, F5000 and the rest. Here we are, here at the M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Loans, Nate Dreyer, and Hannah Lopa with you. And a cast of great cars and superstar drivers all stopping by to visit with us here this afternoon. We're going to be with you all weekend long from here at the American Speed Festival on speedsport.tv. And coming up next, Brian, the Can-Am class.
And we see the variety and multitude of Can-Am cars we have here. From the earliest parts of the series in 1970, we can see that the TI-22 Mark II Roadster is going to be great. We'll tell great stories about that car. Multiple Lolas, the March 817 from later on in the series, and of course the Meekum Parnelli Jones car, which is a great story in and unto itself, a Shadow and a Lola T70.
Take a walk down through some of these cars, Nate.
Is that March 817 right there, owned by Paul Newman, driven by the likes of Bobby Rahal and Al Unser.
And this is a car from the late era of the Can-Am series. You'll see some of the development that we've talked about, but this is a much different era later than that Parnelli Jones machine you mentioned a moment ago.
The Meekum Jones car, and here comes the Shadow. You know, the manufacturer Shadow came in. They won the final of the traditional Can-Am titles back in 1974, but it is going to be time for some small block and big block Chevy horsepower out here now. It is almost unfathomable, Nate. Big block Chevrolets on a road course, it just doesn't make any sense. The drag strip sure all day long, but big block Chevys on a road course, some of these cars are small block powered as well, over the top.
Frankly, the Can-Am series, nothing really made sense about it, but because of that, it all still
it
somehow
made perfect sense, right?
sense
Yeah.
because of that.
The fact it made no sense made all the sense in the world. Yeah, exactly right, Nate.
When we look at this March 817, Ralph, you know, we're seeing something interesting because really, basically a Formula 5000 car that had a body adapter.
Yeah, exactly right. And we were talking about that when we were looking at the F5000 cars. You can see the family tree there between the two. The high air box, the fender flares really what makes the difference between the wheel coverings maybe, the side pods make the difference between the Can-Am car and the F5000 machine.
This machine, as we mentioned, Paul Newman racing car, driven by Bobby Rahal, Teo Fabi, Al Unser, among others. But Teo Fabi, in particular, 1981, he finished second in the driver's title. The team won the team championship in Can-Am in 1981, 10 races, won 4 of them. So a lot of success for that March Budweiser sponsored machine for Teo Fabi, in particular, behind the wheel.
Yes. And again, a formative car for Bobby Rahal. We're going to talk about Bobby over the course of this 2-day broadcast we have here. And we have several cars that were very instrumental in his career. And this is one of them.
And you can just imagine the attack on your senses that it must have been to be driving one of these cars on some of the super high-speed road courses around the country. A place like Road America or Brainerd or some of those types of venues where the speeds would be so high with the high-speed corners attached to the long straightaway.
Yeah, the tachometer would be into places that angels fear to tread on those straightaways.
Yep, no doubt about it.
This is the TRC tire, titanium 22 Mark II Roadster. Was run for 2 years, 3, 70, 71, and 72. David Hobbs will be a guest later on, had a turn at the wheel of this thing. Jackie Oliver, Nick Diagardi as well. And what a unique machine.
Yeah, Peter Bryant, the guy behind the concept, right? English racing mechanic, had experience in Formula One, IndyCar, and Can-Am, and comes up with the idea of using titanium instead of steel for the bulkhead, suspension, and the subframe.
At the time, and it may be still true today, there was effectively one titanium producer in the United States, and they wanted to get a little publicity. When you read back in the history of this car, it should have cost them almost $500,000 for the amount of titanium used to construct this car at the time. It was about $500,000, but they paid 16 grand. Wow. Yeah.
You talk about publicity, we talked about Paul Newman earlier. This car was featured in the 1970 movie Once Upon a Wheel. It was essentially a made-for-TV racing documentary by Paul Newman, so a car that has a big place in helping tell the history of racing as well in terms of that early 1970s TV doc.
You know, we talk a lot about this car because of the titanium, but you know, it's also the first car to use side fences to help channel airflow over the body to help increase the downforce. So not only were they creative with the materials that they used to build it, but then once they were shaping it, they got very creative there as well.
This car came in about 120 pounds lighter than pretty much anything else on the grid because of the fact it was titanium effectively end to end. But it does have an 8-liter big block Chevy in it, so a 494-inch combination there. These cars started with 427s, and then Reynolds Aluminum was the actual company that GM went through to make the aluminum blocks. But there are a scant few of those original 494-inch tall deck aluminum blocks still out there. This is one of them.
Really cool looking car. But if you think that's cool, here comes one of my all-time favorites right there. Anything with a Shadow name on it, to me, is just really a neat race car. Sure, the Chaparrals are, and they're all white. These are all black. Kind of the opposite thinking, right? And Don Nichols at the Shadow company was the Jim Hall of Shadow, if you will. And boy, he was another very creative, very secretive type of individual.
Right, the car name lived up to the entire environment that surrounded the team.
Well, and he was a decorated Army captain who many wondered if he was a spy because he had actually served in the military and then got out of it and then got back in, but never would really tell everybody what he was doing. They would ask him, so, hey, Don, how's things? Well, you know, just kind of doing my thing, and he would be off running around doing all sorts of stuff. So when he got into the racing, he took all of that mystery and incorporated it into the race car, and hence the logos. You see the spy with the cloak and the hat as the logo for the Shadow team, and the nickname Shadow because everything was very dark and mysterious around the organization. And a lot of people wondered, did he work for the CIA or some other, you know, branch of the military like that, maybe MI6 or something, that James Bond type of thing.
Only in racing do we manage to have those kind of stories.
It's a fantastic, fantastic story.
And we talked a little bit about the different sides between these two cars in terms of this versus the Chaparral. We talked a lot about the Aero with the Chaparrals. This is a machine in terms of just brute power that took over. Didn't run for the full season, but started with 1,200 horsepower, big block V8, just absolutely thunders.
With turbos.
With turbos, yeah. They took those turbos off eventually, but still, to start, and to imagine driving a car like that down, we talked about, you know, imagine going through the kink at Road America with 1,200 horsepower behind you. Can't even fathom it.
So we talk a lot about guys, you know, sitting around at dinner, you with your Maker's Mark, and a napkin and drawing up what it is they want to do next. So the theory on this one was, how do we get an 8.1 liter big block Chevy V8 twin turbocharged with 1,200 horsepower and 1,000 pound-feet of torque, carrying enough fuel to run basically wide open for the entire race? That was the goal that they had to come up. They figure out how to do it.
And then they realized the car would weigh 5,000 pounds.
Right.
They'd have a fuel tank attached to the back of it.
Tony Southgate did a wonderful job coming up with this design.
Yeah, just a brilliant machine. Great to see one running around the corner. And the irony here, of course, Universal Oil Products, the sponsor, the 1974 energy crisis really put an end to what we knew as the initial version of Can-Am. And this car right here, this is the John Meekum Parnelli Jones car, and it is almost unfair to call it the Parnelli Jones car because he made one start in it, but what a notable start it was.
Absolutely. What an incredible story. So this is a car that has a history as both running a Chevy small block V8 as well as a Ford engine. Well, they showed up to Laguna Seca to run with that Ford engine, but they were having issues all weekend long getting that engine to run right. Went through a couple of them that they had expire through practice. So John Meekum and the team went to Roger Penske, who obviously had a ton of Chevy engines. They borrowed one of those Chevy engines from the Penske team, and Parnelli Jones went out and won one of the heat races with that engine put in. Now remember, it isn't as simple as just bolting a new engine in. The entire car would have been designed around that Ford Westlake design in the first place, so now you have a completely different weight, completely different setup to that car, and somehow Jones still went out with that completely different engine in and won at Laguna Seca, which at that time was one of the most trying tracks in all of North America and all of the world when you think of the old layout that was essentially bypassing that inner part of the track that they run through today.
And this was late in Parnelli Jones' career. You know, a lot of people forget he hung it up in the early 70s as far as a driver, would go on to be a successful team owner and an innovator and other respects of racing. But, you know, Jones, I think, almost more than anybody you talk about, a Joe Leonard type, whatever, but Parnelli Jones drove with grit and will and a level of just, I don't even know the correct phrase other than badassery to go out there and just beat stuff to death.
That's a good way of putting it when you talk about PJ. But you know, the thing about it is he got out too soon. He got focused on his business career, and you wonder, had he stayed in even longer, how much more he would have added to the Hall of Fame list than he had already stacked on his resume.
I think we just sit back and listen, boys, because this sounds real good to me. Chaparral 2, and we look at this Lola T70, and again, early Can-Am, we're talking 1966 for this car. Again, it's a small block. It's the whole thing is kind of very shapely and live and little, and then we see that just monster of a shadow running around it, just the evolution end-to-end of the series.
Right, and it's what happens when you give complete carte blanche to do whatever you want. And in just a matter of 4 or 5 years, really, you see things go from where they were here to some of the crazy machines that Chaparral and Shadow on and on were running.
Jackie Oliver was the driver of that particular Shadow, or the Shadow when it was in a competitive trim. And Oliver, very diversified guy, again, one of these racers of that era that really piloted so much different stuff from Can-Am all the way to Formula One cars.
Get another look at that Parnelli Jones driven car. And one note about, when you think about Parnelli Jones and you talked about his resume, how many drivers own a number? Because Parnelli Jones owns the 98. There are not many drivers, when you look through history, that just own a number.
David Nicolas driving this car. He has a shop that's local to the racetrack. He's actually driven his Formula 5000 car into the game. So when we talk about this particular 1981 version of Can-Am, the people that came out of it, there was a good crop of racers that used this as a stepping stone series, as so often needs to happen. You mentioned Teo Fabi. There have been others that went on to fairly notable IndyCar careers.
Yeah, and so many guys, well, even guys that were established IndyCar drivers, like a Mario Andretti, did quite a bit of racing in Can-Am at times. Danny Sullivan did very well in Can-Am. Even Paul Tracy. Yes. Paul Tracy just recently actually posted something on his Instagram page about when he spent a little time wheeling Can-Am cars around before he got the nod and the call to to step up to Indy cars.
And at the time, he would have been, what, around 17 years old or so, racing these massive machines.
I'll tell you what, he had the most colorful series of the SRX season of 2021.
Yes, he did.
I think it's so neat to have, in effect, the beginning, middle, end, and then rebirth of what Can-Am was. We had them on the racetrack simultaneously just a few minutes ago, and cars have taken their laps. Some of them have peeled in. Dave Nicole is going to take full advantage of the session. Trust me, I'd be doing the same thing. Another thing to bring up is we see so many cars, whether we're talking this particular car, Formula 5000, or even some of the various full-body cars we'll see later on today. The small block Chevrolet, let's be honest, it is the working man's engine, but the fact that that engine was so popular and used across so many platforms in road racing is still astonishing to me.
It's a really good point. Think of all the different chassis and body shapes we've seen it put in already here today.
Yeah.
You know.
And when you look at Can-Am, both between the small block and then also the big block Chevy, outside of the Porsche 917,
right,
exclusively won Can-Am championships. So you really see that engine was the choice. It was the one that could easily be put in and changed around the best and fit around all these wild chassis designs that teams are coming up with.
Well, unlike a Porsche 917, you could go to your local Pep Boys and get something you needed to fix your small and or big block Chevy. The 917 took a little bit more of a special piece or part.
McLaren, of course, was really the dominant make when we talk about that golden age of Can-Am. They won 5 championships in a row before the Porsche showed up and ruined their party. But when McLaren was at their peak in the early 1970s, believe it or not, a guy named George Boltoff, who was a California drag racer, ran a category called Top Gas, was recognized by Bruce McLaren because of his engine building ability. So this guy went from being a greasy-handed Southern California drag racer to moving to England to become the lead engine builder for McLaren. And really their cars were powered by Boltoff engines through the early 70s period. It's one of the things, again, we talk about the driver crossover in different forms of motorsports, but there was a fair amount of mechanical crossover. Smokey Yunick always had his hand in Indy cars and Trans Am cars, of course, stock car racing. We talk about a guy like Boltoff who transitioned back and forth. Traco was building engines for multiple series.
Do you know the fruit the McLaren orange color comes from?
No.
Hey,
papaya orange.
I figured you would know. Yep, papaya orange.
I particularly enjoy Maker's Copper.
Well, and of course, Bruce McLaren was from New Zealand, so that's where the papaya part of it comes from.
How about a underappreciated tiny country of producing incredible race car drivers?
Yes.
Right. Let's go down a short list of great Kiwi racers.
Okay.
You got Chris Amon.
Yep.
You got obviously Bruce McLaren.
Mm-hmm.
Denny Holm, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the list can continue to go on, but it is for a small nation.
Isn't Dixon?
Yes.
Dixon's from down there. And how about the Millen brothers?
Yes.
Rod
and Reese?
That's Steve.
Yeah. Steve, yes.
And Reese is the son.
It's the son.
Yeah, they're New Zealanders. And I gotta open my brain up here, but I know I'm gonna forget some New Zealand motorcycle racers. Yeah, give me a second here.
You have waded into territory I'm not familiar with.
Was not world's fastest Indian? Was he not from Bruce Monroe?
Burt
Monroe? Was he not?
I believe Burt Monroe was also a New Zealander. Yes. His offerings to the gods of speed. But yes, Burt Monroe, the land speed racer on his
he sure was.
Closed Triumph motorcycle.
He was a New
Salt Flats.
New Zealand motorcycle racer. Hey, pulled that one out deep, didn't I?
That was a good pull.
I went deep for that.
That was a deep cut.
And I bet if I really get to thinking later on when we break out we'll probably come up with some New Zealand Grand Prix motorcycle racers, I'm sure.
If any of you out there are watching are readers,
feel free to text somebody about it.
Bruce McLaren's book, Behind the Wheel. It was his self-written, or at least it was his autobiography. It might have been ghost-written, but of course it was written in the 1960s. But it romanticizes this era of racing when he talked to David Hobbs about it, how he would travel around the world, the series he would run, racing in what was really outdated equipment in New Zealand, then getting the shot to go to Europe, and it's an incredible read about a man who's really transformed racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Both in the driver's seat, running the team that obviously to this day still is doing so much around the world. Really an incredible story, and one of those names that around the world of motorsport needs to be etched in stone forever, and is etched in stone for sure in many different places.
There's a lot of incredible books out there about motorsports these days. Some really fantastic ones as a checkered flag comes out on our Budweiser back Lola. And we'll talk about some of those. In fact, we'll talk about David Hobbs. Hobbo has a book out.
Yes.
That's tremendous. So lots of great things that we'll be chatting about over the course of the weekend. As we watch this cool-down lap taking place, we want to update you on what's in store here on speedsport.tv. Hopefully you're enjoying our coverage from the American Speed Festival, the first ever. We're going to be seeing a lunch break here at the racetrack. So as that takes place, it's about an hour. So we're going to do, as they say technically in the biz, get the black. Which means that we're going to end up showing you the schedule, and then we'll come back in about an hour for some more action here.
Yeah, we get to see our run groups take to the track again a little bit later on, and some of the drivers that were on an ice-cold track this morning will have nice warm pavement, so we'll probably see a little bit more aggression out of our other earlier groups that we saw this morning.
Right, we get to see those cars come back out. Also, we might get to see some other cars that maybe didn't run that morning session add to our run group as well this afternoon.
It's a great point. There were plenty of cars really throughout every run group that you didn't see everything in, and you'll see everything over the course of 2 days. So make sure that you do not delay in your return to watching our afternoon here.
Yeah, and if your friends missed the first half of the day, now's a really good time to get on social media and on your phone and give them a buzz and say, hey, tune in for free to speedsport.tv, because there's a lot more coming from the American Speed Festival.
I want to put you both on the spot before we go to break. You have to pick one car that we saw on the course this morning. You have to pick one that you would drive this afternoon. Which one would you pick?
Either the open or closed cockpit Chaparral.
I love those shadow machines. I'd have to go with the shadow, I think.
Give me the Hornet, baby. I want some Hudson Hornet action in my life.
Wow. I worry about you, Loans. I really do. All right, so here's the schedule of what's coming up later. All those big and small blocks, and he goes for the Hornet. We're going to be back in about an hour. Lots more great stuff coming your way for the American Speed Festival.
This is something you can't miss.
What's behind racing? What's the motivation? Because I like to race. That sure is fun.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future.
Just about 30 minutes away from downtown Detroit is where you will find M1 Concourse. That's the home for the brand new American Speed Festival. The inaugural year is underway here at M1 Concourse, and the American Speed Festival has been thrilling fans all morning long here in Pontiac, Michigan. And now it's time for the afternoon's events. Fans here enjoying a beautiful Friday afternoon here at M1 Concourse. One racetrack, I don't think I've seen another anywhere in the country where you can get this close to the action. And the fans are soaking it all up along with the sunshine here today. Ralph Shaheen and Brian Loans with you, and this is a very unique facility here at M1 Concourse, Brian.
We really have to go back over 100 years to start talking about the history of this place. The Rapid Motor Company, which was the largest manufacturer of trucks in America in the early 1900s, was based on these grounds. In 1908, Rapid became part of General Motors, and for 100 years, trucks, buses, and other vehicles were built right here. Well, once the manufacturing moved away from this site, nothing was going on. The property was sold to the Racer Trust in 2011, and in 2014, after an extensive reworking of the place, the M1 Concourse was open and has continued to expand and grow since then, with 250 member garages and a 1.5-mile road course we'll be talking about, and along with that, 6 classes of competition, or actually 6 classes of demonstrating driving today.
That's right. Here's what you're going to see on our live speedsport.tv broadcast here today. We have supercars, we have feature car, historic stock cars, an endurance category, vintage Indy car, Can-Am as well, and within all of those categories, a wide variety of really cool racing machinery.
Bill.
And here's where they're going to be racing. Well, I shouldn't say racing.
Lapping. This
at
is
a high rate of speed.
Exactly. We're going to hear RPMs. We're going to hear tires squealing, and we'll be smelling the hot brakes on this 1.5-mile technical course here at M1 Concourse. Only 30 feet wide, which is why we're going to be seeing a lot of these single-file high-performance laps being made, and a 30-foot elevation change throughout the course of each lap on this high-performance driving circuit. Speaking of high-performance driving circuit, that is Dave Sherman making laps right now. A gorgeous, gorgeous open-bodied car here. You can see it's in that familiar, we mentioned it before, the papaya orange color of McLaren. It is a beautiful car, and we welcome Nate Dreyer to the broadcast as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again, guys. What an incredible afternoon it is, and see that Lola on track. Dave Sherman, part of the M1 Concourse team behind the wheel of the car. Going to be a great afternoon. Continue. What a great weekend this has already been and going to continue to be for certain.
Well, I guess if you're part of the team, you get extra laps, right?
Right.
So Dave is getting his share here today. And you're going to see some familiar faces in a wide variety of vehicles. And Dave right now this is a perfect example, because just in front of Dave is a Brabham, and then it gets even wilder in front of the Brabham.
So yes, that is the 1957 Arnold Special, and this is a car that was built by a man up in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, named Edgar Arnold, actually in British Columbia back in 1957. And really what it speaks to is it speaks to the era of sports car racing post-World War II. You're about 10 years out of World War II. You had millions of soldiers that went to Europe and saw these small cars, these small race cars, and you got an affinity for them. When they came home, they drove the stock versions, and then they modified them into machines like this.
And that is exactly what happened with Mr. Arnold in this case. In his early 20s, when he originally built this car and went forward with it, and it is incredible to see all of the work that he put into that machine and the attention to detail.
So you need something a little quicker, you say. Well, how about a Brabham? Just now in front of the Arnold is the little Brabham. There it goes. And this is maybe one of the, if it was in full race trim, could quite possibly be one of the quickest cars here today.
With one of the smallest displacement engines.
That's right.
It's a flyweight little race car. We joked about the fact that this is a car you effectively put on instead of actually climb into. But, you know, when we talk about open wheel racing on a developmental or on a sportsman level, these Brabhams were among the most popular cars in the world.
And a car that has utilized different engine combinations throughout its career as well. Has points had a Ford Cosworth 1 liter, a Cosworth SSC 1100cc engine as well. So, as you mentioned, maybe the smallest displacement here, but a very fast car, very effective race car for certain.
Doesn't have necessarily all of the aero working for it like the car right behind it, but still quick, really quick, and able to lap this track rather quickly. Now let's go to the tail back here behind. We start getting a much more modern look. This is what would be known, Nate, as a track attack car, hence that huge aero wing at the back.
Yeah, track attack, time attack, a lot of different variants that it may be used in that competition, but essentially it's a car built for lapping, a car built for time trial racing and putting up the best time possible. And you can see it, it's unlimited, it's built front and rear. The aero is out of control on this machine. You see one of its team cars, Subaru, racing around as well. It's a incredible car to see, and it's what's great about this feature class that you have all of these different cars together side by side and nose to tail.
Moments ago, we had a shot that you saw the Brabham and you saw the Subaru behind it. The Subaru looked like the Death Star. It was as big as a planetary. Look at that. That is a Subaru, and that gives you a great perspective on the size of the Brabham.
Which is just a little bit bigger than a go-kart.
It is. It is
when you see it, we're kind of half joking when we say that, but it does kind of give that appearance if you put it next to, like you said, the Subaru or a more full-size car.
As a wise man once said, it's a race car, only smaller. And these are cars that, you know, again, Formula Continental, Formula B, they were raced very competitively and not just at a club level. I mean, these were series where drivers would graduate through those series and eventually end up in the professional level of racing.
Right, you're essentially looking at the older versions of maybe the Road to Indy ladder that we look at today on the way to IndyCar. This car would have been a really critical point in young drivers trying to find their way into IndyCar, Formula One, Can-Am, whatever the series may have been at that time in the late 60s, early 70s.
And I think it's so interesting is when we look at the different paths that racers have taken over the course of time, whether we're talking about the kind of great era of the dirt racers working their way up into the race, the Indy 500, or we talk about how Formula racers came from go-karts eventually into cars like this. And not to say that these predated go-karts, but a car like that Brabham existed in an era before you had shifter karts and had the really high level of competitive go-karting we have today.
Well, the plan today is to keep everybody on course, but if you were going to get off into the weeds a little bit, you're going to have to work pretty hard to find some weeds around this place. It's meticulously maintained. You might want to go in this Porsche 911 rally car. And the 911, of course, so well known for its road racing exploits and victories all around the world, but when it comes to rallying and the East Africa Safari and other major rally events around the globe, with the Porsche 911 and 959 and that variant of the Porsche line of the 911, boy, they were strong.
Oh, they were, and it was an interesting way of how how Porsche got into rally racing was almost in reverse. They had customers, the company itself wasn't necessarily wanting to do it, but they had customers wanting to do it. They end up crafting customer cars, and this is a tribute to those cars. This is not a dedicated 911 SC, but which makes this even more fun because of the fact that this car gets regularly rally crossed, and as we've talked about earlier, Nate, this is not just a lap for fun in the rally cross. This guy's a regional champion multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Edelson owns this car, and not only is it good on the track, but this is a beautifully and well-done car that has awards at Eyes on Design, the M1 Dream Show, along with wins in events like Speedring and the SEC Detroit region.
Team Illuminata Motorsports is the team for Paul Edelson, and this is a 3.2-liter, basically a stock motor in that car. And now we go to the 3.3-liter powered 1990 Shelby Can-Am.
Dodge-powered.
Dodge-powered, yes.
Even more unique, really. And you put Carroll Shelby's name on just about anything, and it goes fast, and it draws a lot of attention. Nate, this was a spec form of motorsport that came around in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I actually called a bunch of these races, and it was a very popular series for a while, and then it left here and went overseas.
Yeah, absolutely. It was as you said, a spec series that helped launch a lot of careers, kind of as, once again, one of those ladder-type series here in the States. Eventually, a lot of these cars had interesting stories. The vast majority of them were bought up and went on to South Africa, where they ran a spec series there as well. So a very long, interesting history for a unique-looking race car, a car that's from the early 90s, but definitely gives you some heavy, heavy shades of a Can-Am car from either some of those 70s monsters or maybe even more so the early 80s Can-Am machines.
The design of the body comes from Peter Brock, and of course, you know, the connection between Carroll Shelby and Peter Brock goes all the way back to the brilliant design of the Daytona, which is a car that none of the guys at the Shelby shop even wanted to build because they thought it was ugly and weird, and turned out to be a stroke of genius and one of the best race cars they ever constructed. But to have Peter Brock's stylistic influence on this car really does complete that Shelby loop. Talked to the owner of this car, Al, the other day, and he said, you know, he's an engineer in the automotive field, and he's been working remotely. So he drives to M1 every day. His office is in his garage. At lunch, he spends the first 20 minutes of his lunch hour on the course making laps. He's living right.
There needs to be a lunch 2 hour, right?
Yes.
I mean, To have that sitting right there while you're working would be pretty hard to focus on the work.
And one of the things that he really likes about M1 Concourse that I think is very interesting is that they will run the course in different directions on different days. So he said, hey, you know, you're here, you're running this course, you're running clockwise all the time. He said it's actually a little bit faster to run counterclockwise the way you set up for the straights, and he said it keeps it interesting.
Just when you think you have it figured out in one direction,
right.
Kind of working our way back through the list here. Not everybody is going at full chat, if you will. That's one of the things we love about this event is it just gives you an opportunity to see, hear, and smell these cars. The cacophony of engine sounds, the wide variety of liveries and paint schemes that we see. Some of them classics, and some of the classics are just basic, like the all-white Chaparrals or the all-black Shadows that you're going to see later on here today.
And this car in its heyday, Gary Emery driving right now, but in its heyday, this car competed in the E-modified category of SCCA class racing. So, you know, in a general sense, any sort of racing, when we go down in the alphabet, the deeper in the alphabet we get, the smaller the engine displacement. And because of the fact that when we're talking about SCCA racing, you really only got to get about as big as a 305-ish small block. When you get down to E, you're talking a very small displacement engine, but this car has been run at the Monterey Historics, the Lime Rock Historics, the U.S. Vintage Grand Prix, and so, again, this is a driver, Gary, who's obviously very much into experiencing the vintage racing world, and he wanted to put this on his list to check off, which he's already got a pretty impressive list.
Well, we do have a fourth member of our broadcast crew. Hannah Lopa is joining us for the weekend, and I haven't seen her lately. Hannah, where have you wandered off to now?
I have made my way down into the events building here on the property, and I'm on the second level. There is an incredible view of the track. You can see all of the action. There's drivers up here. There are fans up here. You know, it's just such a beautiful weekend for these cars to be out on the track. There's so much for everyone here. You know, I just had lunch over in the pavilion. There's wine. There's all different kinds of liquor at the bar. We've got Maker's Mark. We've got Tito's. And then if you can see in the infield, they're doing RC car demonstrations and something for their electric karting demonstrations that they'll plan on having later this year. They're building a course for. So truly, you know, from car collectors to race enthusiasts and the whole family, there's really something for everyone here.
That's great, Hannah. Yeah, and folks are just in, I mean, what a beautiful day to be here. We can't say that enough because it really is just a gorgeous day. And the folks are taking it all in, the splendor of the sunshine and the beauty of the action on the racetrack.
We talked about it before we went to our initial break, but the racetrack's warmed up a little bit. Obviously, it's had some sunlight out all day and traffic, so we're starting to see some of these cars leaned on a little bit harder than we were when they were out this morning when both the tires and the track were ice cold.
And the drivers.
Yes.
Drivers weren't up to speed either, right? Takes them a while. And look, when you're dealing with cars of a vintage nature, they're finicky.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They're finicky. And it takes a lot of massaging at times to get them where they perform at their optimal best.
I'm going to sit back here and enjoy some of these sounds of the American Speed Festival.
That was the small displacement engine in the Brabham, and now we're going to get a little bit bigger with the Porsche. Now, how about a Dodge power plant?
Ralph, for answering a question with this particular car and its sound that everybody's already asked, or nobody has ever asked. What would a Dodge Intrepid sound like if we put headers on it and ran it full throttle?
Yeah. But it goes to show you what something that you might think is mundane.
Yeah.
If it gets tweaked on by the right group of hot rodders,
it can make some smoke, man.
It can.
I think those engines were rated about 200 horsepower from the factory and about 255 when they got put in these cars. So they did, as you said, put some work in there with some induction and camshaft changes and certainly remapping the fuel injection system. And it sounds racing.
Oh, sure. Sure looks it.
Yes.
I really love the way we talked about it a minute ago, how it has such a throwback feel to those original Can-Am cars and really has that wedge design to it as well. A car that I think really hit its goals in a lot of ways in terms of what they were looking for a car that was going to throw back to the look of that old Can-Am series and fit its name type, but at the same time also be able to be one of those spec series cars for the up-and-coming racing stars throughout the 1990s when it ran here in the States and beyond overseas.
I think its body design wasn't universally loved.
No.
It was debated quite a bit. Did they hit it right, or did they come up a little bit short? And I think it depends on which era of Can-Am you grew up with, right?
Oh, absolutely.
If you grew up with the cars of the 60s and early 70s, you probably think they came up a little short. But if you saw the cars in the later former F5000 type era, you might think it was a little bit closer.
You know, as Brock is, so well known as a designer, so well steeped in racing, I think when you look at this car, you can almost pick out what he was going for. If you look at the car from the back of the front tire to the end, he's going for that classic early-gen Can-Am look, the shadow, so to speak, of that area. If you look at that area forward, it's a Formula 5000 car where you have the open wheels and the bridging wing across the front. So, yeah, and to Ralph's point, I think anytime you're going to design a race car or anything that's going to carry some sort of a throwback name, you're always going to have people that are picking some nits, that's for sure.
And also you can throw in the design with the rear wheels covered. As many of these cars ran, you get a little bit of kind of that late 80s Jaguar sort of design in there as well. So a car that maybe specifically was looking more towards the Can-Am side, but also you definitely can see some endurance and kind of Group C or GTP type elements in the car as well.
And it did its job primarily as a series. We talked about how it lasted about 5 years, and there were about, I believe, 20 to 24 cars that started the SCCA runoffs in this class and the finals the first year. And it had dwindled to about a half dozen by the time the class was done. But it did fill a gap, which was then filled up by other open wheel cars, and that's where a lot of these racers ended up at. Checkers are out. Two nice sessions watching this little Brabham have some fun out there today. Been a pleasure. I'm sure we'll see that car tomorrow as the Porsche.
Well, this is just one of many categories we're going to see here today. Hannah, what do you have that you can help us preview what's coming up?
Stock cars are next up on track. Behind me you can see this mellow yellow Pontiac. We've got the Penske Dodge, some really familiar cars and well beloved in racing, so definitely really excited to see them hit the track once again here this afternoon.
It's definitely going to change the tone of the engine, that's for sure, Hannah. Big old American V8s are rumbling. We're going to have a lot more coming your way from the American Speed Festival from the M1 Concourse on speedsport.tv. This special presentation of Speed Sport is brought to you by Crosley. Coming up next here at the American Speed Festival from the M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan, is going to be the historic stock car category as we continue our live coverage from here at M1 Concourse on speedsport.tv. A really cool setting to now bring out some big old American iron. And then the Hudson Hornet.
Couldn't get much bigger or older than that,
well,
baby.
in its day, it was big old American iron, right?
It was. It was.
It really was. You know, and compared to the other cars that are on course, engine-wise, it ain't that big. But weight-wise, it probably is.
It defies the imagination that somebody looked at this one time and said, man, that would make a killer race car.
And it was.
And it did.
It was a killer race car. In fact, the stats on this car, Nate, are really pretty spectacular when you think about it. This is the sole surviving authenticated fabulous Hudson Hornet, and it just flat dominated stock car race.
Absolutely. Herb Thomas, the driver, or one of the primary drivers, and the most well-known driver of the Hudson Hornet machine, two-time NASCAR champion in the 1953 season when this number 92 machine was the one that Thomas was behind the wheel of. How about 15 races won and a championship for dominance? An incredible 1953 NASCAR season for this machine and Herb Thomas.
And if you have little ones in the house or big ones that are kids at heart, like the three of us, you might remember the movie Cars. And of course, this is what Doc Hudson was modeled after, the character voiced by the legendary Paul Newman.
You'll see the words Twin H Power on the hood of this car, and Twin H Power was an optional package from Hudson. It added a carburetor. So the car was rated at 145 horsepower stock. If you added the Twin H option, you got a second one-barrel carburetor, which brought it to 160 horsepower, all made before 4,000 RPM. But the real hot ticket in the racing package for this car was called the 7X engine. And when you ordered that 7X engine, you bought the car, ordered the engine, they then sent the engine to the dealer, and they installed the motor. And this was a package that was developed with Marshall Teague and Vince Piggins, as well as with Smokey Yunick. A larger bore, bigger valves, they relieved the block. You had polished combustion chambers, a high compression cylinder head, split manifolds, and dual carburetors, and now we're talking about a 230 horsepower engine.
Well, when you talk about containment seats in today's modern stock car world, this containment seat would be basically for a family of three across the bench seat in the front.
Right, it was the containment doors that this
Yes.
And you mentioned a family of three. Well, the car was ready for a family of three right away because this was a car that was sold back into the public in 1954, changed ownership hands before being restored. So an incredible story there. As we go a little bit more modern now is Brad Keselowski's 2012 Sprint Cup road course machine, Dodge, the Penske car, is working its way around the track.
The driver who finally brought Roger Penske a NASCAR Cup Series championship. This is the Miller Lite paint scheme on this car, but Penske operation, their stock car racing division, ran a wide variety of Miller colors on their cars. Of course, Rusty Wallace, the Miller Genuine Draft variation for many, many years, the black and gold. And then Brad Kay made this blue extremely popular.
Five wins over the course of that 2012 season for Keselowski at Bristol, Talladega, Kentucky, Chicago, and Dover, Delaware on the Monster Mile.
And Brad, who's, as we've mentioned before, now getting involved as part owner at Roush Fenway Racing as he continues his driving career, but looks forward to what he's going to do after that. He's also gotten into 3D modeling and has opened up his own company doing that. And he's actually doing quite a bit in the aerospace world. And I got to say, he's not a bad tennis player either. We've played, and he's pretty good.
I am much more familiar with Brad's dad and uncle because they are land speed racers, and they raced with an organization I was involved with years ago. They continue to race today. They had one of Brad's old cars with a 600-inch big block in it on nitrous, and in the standing mile, they were going 240-plus miles an hour. They just went out to Bonneville and ran nearly 280 miles an hour in a NASCAR-bodied stock car chassis.
Well, and Bob was a great oval track racer in his own right, Brad's dad. The whole family has been a part of racing from the very beginning of that family, it seems like, and came from Michigan. Yeah. So this is a home event.
It really is. Great to have the car here, and Bill Kittle, who's driving, has progressively gotten quicker and faster. And again, we don't have any timing and scoring because we do not want these to devolve into some sort of fender banging races as much as we would love to see it. But Bill Kittle's hustling around here about as fast as anybody we've seen today.
Well, you know, every single one of these guys is counting his way around, right? That was a 10th quicker.
Let's listen.
When you look at these Cup cars and you get a look at the nose, you can usually tell by how much grill opening there is whether or not it's a short track road course car or a speedway car. If it's a speedway car, that thing is pretty much locked down, shut up, cleaned up, and there's not a whole lot of space breathing things through.
It just sounds so good. Downshifting the thing into the corner.
Yeah.
So good.
Then there's this. Kyle Petty's old Mellow Yellow 42, and I think out of the Sabco Racing Stables, which was owned by Felix Sabatis, I think if, Jeff Gordon's Rainbow car was pretty shocking, right, when it first debuted on the scene. I think this also would fit in that category. That Mellow Yellow paint scheme was pretty wild back in the day, and a lot of people became Kyle Petty fans and cheered him on. Not just because Kyle's a great guy, but they just fell in love with this paint scheme.
They did. I mean, it's a beautiful car. Of course, Pontiac, unfortunately, has departed us as an active manufacturer, but Pontiac had a great history in NASCAR. In fact, for very many years was the winningest brand in NASCAR before being supplanted by others. But in this area, you're talking about an engine that makes about 650 horsepower. It's a Laughlin-built chassis, which was nicknamed Rock. One of the things that I think some people know and some people don't, stock car teams, especially in this era, had nicknames for every one of the chassis
Every one of
shop.
Rusty Wallace had Brandy and Midnight were two of the most famous chassis names of that era. And this was, you mentioned Laughlin, this is also the era when, living in Charlotte as I do, you could drive down the street back then and you'd see open trailers running all over town with bare frames on them, guys picking up a new chassis, and whether it was a Banjo chassis or a Laughlin chassis or wherever it was coming from, taking it somewhere else to get a body put on it by somebody else, and then over to somebody else to get it painted, and then eventually all that was brought in-house. And now you got to get all your chassis and center sections as we move on to the new car coming basically from NASCAR, where that's how that's all working out. But I think the other thing that people fell in love with Kyle, with this 42 car, not just the paint scheme, but the flowing locks that he had back then, and the mustache that he was running. Kyle really had the swagger going on in this era.
There was one person on this planet that could have pulled off that haircut successfully, and it was Kyle Petty. And he did it. And incidentally, that car won the Watkins Glen race back in '92.
This would have been Jack Sprague running in the early generation of the NASCAR Truck Series. You can tell by the fact that the car is so squared off and blockish in its appearance. Jack Sprague, one of the best when it came to racing in NASCAR's Truck Series.
Still fourth all-time in the win list.
Yeah, it will be for a while.
Yes, he will. You know, we talk about the Truck Series starting in the mid-'90s, but the original concept for the Truck Series, blame it on Buck Baker. Back in 1983, Buck Baker held a race called the All-American Pickup Truck 200 at Rockingham, and while it took a decade for that seed to germinate, it did show a little bit of interest. People wanted to see some trucks on a racetrack. And back when the series really came to fruition in the 90s, it was actually driven more by off-road racers who were afraid that they were going to lose a lot of their ability to race because of different land restrictions and stuff and the way things were going. So they were actually the ones that wanted to push pickup truck racing in NASCAR. And boy, what a success it's been.
Yeah, Walker Evans, the Stropes. Yep. There was quite a few of them that got involved in the Truck Series and did quite well with it. And then NASCAR also wanted teams like Hendrick and Roush and others, Childress, who were established winning Cup teams, to get involved and encourage their drivers, their name drivers, to get in and run some of the Truck Series events.
Well, Nate, like we were talking about with the Can-Am car earlier, the Shelby Can-Am car, that car didn't really find its long-term home, but these trucks sure did.
Well, look at that difference in that picture, right, with the fabulous Hudson Hornet getting lapped by the Cup or the truck here, and it just you see how far NASCAR has come in so many ways in that shot alone.
For sure, and back to the point, when you look at the truck series and what's happened, well, first off, when the series comes in, you see a lot more local short tracks being run by the series, well, and maybe a bit of a cyclical nature going back there, but obviously you get to see that series still to this day putting on such great shows in a very similar design, even with the changes to when it started.
Here it is again. A few decades of difference right there.
The Hornets laying over like the Andrea Doria coming around that corner, and the truck just kind of merrily jaunts by.
Another great moment here at the American Speed Festival.
But it is, and we spoke about it this morning, but it does bear repeating. That's the fun of an event like this. Generations of cars and trucks, as the case may be here, that you will never see on the same racetrack together.
No, I've been around NASCAR for quite a while, and I can tell you, this is the first time I've seen a fabulous Hudson Hornet at speed, whatever that is, right, in action on a racetrack of any kind, and it's just remarkable. The closest I'd ever seen anything like this, we talked about it earlier today, was Humpy Wheeler, the legendary promoter at Charlotte Motor Speedway, who built a Hudson Hornet to look like Doc Hudson's car as a promotional tool, and would show up at Cars and Coffees and things like that, and naturally would draw a huge crowd because you just don't see them.
You know, the story of Hudson is a fairly sad story in this case. Not their racing success was great, 51 to 54, they dominate NASCAR. But by 1957, the Hudson name has disappeared. Nash Calvinator is the company, and they retire the Hudson name. So as much success as they had banging around in the dirt and on the beach, it didn't save their financial backing.
And not just that, that's a real one.
Right.
Right?
Right.
The sole surviving one. Amazing. Just idling its way back in comes the old Jack Sprague truck.
And, just as a quick note, too, anybody that wants to be involved in vintage racing or vintage events like this, getting into one of these older stock cars that it's not 100 years old, this is a very affordable way to do that.
Yes.
Very affordable way.
Yeah, and speaking of Hendrick, which is where this truck would have come from, they have a new program going over there because of the new NASCAR chassis that are coming in. What do you do with all of the current cars and the ones that raced before that? Well, a lot of these teams, especially Hendrick with their Track Attack program, are taking these prominent old Cup cars, refurbishing them, painting them up any way you want them, and you got yourself one heck of a race car at a very cost-effective price. By the way, mention our name when you call them over there looking for one. Let them know we help sell them one. We're coming back with a lot more for the American Speed Festival. Where else are you going to find it? But right here on speedsport.tv. Stay with us all afternoon.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future. The American Speed Festival will bring together the best elements of the automotive world all together in one place in October.
We've really tried to capture some of the best elements from automotive events, really from around the world.
The advantage that we have at M1 is the fact that you can feel, you can touch, you can hear and smell the cars, the racing, the rubber, the tires, the gasoline, all of it here rather than a static car show.
So with our focus with the American Speed Festival, it is a celebration of racing and performance. We've made sure to include experiences and elements that are going to appeal from people that are 8 years old to 80 years old.
We're going to have a featured car. This year it's going to be Can-Am and Jim Hall. And what's really cool about that, again, it fits in this whole theme of innovation and genius of the automobile, because you're talking about a guy in the 70s that did amazing types of innovation on their cars.
I don't know if there's really anyone in the history of the sport who by themselves changed the sport globally the way Jim did. To car crazy kids like me in the 60s, Jim Hall was the Neil Armstrong of motor racing. He was a driver, he was a fantastic driver, he was a fantastic car designer. Later in his career, he was primarily a team owner and a captain of a team, won the Indy 500 and a million other races. So Jim could do it all, did it all, and did it all at the top level.
Whoever thought about putting snowmobile blower motors into a car to make it hug the road more, right?
This guy is a legend, an innovator for all things motorsports. So for us to kick off this new event here in 2021 and to celebrate, his achievement is a perfect combination. Car show elements and racing elements and competition, but it's also got food, wine, spirits, this festival of the finer things in life.
You're going to be able to touch, feel, smell these cars from the past, the present, and the future, taste the food, enjoy the camaraderie. And it's 30 minutes from downtown Detroit. It's in the heart of the Motor City where it all started.
This is something you can't miss if you love automobiles, cars, and racing.
This is the place to be in October, to find the best cars, the best of racing, past, present, and future.
Well, wherever you are around the world, we hope you are enjoying our live broadcast of the American Speed Festival from the M1 Concourse here today on speedsport.tv. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Loans, and Nate Dreyer with us, and we've been joined by an old friend and a legend on the racetrack and in the broadcast booth, our good buddy David Hobbs. How are you?
Legend, don't look at over my shoulder for so long. Well, it's good. I haven't been on one of these headsets now for about 4 years, so yeah, it's good to be back. And I tell you what, it's a splendid day for a motorsports event. An amazing selection of cars here, and obviously to be working with you again, Ralph, after a long time ago.
Yes,
so,
it has been, yes. We've shared many a microphone together. So as you've seen this for the first time, what has really stood out to you? Is there a particular car that you've seen that really got your attention, or just the overall event itself?
Well, the overall event is incredible, and they've called up, Tim McGrain, who now runs this enterprise for Paul Zlotke. It's a pretty damned impressive place when you get here. I mean, you just can't believe how many garages there are here, and this lovely little track. It's a little bit short, but I mean, it certainly serves its purpose. And for the first time at this event, I mean, obviously the first time's always a bit of a chore. They've got their brand new centre there, the reception centre, which is terrific. And we used it a couple of times earlier this week for the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America.
There you go, yeah.
And,
newly inducted.
But there are some amazing cars here, and there's a lot of them too. I mean, some of the ones I drove are here, and a lot of old faces. When I say old, I mean old. So yours truly included. But so it's for a first event, it's tremendous.
It is. It's been a great pleasure to be a part of this, and obviously between the Motorsports Hall of Fame and being able to walk through the paddock and see some of the cars that you've driven, there's probably been a lot of good stories shared, a lot of good memories shared as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my TS5 is here. It's not being driven; it's being displayed. The TI-22 that I drove back in 1971 is here, being driven, and of course some Chaparrals against which I raced in 65, 66, 67. There's the Jaguar XJR that I drove in Daytona 1984, coming third with Bill Adam and Doc Bundy. So there's a lot of cars here that I've seen and been around. Of course, a lot of Indy cars which I raced against. So it's a fascinating collection, and you got to thank all the people that went to the trouble to bring those cars here. Some have come a long way.
Absolutely, Mr. Hobbs. I think you mentioned all those cars and all those years that you raced. What about your career and about those that had careers around your time do you think made you all so unique to be able to transfer between all those different kinds of cars, the different eras, with how much things really were changing in those 20, 30 years or so?
Well, the most unique thing, in my case, is that I'm still here. Because, about 25% of the people I started with were killed racing. You look at some of those cars, they're pretty flimsy, obviously as time went on. And the thing about my era was it was so dangerous because speeds picked up enormously. Tremendous increase in engine power and reliability, and a huge increase in tyre technology. When I started racing, Dunlop R5 was the only tyre. A sports car tyre was about that wide. Formula One tyre was about that wide. They had a good tread, rain or shine, it didn't matter. And then, of course, suddenly, Firestone and Goodyear got involved in international racing. Rim sizes went right out here, big, and of course slicks came in, so the grip levels went way up. But the circus didn't change much. There were still tons of trees. There were still tons of earth embankments. There were hedges. I mean, the 917s around Spa, where Brian Redman was so successful, won it 5 times. With the 917 Porsche, they're averaging 155 miles an hour through the Belgian countryside. I mean, the only thing between you and the cows in the field was the barbed wire fence.
Yeah.
And houses were there, lampposts, all sorts of stuff. Just no safety features at all. So it's changed a lot.
I remember you talking about that in conversations over the years. It's just remarkable to hear about it. As we get ready to take you to Cars on Course, let's go quickly to Hannah Local one more time.
Well, we just saw our stock cars go out in that last session. I'm here with that number 2 Penske Dodge driver, Neil Hanneman. Neil, what can you tell us about that car?
So that's a 2012 Penske Dodge. It's an authentic car. It's one of the ones that Brad Keselowski used to win his championship that year. And the car's not detuned at all. I mean, it's got the same 800 horsepower motor and all the chassis bits, and so it's really an amazing car. We're out here just playing with it, checking it out, and having some fun.
Now, are you the same Neil Hanneman that worked for Dodge and Chrysler that was involved in the racing?
I did. I've got a pretty good history with Chrysler, and that's why I'm here. The team running this car, and the car is owned by a gentleman named Brad Kittle, and but the crew is all Chrysler or former Chrysler employees. So when Brad said, "Hey guys, you want to run my car?" They said, "Okay," and called me up, got me to come out and drive it.
What was it like finally getting to get out on the track and take it around for a couple of laps?
Well, I've been working on the car for a couple of days. I've spent time getting the seat right and the belts and everything adjusted, so the car felt great. It was a little distracting because we had to push start the car. We got all prepped and we got here and the starter failed on us. So we had a tough start, but the car is fabulous. There's some things that whoever drove it before me, Brad, he must have much stronger legs than I do, because I'm having a little bit of trouble getting the car stopped, and maybe I'm just getting old.
Well, Neil, look like you're really enjoying yourself out there. Appreciate your time so much, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right, Hannah, thanks a lot.
Hannah, some of the most exciting race cars of the weekend are out on track right now. The Chaparrals of Jim Hall, they're out circulating. This is the 2, David, and I'm trying to remember, was it the 2E is out on course as well?
I have seen that car before.
What was the most familiar vantage point?
Just disappearing over the hill in front of me at just north of Montreal, the old circuit up there. I first came over in 1995 with a Lola T70. This was a very, very badly judged venture. We should never have come because we didn't have anything like enough money. But I actually came third at Mont Tremblant, behind that car and Bruce McLaren. So I felt pretty pleased with that. Then the following week, it was there again at Mossport Park, also in Canada, and I qualified very well. But unfortunately, I didn't finish the race. But I mean, it was so I have raced against that actual car, albeit 50, 60 years ago.
Well,
56 years ago.
As we said with our live stream, folks are tuned in from around the world watching our coverage of the American Speed Festival here at M1 Concourse on speedsport.tv, and we're pleased to announce that Mr. Hall himself, Jim Hall, is tuned in and is watching his cars and his family driving them, and we're glad to have him a part of the show today.
When we talk about the legacy, of course, we talk about the legacy of Jim Hall, these creations and these cars. It is an amazing thing to think about him watching, not only watching the cars, but watching them via the internet at home. I think even Jim Hall, as forward-thinking as he was back in 1965, would have never envisioned this scenario.
Yeah. Earlier this year when I was at the Indianapolis 500, I had an opportunity to sit down with Mario Andretti in looking ahead to this event, and I had a chance to ask Mario, what was it like racing against Jim Hall and his famed Chaparrals?
I was driving for Ford, the Mark IV, and I was leading the race. And the Chaparral, it was the competition we had at the time, and I just could not shake that car. And it was Phil Hill was in the car, and all of a sudden, I look back and I see big plume of smoke. I said, "Oh, how beautiful!" Because the Chaparrals were always so extremely formidable. And we talk about Jim Hall, the innovator, how much he knew about aerodynamics at the time, and he had everyone covered. So kudos to Jim. I only wish that I would have the opportunity to drive one of those cars at one time or another. But again, all the respect that could possibly come up is for Jim Hall. Again, he's one of those that will made an enormous mark in our sport.
Very nice words from the great Mario Andretti about racing against these cars right here that came from Jim Hall and his Chaparral organization.
Well, of course, as you can see, the car on the left has no wing, but it was still a very, very effective race car and won a ton of races. Something like 14 out of 16 starts in 65. The other car with the high wing, of course, that came out, and that really set the cat among the pigeons because it had that fantastic wing, which was adjustable. So when you're going down the straight, you had a pretty low angle of attack, and when you wanted to brake, it went up. So that got everybody by surprise, and it worked very, very well.
When you first saw it, did you think they were absolutely crazy? Because it's driver controlled too, right?
Yes, it is. Well, in the end, the FIA thought they were crazy because they banned them. Because people like Lotus, everybody went. And the first Formula 5000 I drove over here in 1969 had a high rear wing, which was not controllable. It was just at one rate all the time, but it was mounted on suspension. So as you can imagine, there was always an issue. As the suspension goes up and down, we had to have rose joints and all sorts of things in the pillars, so that it would go up and down independently. But it was very effective, and I won a lot of races with that car over here. And then, of course, Formula One used them extensively. Anyway, they had a huge shunt in the Spanish Grand Prix, and from then on they were banned. But it was a heck of an idea. And Jim brought it out, his actually was, even his early ones, was more sophisticated than a lot of people did later on. That was probably because of his amazing engineering background and his ability. I mean, he was a very clever engineer and came up with some fantastic ideas.
A guy like Jim Hall in racing, we see it happen very, very infrequently, but he's a man that could see things a bit ahead of time, ahead of others. Not that, he could also figure out how to put really kind of empirical ideas into practice. When he had a concept, he was able to actually take the concept and turn it into an actual physical reality, and ultimately that was his genius, right? Being able to understand aerodynamics, of course, we talk so much about in the wing, but really the undercar aerodynamics too were a place he was brilliant.
Well, exactly, because the first car, the 2 and the 2E, and they were very successful without. I mean, they were very aerodynamic as it was, but they're dead, and also very, very successful. Now, the car with the high wing here is a number 66, but also here on display is the number 1 car, which in 1967 was in the World Championship of Endurance Mates and won the BOAC 1,000 kilometers at Brands Hatch. I just happened to be on the pole position in that race. Not that I put the car there myself. I was driving with the great John Surtees, who put the car on pole. Unfortunately, as soon as the race started, we sort of run into all sorts of issues with the car. And that car, the one that's here, went on to win the race in the hands of Bill Hill, first American Formula One champion, and Mike Spence.
The only win for that car.
Yes, it was. It went. We also ran across it, I think, at Reims in the 12-hour. We didn't do very well there either. In fact, everywhere we went, we didn't do very well. At Nürburgring, we had all sorts of problems, and the front wheel came off when I was out in the sticks. And of course, as you know, it's a 14-mile circuit. So at one stage, you're about 8 miles from the pits, and that's where the wheel came off. So that wasn't too great, but. It was a very advanced car, and I just heard yesterday that they had a lot of trouble with the oil seals because it's an automatic, but it had a large torque converter, and only 2 gears really, and they had a lot of trouble with oil seals apparently. And then by Brands, they've got that issue sorted out. Because one of the things about Jim was he had pretty good resources, being an oil man from West Texas. So he always had good resources. He had a great relationship with General Motors, and I mean, it all paid off for him in the end. I mean, he was very, very, very successful.
Such a great experience being able to see these cars making noise, driving under their own power, and again, watching the wing work. I could sit there and stare at it for hours.
Yeah, and one of the things as I watched them come by now, the cars were so radically designed, but the paint scheme was so simple.
Yeah.
But it really works, and there's something about it. That white, I guess it would be like a refrigerator white. They talk about that, right? It's a pretty bright white, and it really gives you an opportunity to see the lines of the car and what they did with the body shapes aerodynamically, with a little bit of black accents, whether it's just the numbers or the strips around the bottom. It's just a beautiful paint scheme on these designs.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Yeah.
All right, Hannah, well, let's go down to you there.
I've got Kai Anderson here, grandson of Jim Hall. Now, you had the opportunity to drive one of the other Chaparrals earlier. Have you noticed any differences between this one and the way that they handle on track?
Yeah, one of the biggest differences is this one's open cockpit, obviously, so it feels a lot different. Yeah, they're a little bit different cars. This one's a little bit smaller feeling, a little bit lighter, a little more nimble feeling. The other one's got a lot of power. It's big, fast, scary, you know. But they're both amazing to drive. They're both so cool.
Are there any other details that are significant differences between the two aside from the open wheel?
Maybe one of the bigger differences is the 2F is a big block and this is a small block, so that's where the power differences come from, I think. And the 2F is a little bit heavier as a result of that, but both have similar high wings. They're both same gearboxes, similar to drive, yeah.
Well, Kai, thank you so much. It's so glad to see you kind of follow in your grandfather's footsteps and take these for a ride around the track. We appreciate your time. Guys?
Yeah, Kai is here, and Jim Hall Jr. is here as well, if you weren't with us earlier today. And Jim Hall himself, watching from back home in Texas. Glad to have you with us, Jim. Wish you could be here with us. We're going to take a quick break, but we're coming right back on SpeedSport.tv for much, much more from the American Speed Festival.
Our first year, you know, we're celebrating Jim Hall and his achievements in Can-Am.
Two of the big themes of the American Speed Festival are creativity and innovation, and I don't know of anyone that better represents those two things than Jim.
We're going to be bringing up a few of his cars, so you'll be able to actually see them here on the track, on the surface.
We're going to celebrate the Master of Motorsports Award here, where Jim Hall is going to get the first Master of Motorsports Award.
He was going to be the best, and he was going to do everything it took to be the best and build the best cars, and he went out and did it.
Hey everybody, it's Brian and Hannah. It is actually Thursday afternoon, and we got in early because, well, we're the cool kids, and we have a camera at one of these, so we get to do cool stuff. Hannah, there's a lot of neat stuff rolling in back here.
Really looking forward to this weekend. There's so much diversity in the vehicles that we're going to be seeing out on track this weekend, so it's going to be a good one for sure.
Let's take a quick look at see what we can find back here in the paddock.
We're seeing a lot of incredible cars here in the paddock this weekend, and of course some star power, big names this weekend, like three-time IndyCar champion Bobby Rahal. Both of these cars behind me belong to him. Of course, he raced a Porsche 906 early on in his career, and being an IndyCar driver, he had to have a Gurney Eagle.
Hannah's over there talking about Gurney Eagles and Porsche 906s. I'm here to tell you about Jim Hall. He's our big featured maker this weekend, the Chaparral race cars. This one behind me is pretty interesting. It's bright yellow. They called it the Yellow Submarine. This is the Chaparral 2K, which raced first at the Indy 500 in 1979 with Johnny Rutherford behind the wheel, and then would go on to be the 1980 IndyCar Series champion, also with Johnny Rutherford driving. What makes this car so special is one of the things that Jim Hall really perfected throughout his career, designing all of his sports cars, which was using aerodynamics to increase grip and to increase traction and to increase performance. it looks like a pretty standard Indy car up top, but underneath there's a lot of tunneling and different devices used underneath the body to create downforce to suck the car to the racetrack. You might not be able to see it here, but all the competition saw it in 1979 when he led 104 laps before the thing broke, but then in 1980 came back and won the championship. And that is the story of the Chaparral 2K.
Brian, Jim Hall is certainly a racing superstar. I've come across a Hollywood star. This Newman Racing March 817, also raced by Bobby Rahal and Al Unser, had its best year in 1981. Out of 10 races, they had 4 victories. But I think Brian's with a car that hasn't had any victories. Brian?
So pretty much everything you're going to see this weekend at M1 Concourse has a piston-driven engine in it, except for this car and really the one sitting next to it. This is the 1968 Lotus 56 Indy car that was driven by Graham Hill at the 1968 Indy 500, and it is powered by a gas turbine engine. Remember, back in the 1960s, you could do pretty much whatever you wanted at the Indy 500. There were very few regulations on anything. And in 1967, Andy Granatelli showed up with a car powered by a turbine. Well, they cut the rules back on these turbines to try to slow them down because Granatelli's car almost won the race in 67. This car didn't almost win the race in 68, but it was fast. Graham Hill qualified in the number 2 position, but unfortunately during the race he was unable to complete it. What makes this thing so special is the fact that it has this Marcel Philippe designed wedge body, which would go on to be used in other forms of motorsport like F1 and others, very highly influential. It was 4-wheel drive and, as mentioned, a gas turbine engine. The Indy 500 got a lot different after that 1968 year. They changed the rules to restrict the turbines even more. They then outlawed 4-wheel drive, and everything went back to piston engines, primarily Offenhausers. So this is the brief, very brief story of Graham Hill's failed attempt to win the Indy 500 in a turbine car, but my God, is this thing good looking. Of all the significant cars we have here this weekend, and don't get me wrong, there are a ton of them, this Corvette behind me may be the most significant of all. It's owned by Ken Lingenfelter of Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, and it is known as XR87, or it is the Duntov Mule Car. Basically what you're looking at here is a 1953 Corvette body on a 1955 Corvette chassis. Those two things came together because Zora Arkus Duntov, an engineer who became immensely famous in the high performance and hot rodding world, told GM executives, unless you put a V8 in this car, you're never going to sell enough of them. Because when the Corvette first debuted, it came out with the Blue Flame 6. It was a really kind of crummy inline-6 engine meant for trucks and family cars. Didn't have a lot of power, also only had a 2-speed Power Glide transmission. Well, Duntov convinced the brass at GM that they need to start testing V8s in these cars, and lo and behold, this is the car they did it with. The first V8 they put in it was a dual-quad version of the 265 cubic inch Power Pack V8, which was available in 55 Chevrolets and other cars like that. But it's the second engine that Zora Arkus Duntov really made history with. A 307 cubic inch version of that same 265 that used a special camshaft that he designed himself that forever became known as the Duntov Cam. Hot rodders for decades would buy Duntov camshafts to put in their engines to make extra horsepower, especially in small block Chevrolets. But this particular car was driven by Zora Arkus Duntov at over 160 miles an hour on the sands of Daytona Beach, setting speed records and convincing GM to put a V8 in the Corvette. Lo and behold, that's the car, and the engine in it is the actual engine that was driven on Daytona Beach, that same 307 cubic inch plant that supposedly NASCAR great Smokey Yunick had something to do with. And now you know. It has been a great afternoon just kind of wandering around here looking at stuff pull in. It's going to be great all weekend long as the paddock continues to fill up. Hannah, I am really surprised how much you knew about that March 817.
Well, it's safe to say that I had some help and a very good teacher, but I'm learning a lot this weekend, and there's so many spectacular cars, so looking forward to learning some more.
She's going to be learning, I'm going to be learning, and we're going to be watching race cars on this beautiful course here at M1 Concourse all weekend long. Enjoy the American Speed Festival.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
American Speed Festival from the M1 Concourse. Back with you here live on speedsport.tv on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Stay with us through tomorrow afternoon because we're going to have live coverage from here again tomorrow. And yes, everything here is vintage, but of different eras, and not everything is very old. This is one of Kevin Buckler's racing cars, the Adobe Road guys, and that's not that old, David.
The oldest thing here, I tell you, matey, is standing right next to you right now. That is absolutely the oldest thing here. So.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's the sweepstakes is here, and that's
right too.
It might have you by a month.
It is breezy
It is
afternoon.
getting breezy. Yeah, it is starting to pick up a little bit. Well, this is our booth here. We're just in front of. We were trying to figure out exactly how you would describe this, David. It's
twisty.
Twisty. I like that. That works.
Oh, you want more? Okay,
I was looking for a technical term, and you gave me one.
Yeah, yes, didn't you know that? It's a very technical term. It's only about 1.5 miles long. Of course, it's not that wide, but it's quite interesting little corners. Of course, like a lot of race car designers, they threw in a couple of those little kinks all at the wrong place when you're trying to brake and overtake people, so it makes it a bit complicated. But of course, this weekend, as we know, we're not racing. I was talking to someone at the paddock. I said, well, we're not racing. And he said to me, well, we're not really racing. I said, you show me a driver that sits in a race car with a strip of asphalt in front of him. He tells me he's not going to race.
Yeah. Well, you're sporting some new jewelry here this weekend.
I am.
Yeah. How was the Hall of
That
Fame?
is my Motorsports Hall of Fame of America ring, class of 2009 inductee. And after the event, Ron Watson, who was our president, then said, how would you like to do the emceeing next year?
Yeah.
And I said, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Well, here we are, 12 years later, still hobbling up on the stage.
And how was it this week?
It was fantastic because we had two inductions. We had Monday was 2020 and Wednesday was 2021, so it's good.
Here's a look at the Monday group right here. You had Red Byron, the legendary NASCAR champion, Mr. Rick Hendrick. Jackie Eakes went in.
Yeah.
Tiny Lundboy, Wally Dallenbach Sr., and Chris Carr, flat track racer.
Chris Carr was awesome, and so is Ivan Stewart. I mean, when you see what those two guys have done, it's absolutely extraordinary.
And as the resident drag racer, I have to defend our honor with Ohio George Montgomery as well.
Well,
great drag racer, and even IndyCar engine builder.
He was there, and he was very successful IndyCar builder. But Chris Carr, the year I was inducted, 2009, Scott Parker was also inducted, and he was there this weekend. Unfortunately, because we were in the bar rather late one night. But apparently he outwon Chris Carr. But Chris Carr was very careful to point out on the Tuesday lunchtime event that he actually beat Scott Parker to podiums by one. He's got 208 podiums. Scott Parker's got 207.
Two legendary.
They were a funny couple, those two. That Chris Carr.
Legendary Harley-Davidson factory racers for
absolutely.
sure. And then on Wednesday, you had this incredible group. There we go. Davey Allison, Larry Dixon, another drag racer, the three-time champion, right?
Yes.
My good buddy, we lost him a few years back to great Nicky Hayden, American Grand Prix world champion, Fran Muncie, Judy Stropus.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, she was great too.
How fantastic is it to see Judy get in? Just another great list. And Janet Guthrie, who I hear they're getting ready to do a movie about, and then everybody's buddy when it comes to racing, Robin Miller.
Yes, it was a touching night because the tribute to Robin Miller was very touching, and of course we saw a couple of videos of Robin, which was also very moving. Davey Allison was proposed by Larry McReynolds, his crew chief, when he had all that winning streak back in the 90s, and he was magnificent. And then Liz Allison, his widow, came up and she spoke, and they were all great. And of course, meanwhile, Bobby Allison was sitting out in the audience, and he's just an amazing guy. I mean, his face just doesn't change at all. He has trouble walking, of course, but because after that terrible accident.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, they were a group. Larry Dixon was very good, very young. He still looks very young to me, and I mean, the stuff he's done.
Did he talk you into going for a ride in his 2-seat top fuel car? Would you do that?
No, you're kidding.
Well, you're sitting here telling me about racing at Spa with one hay bale protecting a lamppost, and you won't go for a ride with Dixon.
Yeah, but there was a hay bale. I mean, let's get serious. I mean, yeah, that hay bale is as you came out the Master Kink, which is at the end of the long straight, downhill straight. So you arrive at the village doing about 220 or something like that. Then you kink through the village, and the clipping point on the way out was one of those Continental concrete lampposts. Yeah. So they led to straw bale against it. The only trouble was that straw bale was the same straw bale for years and years and years. So it got a bit ratty towards the end.
Speeds went up, the bale never changed.
Yeah, because the old cows are looking at you out the fields there, because it's pretty wet in Spa. It can be very wet.
Yeah.
And the only thing between you and them was a barbed wire fence.
Incredible.
So it was a bit tricky in those days. You didn't want to go off.
Ray Nichols was also on that list to be coming in 2021, and Nichols is a guy who had great history in NASCAR, and he built
incredible,
and I think one of the coolest race cars of all time in the early the 62, 63 time frame. Gets contracted by Pontiac to work on this Super Duty car that they were going to race down at Daytona at the Continental 250 at the time. 421 Pontiac, dual quad carburetors, builds this thing. It laps a Ferrari 250 GTO twice on the way to winning the Continental 250, which, again, wasn't run on the road course. It was run on the oval, but it was a great success story for Pontiac that they touted. Incidentally, Mercedes-Benz ended up buying that car years later, taking it back, and did a engineering study on it, disassembled it, and no one's seen it since.
Wow. That's crazy. I actually got to know Ray a little bit, did a little work with him on a project that he was involved with, and he spent quite a bit of time just chatting about everything he did with the great winged cars.
Oh, yeah.
In NASCAR back in the day. And he said when they first took the first set of winged cars down to Talladega and ran them, they got so much downforce out of that wing, it actually bent the frame down.
Crikey.
And they had to go back and rethink that a little bit.
The downforce you could create is absolutely enormous. Obviously, when you get an airplane and the wing's the other way up, you'll lift 200,000 pounds up in the air. Well, obviously, if you put the same thing on the car and pushing down at 200 miles an hour, you get some pretty serious downforce.
Were the stock cars you drove in the 70s the worst aerodynamic things you drove, or was there anything? Would that be considered the?
Might have been just the worst thing. Period.
Coefficient of drag of a small home type of thing.
Well, you didn't really think of them as being very aerodynamic, but the worst thing about them was, I did the very first race that became the Rolex 24, the Intercontinental 3-hour in 1962. I'd been married about 3 weeks, so I said to the missus, "Oh, by the way, I'm just popping over to America for about a month." That went down like a lead balloon. Anyway, after the 24-hour race, which I didn't finish, after the 3-hour race, I was asked to drive a Holman and Moody Galaxy.
Wow.
And that was, I'd averaged 150-odd mile an hour around the oval. Well, I'd never even been 150 mile an hour before. So I'd always driven a low Elite, which should do 120 on a downhill with a following wind. So it was a bit scary. But the worst thing was, they said when I went up, "Hey, by the way, Hobbs, what's your name, Hobbs? When you're coming in the pits, you better start backing off around about turn 3, you know." I said, "Yeah, right." So the first time, I just sailed right through the pit. When the damn thing didn't stop at all. I mean, absolutely zilch stopping power.
Yeah.
And then I drove that one in '76 for Benny Parsons, Monte Carlo, a Malibu. And they were the same. They still had terrible brakes. But I did lead a lap of the 1976 Daytona 500 because, not being very bright, I was out there, the yellow flag went out, and everybody disappeared. Except me.
Except for you.
So I'm out there on the track, led a lap at Daytona.
Hey.
So
you're in the record books.
Then I stopped.
You're in the record books.
Yeah.
And with that, we're going to take a real quick break because we're going to be getting cars back out on track here soon at the M1 Concourse. We don't want to miss any of that action. So stay with us right here live on speedsport.tv.
I'm Hannah Lopa, and I'm here with a very special guest, Al Dean, who's participating in the events here at the M1 Concourse this weekend. He does happen to be a garage owner as well, but right now we're at a very special garage that he will also be helping host for this weekend's event. Tell us a little bit about what makes this garage so special.
Yeah, well, the M1 Concourse is a great platform that you have both the garages and the track where you can have both performance driving and the show vehicles or the people that like the classic cars. So I have a friend that has a couple of garages here, and he has a garage on the other side of the track that he decorated and is kind of a man cave and has the racers that we take on the track. Those cars are a little dirtier, but this garage is unique because his wife designed it, and this garage is really what I kind of call the museum, and it's really set up for friends and family and some great great entertainment with a great view of the performance track out here. So it's kind of a unique garage with some very personal touches for the couple.
What are some of those personal touches?
Well, we'll take a quick tour, but there's one side of the walls here that his wife really wanted the cars to come home to a village street, and then on the walls, each garage has a number that has some meaning to their relationship, and really wanted each car to kind of come home to its own garage. So you'll see in the decorations here, it's pretty cool.
Now tell us a little bit about some of the vehicles that are being housed in this garage.
Well, this is mainly modern cars. The collector likes to look for low volume cars. These are what I would call museum quality type cars. Each car has a story or is very unique, but he was an automotive executive that's just recently retired, and he wanted to kind of honor all of our customers that we deal with in the auto industry. So it's not just a Ford garage or a Chevy or a Toyota, but he has basically unique cars from all major OEMs around the world.
Now behind you we have this Dodge Viper tribute car. Elaborate a little bit about what makes this car significant and why it's here this weekend.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of cars here that you'd call tribute cars. They're as close to a race car as you can have, maybe as buying an OEM car and then dressing it up to look like a real racer. So this one is actually a Viper ACR, and the tribute was basically for the CEO that owns this garage. The company sponsored racing back in 2015 and won 4 of the most prestigious endurance races. So this car has basically got the medallions, so the champion medallions of that. And it was in the corporate headquarter lobby for the employees and fans to appreciate. So.
Now tell us a little bit about those medallions and the significance of those races that this vehicle won.
Well, I'm an automotive engineer in the industry, and I would tell you that racing is probably one of the best proving grounds for not only developing talent and you as an engineer and how you do your problem solving and work as part of a team, but also the endurance racing of having to be full on the gas or full on the brake. There's no in between, there's no coasting, and it's the most toughest endurance and durability that a car can see. And so for whatever component on the car, whether it's engine, powertrain, braking systems, even your air conditioning system for the drivers, it's just amazing what the durability is on a race car. So it's a great proving grounds and a great way for auto industry technology to be developed.
Now this tribute car has something that the original did not. When you lift up the hood, there's kind of a little secret in there. Why don't you tell us what that is?
Well, if you're a car buff, you always love signatures, and this one's got some great signatures of the winning drivers, the crew, and the factory sponsorship that Dodge provided. So we've got some famous automotive tribute names in there.
Now there's a very special car at the front of this garage here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we got Eleanor. Eleanor is always a fan favorite whenever there's a hospitality or an event here at M1 Concourse. And if you're familiar with Gone in 60 Seconds, you know about Eleanor being a famous car that was in the series with Angelina Jolie and Nicolas Cage. And this one is a real replica that's licensed from the Gone in 60 Seconds movie.
Well, Al, thank you so much for showing us around, and enjoy your time out on the track.
Thanks. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been over in the Paddock area. There are some fantastic vintage racers here. I just hope Michigan weather cooperates for us, but it should be very exciting next 2 days.
It's looking to be a beautiful weekend.
Good.
This is something you can't miss.
What's behind racing? What's the motivation? Because I like to race. That sure is fun.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future.
Hey everybody, it's Brian Loans with Hannah Lopa. We are on the high-performance racing circuit here at the M1 Concourse. Hannah, you travel all over the country with Moto America. You see a lot of different racetracks, facilities. This place is unique.
This place is definitely incredible, Brian. So many different members, and the garages are just absolutely unreal, some of the things that we've seen so far this weekend. And there's a real sense of community here. You know, everybody really enjoys getting together and taking advantage of this event that we're having here this weekend.
Yeah, bringing out some of the coolest high-performance and race cars from really all across the world, but a lot of really great American cars here this weekend. There are 250 garages on the property. All but 5 of those, or 4 of those now, apparently, have been sold. So if you're interested in being a part of this community, it is really incredible, and it goes far beyond just the circuit we're standing on, which is 1.5 miles with 30 feet of elevation change, like 11 turns. It's a really killer road course. They actually run it in both directions for the members as well. Events here, you got the event center behind us where they just had the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America induction. So I want one. I don't know if we can all kind of chip in on one of these together. Maybe Ralph wants one of these garages.
Maybe we can go in on a garage together. But as you mentioned, you know, the track is really looking forward to holding more events like this in the future, especially to involve the public and the community here at the M1 Concourse.
And to think, years ago, we were standing on ground that used to be a GM truck plant. It sat for years, completely abandoned. It has been transformed into this facility. It's unique in America, and certainly something you should come check out here in Pontiac, Michigan.
We are back here at the M1 Concourse, more of the American Speed Festival. Coming your way live on speedsport.tv, Ralph Shaheen, Brian Loans, Nate Dreyer, and our good buddy David Hobbs joining us as well as we get ready for the endurance category machinery moving out onto the racetrack. David, we were talking about this earlier amongst ourselves. You have competed in so many different genres of motorsport, a wide variety of cars, different teams. If you had to pick one now, is there one car or team you didn't get to drive for that you would like to have wheeled?
Well, I did the Indy 500 4 times. I think I perhaps would like to have done a few more IndyCar races. I'd love to have driven at Milwaukee, at the Milwaukee Mile. I mean, that looks like a heck of a track. I went to watch that race a number of times because we now live in Milwaukee with the car dealership there. So that would have been great, I think, to try that. But as you say, probably with everything else I've done practically everything else, except I've never driven on dirt.
And you would have done that? Would you like to do?
I did drive a dirt car for a CBS show once, but pretty slowly, pretty briefly, out of Ascot.
Out at Ascot, legendary track out in Gardena, California. Would you like to try a winged sprint car then?
Not sure about that.
We can make that happen.
That looks a bit... Oh, thank you.
It's that or Dixon's 2-seat fuel car, one or the other.
That looks a bit hairy. That winged sprint car stuff looks very hairy.
I've had a chance to do that. It is pretty hairy. You're right.
Very hairy indeed.
Well, this is going to be a category that's going to be near and dear to your heart. Some of this should look pretty darn familiar.
Well, I did Le Mans 20 times, 24-hour Le Mans. I did Spa many times, Nürburgring, all in the long distance races. And so a lot of these cars are fairly familiar to me.
Nate, you got the goods on the Porsche here, because this is a car we talked a little bit about earlier. It is an incredible, let's call it fruit salad of Porsches.
Yeah. So this is the car. It's technically a 1974, originally a 1974 914. However, the owner also lists it as a 1974 Porsche 914 993 GT1. That's because it gets its power plant from a 993 sourced, the 3.6-liter flat six engine, and then it has that late 90s GT1 style bodywork on it. So an absolute kind of Frankenstein's monster car, but a really cool project to see regardless.
Well, I'm glad you gave us that information because I couldn't work out quite honestly what it was.
Well, David, right here is a car I know you know very well, the Group 44 Jaguar, which to me, I always thought was one of the most beautiful IMSA cars ever.
I think you're right. It really got everybody's imagination going overdrive. This was a terrific car, and it was a great car to drive. And I drove one of these cars at the Daytona 24-hour race in 1984, and we were leading with myself and Bill Adam and Doc Bundy, and quite comfortably, and we had a pulley, a belt came up. Unfortunately, to change the belt, you had to move the whole engine and gearbox, and obviously therefore rear suspension back a couple of inches, put the new pulley on, and off we went. Well, we still came third, so I think it's pretty clear that without that, we obviously could have won that race pretty easily. So it was a great car to drive, but I think they could have put knowing this belt came off, I would have thought they could have had some sort of hatch in the bulkhead. But it may be putting a hatch in there would compromise the strength of that bulkhead.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but anyway, it was a lovely looking car. Brian Redmond drove this a lot, obviously as did Bob Tullius, who's the owner of the group, and they had a lot of success. This was a quick car, looked good, sounded great.
Yeah, I was going to say fabulous engine note.
And went well.
Yeah.
And of course, what more can you want, you know? I drove an experimental Jaguar back in 1967 in England, and Lockie England, who was the managing director of Jaguar, asked me as an ex-apprentice if I would test this car at a motorsports research establishment just outside Coventry in England. And this was the first V12.
Yeah, and it's the first V12 I think we've heard all day. Let's lay out just for a second and listen to the Group 44 Jag. High-pitched whine that comes with the V12.
It's got, unfortunately, it's a Corvette just in front of it, rather drowning it out. But I mean, that you could hear the distinctive whine as well.
Well, this is what endurance racing and IMSA racing has always been all about. Multiple categories on course at the same time, and you get a wide variety of sounds.
And a GTP car being frustrated trying to get around.
Well, again, you're supposed to be very careful here to overtake it. But, you know, to follow up on the evolution of this sort of racing, when I got here, if you hear it there, you know, the slower cars like the Lotus Elite at Le Mans would only do probably 120 mile an hour, and the Ferraris were doing maybe 180. There's that Jag sound. And of course there's a lot of traffic confusion because at night going down that 4.5 mile lot Mulsanne straight, a bit difficult to tell at night how slowly those red lights in front of you are going. Might be going the same speed as you, they might be doing 100 mile an hour left. But now what makes endurance racing, I think, more exciting and more difficult is the fact that the fast cars now have got vastly superior downforce because of the speed. So in the old days, the little cars were just as quick through the corners as the big cars, if not quicker. Now, the big cars are just as quick through the corners. So, in my day, you looked in the mirror, and there'd be a fast car coming up on you to lap you, and it might be, you know, from here to the other side of the track behind you, and you think, well, I'm coming up to the S's, so no problem. Now, it's a hell of a problem, because he can go through those S's quicker than you can. So I think endurance racing today is probably more difficult than it's ever been because the cars are so evenly matched through the turns.
To that point, what do you think about what's coming with IMSA and the ACO getting together and the new LMDH format that's going to be unveiled in 2023, as well as changes to the GT categories? It's going to allow everybody to basically go race anywhere in the world at any given time.
Which I think is a great idea. I think IMSA and the Circuit de la Sarthe in France tried to keep their rules relatively close, but there have been some glaring differences, so you couldn't see Daytona prototypes in France.
Yeah.
Now they'll all be there, so I think it'll make the whole series much, much, much stronger. And racing internationally needs more than just Formula One. And I think it's important in places like Le Mans, Nürburgring 1000K, Le Mans 1000K. It'll put them much more back on the map, because I think there'll be some very, very, very exciting bits of kit out there. They really will.
Yeah, they're not going to call it the World Championship of Makes like it used to be, but we are already hearing so many manufacturers showing great interest. 5 manufacturers have already announced that they're going to participate in the program, and from what we're hearing at Speed Sport, probably maybe another 2 or so before we get the green flag at Daytona in 23 for the first ever race.
And with the manufacturers comes them wanting to leverage their talent for the most publicity and the most mileage they can get out of their program. So to your point, David, when we see these programs go international and we see drivers get plucked maybe out of the series that we're most comfortable with to race out of their element a little bit, that's when people start paying a lot more of attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're absolutely right. The whole series has got tremendous potential. Unfortunately, I should probably be in the box by then, but by the time it all gets going. But it does look, the future looks very exciting.
Well, we need you to stick around for a little while longer. Your book is really good, David, but we need the stories from you. By the way, David's book, Habbo, is out. I've got a copy. It's a prized possession. They're fantastic.
If you want one signed,
yes,
you just send an email to Hobbo Book, just like I said, HOBBO book at davidhobbs.com. You'll get a signed version in the post.
Well, that's what I got.
The money,
yeah, you got to send the money. Yeah.
So email hobbobook.com.
There you go.
There you go. But I love actually Le Mans. You were asking about most feared circuit. Obviously, Le Mans, when I first went there, was pretty frightening because it was, again, so fast. It's just public roads. And in fact, a guy was killed right in front of me on the very first time I ever did it.
Oh, man.
But that's one of my favorite races. And if anybody's out there and wants to go see an endurance race, I strongly advise you to go to Le Mans, because it's a bit like going to the Indy 500, Daytona 500, or like the US Open or the Tennis Open.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you want to have in your bucket list, because it's so different. The big difference between it and Daytona is, of course, it's the length of daylight.
Yeah.
You get so much daylight. And in France, on the middle weekend in June, it's light till 11 and it gets light at 4. So it's a short-ish night. And it's a fantastic race to drive in. And a beautiful track. I mean, so many sweeping curves. The 2 chicanes on the straight kind of messed up the track a bit, I think. But of course, that's the city of Le Mans. I mean, they are roundabouts for regular use, so you got to have it.
Yeah, you got the Mulsanne at full chat.
Yeah.
You experienced that in the short tail 917, didn't you?
Well, they're the long tail 917. And
the long tail.
19, yeah, which unfortunately my co-driver, Mike Hailwood, crashed into another car, having decided to do one more lap on the slicks when it started to rain. Poor decision. But we went back to the hotel and got absolutely obliterated, which is another poor decision.
2 bad decisions in one 24-hour period.
We were going to drive back to England the next day, but that was the following year. Well, I drove the Ferrari with Mark Donoghue in 1971. And that was absolutely...
Is that a 512?
Oh, we qualified third. We didn't have a long tail. We just put a slightly smaller wing on. And we were right up there, and I think we would have won that race, but the engine blew at about 8 o'clock at night. Because the captain, who never makes mistakes, said, Ferrari have offered us a brand new engine. Mark Donoghue and Woody Woodard, the chief mechanic, were absolutely adamant, do not change this engine, because all of Rogers' engines were sent straight from the factory to Traco, who specialised in Chevrolet engines out in California. And they used to go through these engines and they produced more horsepower and exceptional reliability. Nope, the captain says change it. So we changed it, and our brand new engine blew at about 8 o'clock. Our old engine was lent to Ferrari and they put it in another 512, which came third. And we had already lapped that car before we dropped out. So I think we could have won it. But anyway, we didn't. Another one we didn't win.
You know, David, one of the things we're enjoying here today is the cacophony of sounds.
There's a lot of it, isn't there?
Yeah. Of all the cars that you drove, which one had the most sexy engine note? Or the most beautiful?
Well, actually, the GT40s, when they had that crossover system, they sounded very good. Excellent. The worst one was the Matra V12, which I drove in 1972. Because we didn't have proper earplugs in those days, you just used cotton wool. And that had a V12, which was particularly raucous. I mean, it was really, my head rang for a week. And it still rings a bit now. And I think it was all that V12. We went for a long time in that. That was another one we didn't win. We were like second to Graham Hill and Henri Pescarolo.
Yeah.
And Mags and I, my wife, then, still is, I think. I think she's at home. Anyway, yeah, so we were walking up around the Dunlop curve towards the welcome tent, which is a great big building, which is where they used to have the prize giving after the race. We get about halfway there, and I look at the cars go by, and I thought, hang on a minute, this isn't, I just better count this lot. So, 4 or 5 minutes go by, the whole field had gone by, and I said, I don't think he's there. Because there's no cell phone, and he couldn't ring the pit. So we walked back to the pits, and I was driving with Jean-Pierre Jabouillet, who was a Frenchman, obviously, Grand Prix winner. And he got back to the pits. They said, David, I have to tell you, he's very sorry, his gearbox he broke coming out of Mulsanne Airport. So the car's still down at Mulsanne. So that's another one we didn't win. Or come second, as the case may be. But that noise of that engine was absolutely excruciating in the car. Pretty excruciating. Actually, the worst, I suppose the worst noise ever was that Mazda that won with Johnny Herbert. I was calling that race with Bob Varsha.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That Mazda was just horrendous.
4-rotor, correct?
Yes,
Here's the 4-rotor.
787B. Oh, just about tore your head off. But so you're bringing out all the stories of me, Ralphie?
Yeah.
You, Brian?
You mentioned something that I've always been interested in your kind of prime era of racing. You mentioned the fact that, really 25% of the people that you went into competition with did not end their career. They ended their career very badly, right?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned the fact your first experience with Le Mans, you see somebody have a horrendous accident in front of you. How did you guys maintain friendships or relationships? I mean, there had to have been some distance because obviously if 25% of the people you're going to become close to are not going to be there
next week. It was a bit difficult, but I don't know how. I mean, looking back on that, we must have been completely insane. And you look at those roadsters here with a rear tyre about an inch from the guy's elbow, and they were killing people right, left and centre. And we all must have been completely insane, and our wives must have been insane too, to let us do it. Because, I mean, Max used to wave me off from the house in Upper Boddington, and she said, two little boys standing by, bye, Daddy. And I mean, I'd look in the mirror and think, gosh, am I ever going to see them again? And
you would really think that?
Yeah, and yet, I did 30 years of that, and I never got hurt. Of course, my Brian friend, Brian Redmond, has an explanation for that. Well, in that case, lad, you weren't going bloody fast enough. I seem to go fast enough to win a couple of championships, though, but I mean, it's a very, and then of course now the drivers are absolutely paranoid about safety. I mean, they wouldn't go anywhere if the helicopter can't fly. Whoops, no, can't do that. if the runoff area is about 50 feet too short now, can't race there. So they get very, very fussy about stuff, incredibly fussy. And of course, if anybody said anything about safety in our day, you would, well, don't do it then.
Yeah.
And Jackie Stewart was incredibly brave when he really got going on the safety front. I went to Mid-Ohio for a doubleheader, Formula 5000 one day and Can-Am the next. And Jackie was driving that Can-Am car that's here, the Lola. I mean the
260.
Yeah, 260. And he gets there, and the corner, I don't know, I think it's turn 9. You go through turn like 2 and over the hill, down, round. And then there's that right-hander, quickest right-hander where you drop down, the road drops down in front of you. And right on the apex were a couple of trees. So Jackie Stewart comes in and says to Carl Haas, I'm not driving the car, there's a couple of bloody trees right on the apex of the corner. I'm not good to drive. So Les Griebling, who owned the circuit, had his bib overalls on and driving around his tractor like he always did. I ain't cutting no damn trees down for no torn off Scotsman. Well, guess what? Next day, trees had gone, stumps had gone. But of course, he was 2-time world champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Well, he said, I'm not going to come. There's going to be 20,000 really ticked off spectators. So
Yeah.
they could have. If I'd said I'm not going to race, they said, well, go home. So there's the door. But anyway, so safety was hard fought to get to, and it's taken a long time. And guardrail was badly put up and all that sort of. You know, they weren't putting the bolts in right. And a couple of times the barrier split. The drivers would go through.
Montjuic, right? That happened in Montjuic.
Francois Sever too, right?
Well,
yeah.
Sever Watkins went. Yeah.
Exactly at Watkins Glen. But I had a crash at Watkins Glen in a Lola the 350, and I'm going up to the end of the straight, and I'm leading the race comfortably, and the right rear wheel became detached, and as I put the brakes on it, just the A-arm pulled out the chassis. And I spun round and slammed into the guardrail and stopped. Everything was fine. But that guardrail hadn't been there long. And if that guardrail hadn't been there, there's a bloody great hill and a dip.
Oh.
And of course it would have rolled down. Once it got onto that grass, it would have rolled down that hill for sure. So I'll take the guardrail.
Well, that was a rough and bumpy day, but Hannah Lopa is having a very nice one on a beautiful sunny Friday afternoon, aren't you, Hannah?
I am, Ralph. It's definitely, the weather has cooperated with us for this event, to say the least. You can see behind me there is not a cloud in the sky. Now, I know you guys are situated trackside in your booth. You have a really great view, but I think I'm up here. I've got the best view in the house on the second floor of this events building here. Behind me, you can see the catering pavilion. There's so much different food they have to offer and different treats and snacks. The Maker's Mark bar, they've got a full bar over there. We've got RC car demos, and they're also demonstrating their electric carts that they're hoping to introduce to the M1 Concourse later this year. So whether it's car collectors, you know, it's open to the public, this event here this weekend, and they're planning on holding many more events like this in the future. So there's definitely something for everyone here at the M1 Concourse.
Looks like a great spot to take in the action from up there high above.
Did Hannah say something about a full bar?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought she
Yeah.
Maker's Mark, in fact.
I'll go down and check that out in a minute. Yeah, so, well done, Hannah. See, adds a certain je ne sais quoi to the equation.
Yes.
And as she said, the weather is absolutely unbelievable. Not a cloud in the sky.
No.
Not
No.
often you see that up here. I mean, not a cloud. Not even a baby one.
A little bit of a track break happening right now. We're going to be staging up the next series of cars.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing a little bit of cleanup out there and reassigning some folks in positions. Here comes Zora's
Mule car.
Mule, the experimental Corvette. Going to be bringing that out here in a little bit. So while they're getting ready to do that, let's go ahead and take a break so we can come back, show you all the action with Zora's very, very special Corvette. Well, that, Brian, is without a doubt the most unusual car here, but also one of the absolute most special.
Yes, this is the 1901 Ford Sweepstakes car, the car that was used, and this is a absolute to the inch to the millimeter perfect recreation of the original car that was raced against Mr. Winton back in 1901 by Henry Ford. And Henry Ford winning the race, it was a massive upset and helped him gain investors into what was his second venture into starting an automobile company.
So I was talking with Kevin Kennedy from Campbell & Company. They do a lot of the media and marketing for Ford over the years. And we were talking about this very car. So as they got close to the 100th anniversary of the car, they went in search of the real one. And they found out that it was in a warehouse at the Henry Ford Museum. So they went looking for it. They found the room that it was supposedly in. There was a bunch of cars under covers. They start pulling covers off. Oh, hey, look, here's a GT40. Oh, here's a Mustang. Here's the car. They pull the car out. Now they're thinking what they have is just a show car that had been done as a replica of the original. They took it and started to disassemble it to figure out what they had to do to get it back prime condition. Well, as they started taking things apart, they started seeing multiple drill holes, and then they noticed a 1901 stamping on the chassis, and everybody went, stop what you're doing. Don't touch a thing, right? They realized they had found the real car and had been hidden in this warehouse. Once they realized that, they did complete taking it apart. They took it very cautiously apart, made 2 copies of every piece on the car, then restored it. As you're taking a look at these photos from its original race day, they restored it, and it is now sitting at the Henry Ford. One went to Mr. Ford's house, and it was really more of a show car. And the car you're seeing here today is the only other one, and it's the one that runs on a regular basis. So even though it's a replica, the car we're seeing here today is pretty special.
What an incredible story. I mean, so many of the cars that we see here today have their own story of a barn find or whatever it may be. But what are the odds that it's at the Henry Ford already, covered? Yeah. They don't know that it is the car, and maybe the most significant car in the history of the Ford Motor Company, really, and that it's there already. They have it. I mean, that's unbelievable to hear.
So the story actually went even deeper in that Henry Ford, after he used it, had it for about 3 more years, and then sold the car, lost the car for a while. It just disappeared to whoever he sold it to. He ended up chasing it down and finding it, and then had it for a while. Then it got shoved in the back corner of the warehouse. But to think that on October 10th, here we are just a few days away, it will be the 120th anniversary of that famous car.
Wow, that is fascinating. And because, again, I mean, as you were saying earlier, Brian, it just shows, I mean, he wins the race.
Yeah.
And that's it. But the investors come in, oh, wow, he knows what he's doing. I mean, it just shows the value of racing back then.
It was the only car he ever drove in an active wheel-to-wheel race, but it was not the only race car he ever drove. It was a couple years later, he built 2 other race cars. One was called the 999, the other one was called the Arrow. They were identical to each other. Those had 18.8-liter 4-cylinder engines.
4 cylinders.
Barney Oldfield drove one of them, and Henry Ford drove the other one. And he drove it across a frozen lake at 91 miles an hour to set a speed record. And again, the same idea. Get out there and get some publicity, but it launched Barney Oldfield into being one of the most famous names in racing history. And, you know, if Henry got a little taste of it beating Winton, and then he got a big taste of it on a frozen lake at 90 miles an hour.
He might have gotten hypothermia as well while he was out there.
Up to that thing, yeah.
David, the engine in this car, it's a horizontally opposed 2-cylinder that measures 536 cubic inches.
Good grief. That must be rather large bore.
7-inch by 7-inch.
Here's one for you, as one who loves Corvettes. There's a Corvette about to eat that Ford for lunch. Not really a fair fight this time around, but hey, when you're a Corvette guy and there's a Ford on the track, you take your opportunity to get your shots in, right?
Somewhere in the far beyond, Lewis Chevrolet is smiling because he knows he's about to run around the outside of Ford. Here he goes.
Well, look at that. For 2 of the world's greatest car manufacturers two of their most significant vehicles on track at the same time. And it's all happening live right here today at M1 Concourse at the American Speed Festival. And that's what this new event is all about. And boy, what a way to have an inaugural event. So if you're not familiar with this Corvette, and David, you raced the Diatley Corvette in Trans Am, so you have a history with Corvette and the bow ties. This car, Zora Arcos Duntov, the father of the Corvette, if you will, this was his baby, his test mule, where he could go try things out and then hopefully put it into production.
Yeah, specifically V8 engines, because at the time we talked about this morning, it was a Blue Flame 6 that was powering this car. People were not buying them. They were not the sports car that we know the Corvette to be. It wasn't really what those original cars were. Duntov tests that 265 dual 4-barrel engine, then he gets that 307-inch jobby with the camshaft that he designed in it, and that is the engine in that car right now.
Oh, it's fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, it's
167 or 68 miles an hour on the sands at Daytona Beach. And that was the real idea here, was to set the speed records. Duntov cut the windshield way down. That's a polycarbonate style windshield. He added the headlight covers, added the tonneau cover, and then added that stabilizer fin, which is he artfully lifted the idea off a Jag, right? The Jags had that
Jag D-type, yeah.
And a checkered flag as well has waved. And this car is owned by Ken Lingenfelter, where if you're into Corvettes and you need something to soup up your car, Ken Lingenfelter is a guy to reach out to. And you talk about having a marvelous collection. Wow.
I was able to spend 2 days in that collection several years ago, and it is beyond the pale. He had, at that time, he had 80 different Corvettes from different eras, also everything from Ferrari F40s to just an incredible mix of things.
And if you want to see the real sweepstakes car, I strongly encourage you to go to the Henry Ford Museum here just outside of Detroit. They have a remarkable brand new racing display, and this car, the real version, is the centerpiece of it.
We went there the other night with the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. We went out there for the unveiling of the Heroes of Horsepower for both 2020 and 2021, and it was in the museum. Now, I had been there before, but it's got to be 20 or 30 years ago, and I did. It is absolutely unbelievable. And I saw this car there, and it's just an incredible sight, that museum. The stuff they've got in there.
Yeah.
Whole bloody great airplanes hanging off the ceiling. Got a DC-3 hanging off the ceiling. I mean, it's creepy. And they got that train locomotive.
Big train is amazing.
About 100 yards long. So if you're in the Detroit area, I could not more strongly encourage a visit to the museum.
Full-scale Holiday Inn sign and a replica of her hotel room that anybody who grew up in the 70s knew all too well.
Oh, yeah, we stayed at a few Holiday Inns when the boys were little. Right?
Sure.
All swimming in the pool all night.
Oh, that's all you wanted to know was, hey, Mom and Dad, do they have a pool?
Yeah.
It is astounding that guys like Mark Donohue got to start racing a C1 generation Corvette. Granted, a later car than this one was, but just having sat in a couple of these cars with that odd vertical steering wheel, it's like, how are you racing this? How are you possibly racing this car?
Well, now we're on to the C8, and what a fabulous car that is.
God, isn't it
and
gorgeous?
just waiting for the Z06 to be announced any day. And they say, speaking of Zora Arcos Duntov, that somewhere down the road is going to be a Zora version of the C8, which could be the high-end version. And what a great way to honor the great Zora Arcos Duntov. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break because we've got more on-track activity coming. So as we swap cars out, let's step away, take care of a little business, and we'll be right back for more race cars. Well, here's what it looked like when the Chaparrals arrived from Texas. This was just the other day here, Brian.
Big thanks to Reliable Carriers. They've been a huge part, a big supporter of this American Speed Festival, and the Reliable trucks brought the cars here, as they always do, in safety and comfort.
That's right. They got to put the top of the wings on, as you can see, as they bring them out, and
one of the neatest
just
things,
cool, right?
Those wings are in their own custom-built plywood boxes. The wings travel in better comfort than we do on an airplane.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to travel in a plywood box. You know, it's a bit of a one-way trip, that is.
Yeah, that it is. Well, then once the cars got here, then the drivers got together and had a pretty nice dinner too, David.
Yes, it was a very nice evening, actually. Saw a lot of people again. Bob Lee, who's got my TI-22 car, which we'll see out, I think, later on this afternoon, was there with his wife and family. And, of course, Mark Harmon, who's got my old TS5 30 that I raced here in 1969.
Just another part of the many great activities that have been making up the whole week here at M1 Concourse. And then we're on to our next category, Brian.
Yeah, I got a Radical out here in the racetrack right now, and Radical is a company out of the UK that builds really turnkey race cars, and these are time attack style or track day style cars, really a vehicle that is almost crafted for a place like this. You can buy this car, they sell them in multiple different displacements, you can buy them with a motorcycle engine or even a V6 engine, and you hop in, you can come out, rip laps, Nate.
Right, not only can you rip laps, but also the Radical Cup here in the United States is a spec racing series that utilizes, right now on the track, we have the SR3, XX, and the SR10 versions of these cars, both of which are in different classes in that Radical Cup. So a perfect car for a track day and a circuit like here at the M1 Concourse, and also they race on weekends that support a lot of, I think they're at IndyCar at Road America and other series as well in that Radical Cup.
We also have Jonathan Finstrom on the racetrack right now. That is Finstrom. That is a Staudacher S12. David, this is a car that weighs 850 pounds before the driver gets in it, has a worked-up Kawasaki motorcycle engine, and it holds the track record not only at this facility, at all 4 road courses in Michigan.
Oh, wow, I'm not surprised. I just watched it go past here. It's got a lot of downforce, so therefore it has massive grip going through this fast sweeper right in front of the booth.
And Jonathan Finstrom, who's driving the car, is a former NHL professional hockey player who has completely fallen, not in love, he has fallen in lust with racing.
It's easy to do, right?
Well, he's certainly looking pretty serious pass here.
So here's a hockey player of the highest levels, an NHL caliber all-star player, David, that is having a good run in racing these days. I'm sure you came across quite a few, as we say, stick and ball athletes from other sports that became race car drivers. Anybody in particular that stood out that was pretty good?
Because Walter Payton got very into racing. I met him a number of times. I never raced against him. But otherwise, I can't think of many other stick and ball guys who I met on the race circuit. A few actors along the way, of course.
Yeah.
One of whom, Paul Newman, was very good.
Yeah.
I mean, really
sure
good.
was.
And very, very keen.
Gene Hackman did quite a bit of driving.
And
James Garner.
James Garner, yeah. Met him another time. I was supposed to drive for James back in 1969 with the Surtees, but that team all fell apart for some reason between Surtees, and that's why I came over in a Surtees from the factory. I should have been driving for James. And
boy, that thing just whistles around, doesn't it?
It does.
John Staudacher, who builds these cars, has only built 5 of them ever, and he is a guy who builds aerobatic aircraft as his actual business, and he builds these race cars on the side, also builds some hydroplane boats. So he's, and when I say build the cars, I'm talking build the buck, build the body, build everything. It's amazing.
Wow.
Well, Hannah, we were discussing the Henry Ford Museum and how spectacular it is and what they have over there with the sweepstakes, and you've been joined by the curator.
That's right, Ralph. I'm here with Matt Anderson, and tomorrow he said I can drive the 1901, right? No. He's going to let me go for a ride with Glenn Miller. But what can you tell me about this car?
It's a perfect replica of the first race car ever built by Henry Ford, the 1901 Sweepstakes. He was in a race with Alexander Whitten in October of 1901, 120 years ago this month at Grosse Pointe. And you have to remember, at that point, Ford was unknown in Detroit, much less around the world. And Whitten was a seasoned professional racing driver. So Ford challenged him to the race, and sure enough, Ford pulled out the victory. And that got his name in the newspapers, kind of set him on his way toward founding Ford Motor Company and everything that followed.
Now, what has Glenn Miller's role been in participating in this event here at the M1 Concourse this weekend? Yeah,
Glenn actually built the replica. He'd worked for Ford Motor Company at the time back in 2001 when they were celebrating the centennial of that first race. And he's one of the few people in the world that know how to operate this thing. Obviously, the original drivers have long since passed away, and it does take about 4 arms to run this thing. It's pretty primitive compared to the cars we drive today.
Well, what can I hope to expect for my ride tomorrow morning with Glenn?
I will just say hang on to whatever you can. There's no seat back, certainly no seat belts on that car, and it goes fast. The original was clocked at 72 miles an hour, believe it or not, in 1901. I don't think Glenn will take you quite that fast, but you'll want to hang on tight.
Well, it's definitely confidence-inspiring. Thank you so much, Matt. Guys, how you doing?
I just can't imagine 70-plus miles an hour in that thing.
Just thinking the same thing. How fast?
Wow. We think of Henry Ford, and we think about those early days when he was trying to get his automobile companies off the ground. And a lot of people forget, Henry Ford worked very closely with Thomas Edison. He was the chief engineer of the Edison power plant in Detroit. This was a guy who really he would have been made in the shade for the rest of his life if he had stuck with Edison, and he would have made a great living there. But he had a vision that he would refuse to let go of, and the world is obviously, and especially guys like us that love cars, are all better off for it.
No doubt.
I'll tell you what, guys, we've been talking all morning about how great it is to watch the old cars sliding around, what they've got going on. Both John Finstrom and his Staudacher and these radicals are not showing that. This is modern aerodynamic racing, especially in front of us on kind of the carousel section. It is unbelievable how steady these cars, in particular, Finstrom has been.
To your point, this is a double apex section, right? And on the second apex, Finstrom is actually grabbing another gear.
I heard that.
Here it comes again.
Man. You've got to have confidence to drive like that, whereas those aerodynamics when I first drove a Porsche 956, which had tunnels, that extra grip, it was the first ground effect car I'd ever driven. It certainly got your attention. Now, I'd driven with wings, obviously, but and when they first came out, made a hell of a difference. There's nothing like the difference in those tunnels made.
Yeah.
What was the major difference in response or driver feel between a Formula 5000 car and the Can-Am cars you drove? I realize the Formula 5000 car down on power later on, but in terms of a driver, what was the major differences there?
Well, the thing about any single seater is that you really feel like you are part of the car because it's just you and a bit of car around you, and the wheels are right there in front of you, and well, you hope they are. And the whole thing is really, you feel much more. Anytime you get in a big wide car, a sedan like a Corvette or a Camaro or a
Galaxy
62 Galaxy, yeah. Suddenly there's a lot of car around you, and it does feel a bit different. But obviously the Can-Am cars had a lot of grip because that all-enveloping bodywork, well, not all-enveloping, but it covered the wheels, makes a huge difference in the drag. And those Can-Am cars were fun to drive because they had enormous torque. I mean, they had like, I don't know, 600 pounds-feet of torque. Just pull out tree stumps with them.
Because this is a total interrogation of you and your career, I'm just going to continue it. Why did we not, and thankfully, why did we not ever see the carnage in a Can-Am series as we saw in an Indy, rather an F1 series, even though those Can-Am cars were vastly more powerful?
I don't know. It's a very good point. And of course, driven, other than the top good drivers like Denny Hall and Bruce and Peter Revson and myself and Brian Redman, there was a lot of guys in there who were much more amateur inclined. So maybe they were being just a bit more careful. I mean, they had the power there, but they probably didn't utilize it the same as we did. And you're right. I mean, it wasn't the carnage, was it? And the tracks were not exactly ideal. I mean, the original Laguna Seca, before they put in all the extra turns to make it long enough for a full MotoGP, I mean, that was a quick little sucker.
Yeah.
Turn one, what I used to call turn one, was amazingly fast, and there was just a bank right next to the road, right next to the racetrack, a steep bank on top of which was the road.
Yep.
And how nobody went up that bank and onto the road, it's still a source of amazement to me. And then of course you're bollocking off down the straight after that, up towards the corkscrew, and you arrive at that left hand at the bottom of the hill. I mean, in a Can-Am car, you did about 185 miles an hour.
Oh, man.
Yeah, oh man, you're right. As we said earlier, we must have been stupid in those days.
There's a two-seater going on out here, too. Nate, looks like another one of the Radicals able to give some rides.
That is the ZX or the Z3XX. So that's a motorcycle engine Radical. The other one is a 425 horsepower. This guy coming around right now in white. It's a 425 horsepower version of the 2.3-liter Ford EcoBoost engine in this car that Radical developed their own turbocharger and engine dynamic mapping for to make that much power out of the 2.3-liter program. But listen, if I'm buying one of these things, I'm getting a motorcycle engine one. I know my own talent level. I could not handle a 425.
So that's a Kawasaki ZX engine in it. I mean, that's a lot of power.
Did you ever race at Stardust, Las Vegas, the old Stardust Speedway in Las Vegas? I know they ran the Can-Am
raced at Caesar's Palace.
Oh, you raced in the Caesar's Palace? Okay.
Yeah,
in the parking lot.
Huh?
In the parking lot.
Yeah, in the final Trans Am of 1983, and I came a magnificent fifth because I had won the championship the race before at Riverside, which was the last race I ever won, so I didn't have to do anything stupid at Las Vegas, and I came fifth
on the racetrack anyway.
and won the championship. And it was a funny old racetrack, yeah.
Was that the that last Trans Am victory? Would that have been in the Diatley?
Yeah, that was in the Diatley Camaro.
Yeah.
1983, and Woody T. Ribbs was driving the other one, and he came second in the championship. So it was a pretty good year for Mr. Diatley.
Yeah, Willie just got inducted into the Long Beach Grand Prix Walk of Fame last weekend.
He did, indeed. Yeah, well done, Willie. Yeah, Willie had a tremendous amount of speed because he had won that Dunlop Star Tomorrow Championship back in England in a Formula 3, and I think he was hoping that the phone would start ringing, which of course it never does when you think it's going to. So you've got to do a lot of pushing him yourself, and it's the only way you can get forward. In those days it was. Now of course you need money more than anything, but yeah, he was very, very good. He was quick in that Camaro. Luckily for me, he made a couple of more mistakes than I did, and I ended up just winning the championship. But it was a great year to be with Willie.
Okay, well, we're going to have another category of cars as the checkered flag has waved. Looks like, David, we're going to have vintage Indy cars to chat about when we come back. So let's get ready for that, and we'll be right back to M1 Concourse.
Everything about the American Speed Festival is really designed to make it dynamic and interactive and engaging.
The whole idea is to have a celebration or a festival. Cars are a part of it. That's the glue that brings everybody together. But food is an element that we want to feature. Good food, great experiences.
We're very proud of our history and our heritage, and there's some unique tastings and microbrews and new launches with spirits, and we're going to combine all of that into one location. When you come on site, whether you're a participant or a spectator, you're going to have all the same access to all the different elements. You can get to our location in less than a 30-minute drive. The airport's 40 minutes away, so people flying in can get here.
You're going to be able to touch, feel, smell these cars from the past, the present, and the future. Taste the food, enjoy the camaraderie.
It's a perfect combination.
That's a Joe Leonard 1968, the STP Lotus 56 turbine car. as famous as it gets in American history in terms of racing.
As beautiful as it gets as well. Gorgeous lines. And, of course, the car that is here this weekend, the dihedral wing-equipped 1972 Joe Leonard-driven PJ V1.
Yes, and this car a few years before that, and it's going to look a little different than that picture when it actually gets on the track in a minute.
And, of course, Janet Guthrie, incredibly influential woman in the world of auto racing on all levels, and this was a car that she drove in her second Indy 500?
Yeah, this was Guthrie's second Indy 500, put together a top 10 finish, and really impressed in that run in the late 1970s.
And the 1986 Lola, of course, sporting the Domino's Pizza sponsorship, the 30-minute guarantee on the side.
A long history with this car. Started as an Ari Lyondike car. The next year was bought by the Shearson Racing Team, put on that Domino's Pizza livery, and Little Al drove it.
And that's why we got you here, Nate. Crushing it. Crushing the game with the vintage IndyCar stuff.
So those cars are now getting ready to roll out on course. And in there as well, some F5000 machinery and lots of other cool stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of very, very cool stuff here. And if you can make it down here, I would certainly try and do that, because it's for the first time, I mean, I think the stuff they've got together is just extraordinary.
Another full day of on-track activity tomorrow. If you can make it out here, as David said, we'd love to see you in person here at M1 Concourse. If not, don't worry. No matter where you are in the world, you can watch us live and for free on speedsport.tv tomorrow.
David, how comfortable or uncomfortable or impressed or unimpressed were you? Your first Indy 500, having to go through all the rookie test and the rookie qualifying and all that kind of thing. What was your impression that first time?
Well, I was a bit nervous about it before I got here, before I got there, rather. I thought it was going to be more daunting than it actually turned out to be in the end, because the banking was as steep as I thought it was going to be. And when I got there, Johnny Rutherford sort of took me under his wing. I mean, he didn't know me from a hole in the ground, but he was very friendly and helpful and gave me a lot of tips. And I realized then, of course, that the thing about Indy, for us Europeans, unlike the guys they wanted to be driving Indy cars, all the kids coming off the short track, dirt ovals, front engine roasters, that sort of thing, because it wasn't their style at all, because it had changed, it had evolved. So the rear engine road racing car was your best bet by far. And of course, to me, it was just like a Spa, but with all left-handers. Because there was just a whole bunch of very, very fast left-hand turns. It was pretty wide. Yeah, obviously, the opening lap of the race was a bit,
as it always is,
a bit more daunting. But no, it was sort of easier than I thought. Then, as you say, we had to go through that rookie rigmarole, and only going up. I mean, I could easily go the speeds required at the time. And of course, I was driving for a certain Roger Penske, who. Can't do much better than that. First time at Indy. I mean, he hadn't won it by then, but we had such a great team. People like Woody Woodard, who was looking after. Mark had the McLaren there, the first of the McLarens, which of course just wiped the floor with everything. And so it was interesting meeting people like Al and Bobby. The first time, AJ Foyt was not a big fan of European drivers anyway, so but Johnny Rutherford and Herb was
Jim Hurtubise, yeah.
Jim Hurtubise was unbelievably friendly and such a super guy, and he was insisting on trying to qualify his front engine car. Jim Hurtubise had a dodgy right arm, which was sort of stuck like in a claw, like where it had been involved with a fire. And every day you saw him, he insisted on shaking hands. But he was such a nice guy. He really was ever so friendly. And I got on pretty well with everybody. I don't remember anybody being very unfriendly. And Denny, of course, was there, and Revson, driving the two Works McLarens, which Mark was faster than every day in practice. And Mark, one of the prizes that year, or perks, there was a restaurant, a steak restaurant in the shopping strip shop centre just down the road from the track. And they had given a dinner, free dinner, every night for the fastest guy on the track and a friend. So Mark and I ate out practically every night for the whole month free. Really. Unfortunately, because he got pipped to the pole by Peter Revson, which, boy, you've never seen the guy's demeanour change as much as Mark Donohue's. He's in one of those old wooden garages, in Victory Lane, and everybody's in the garage area. Everybody's in there clamming away, click with the old photographs, and Roger is smiling away. And suddenly, the dulcet tones of the track announcer,
Carnegie.
Tom
Carnegie.
And it's a new track record. And old Mark just about heads running off his shoulders here. So he was pipped for pole, but of course when the race started, he disappeared in the distance. Unfortunately, we both had gearbox failures, and mine happened going through turn 4. There was suddenly this awful clattering and crashing of gears, and obviously stopped driving. So I've missed pit in, and I'm freewheeling down the straight, wondering what to do with it. And Rick Muther, who had been right behind me, swerved to miss me when I slowed up, hit the inside wall, and I'm looking in the mirror thinking, where's old Rick gone? Well, about here. And I'm also going to park on the grass at the end of pit exit. And suddenly Rick appears right on my left rear wheel and spun me in the wall, and we both spun down the road, and oil and muck and crap everywhere. And so that was my end of my Indy debut. It was a bit unfortunate. But both of us were all right. I got out of the car because I was frightened of fire, because I'd only just fueled it. So, and in those days, 72 gallons of fuel in there. My visor was covered in oil because the oil tank was in the nose of the car, and it split and sprayed me with oil. So I put the visor up and I looked back down the road towards turn 4, and there seemed to be plenty of room. So I set off across the road. And the last 2 steps were rather rapid, because I suddenly realised that AJ Foyt, even though it slowed right down, was probably still doing 140 mile an hour. And you don't usually cross the road where the traffic's doing 140. I slightly misjudged it.
Well, right now they've split this open-wheel IndyCar session into 2. We're opening with some of those F5000 cars on the track, watching that Lola T192. As David, obviously, your good friend Brian Redmond, a multiple-time champion in the U.S. What are some of your memories of the F5000 series and running in it, and what took place there?
It was a terrific championship. It really was. And it's very unfortunate that the SCCA and a lot of the promoters didn't think of it in the right wavelength. They were so swamped by Can-Am, they were so enamored by Can-Am that they couldn't get their heads around for them. They said, well, in the end, they said, well, people don't want to watch open wheel races. So they put that silly bodywork on and turned them into Can-Am cars. And then, of course, Champ Car came along, and places like Road America, Laguna Seca never had more people. I mean, they had just fantastic crowds. So they did like, and I mean, you had the cream of the crop driving them. I mean, you had Little Al, you had Bob, you had Bobby Hunt, you had Little Al, you had Mario Andretti and Brian Redmond duked it out for 3 years there. And Brian won the championship 3 times. But I mean, you had a hell of a championship going on. And I don't think they quite realised what they were doing when they got rid of it. But anyway, it was a great series. We had a lot of cars. We had like 40-car fields sometimes in some places, and a lot of good drivers. A lot of Europeans, a lot of Australians came over. Frank Matic. There were some really good guys there, and they just let it go. It was a big mistake. But now what's that we're looking at? That's another early McLaren. Not a Surtees.
Yeah, this is a car that ran. This is Mead Corwin's Lola T192, actually.
Oh, it's a T192, yeah.
Yeah, Big Al drove this car, right, at the Quester Grand Prix out west at Ontario.
But Unser drove it at that race.
Yeah, the F5000 versus Formula One that they did in one race in the 70s. Were you in that, Nick?
Well, I was just going to drive for Carl Hogan, so he wanted me to drive the Formula 5000. And the promoter said, "Nah, you're European, you can't drive it. You got to drive a Formula 1 car." I said, "I've got a Formula 1 car. Can't magic one up." So they wouldn't let me drive. Because they said a European couldn't drive a Formula 5000. But I mean, the T192 was not the best Formula 5000 that Eric ever made. But he just went on to the T300 and then the 330 and the 335, and they were fantastic. The 330 was really developed by Frank Gardner. We went to do the Tasman series in '72. And Frank arrived with this little Formula 2 car, a Lola Formula 2, with his bloody great V8 stuck in the back. Well, it was like a rocket ship, but of course we were all looking at it, and his feet are stuck out there in front of the front wheels. I thought, rather you than me, Frank. And I was in the McLaren, actually a McLaren that never went anywhere. I think it was an M22. Can't quite remember, but it wasn't bad. But we did win. We won the last race at Aggo, which is perfect.
You know what else is interesting about this car? And then watching on track is that's the original paint.
Yes.
Car's never been repainted.
What?
Yeah,
Other than
fantastic.
Yeah, he told us yesterday, other than the bleeding edge of the front wing, the whole thing's in original paint.
Good head.
That Questor Grand Prix, we talk about it in an interesting way because it's obviously the Formula 5000 cars versus the Formula 1 cars. And then you go back to the 50s, a much more famous version of that was the Racing Two Worlds in Monza, where you had the stars of IndyCar or the Indy 500 stars taking on the Formula 1 stars of the day. And it was a very lopsided event, and it certainly didn't favor the Formula 1 cars and the IndyCar guys racing what were really, not to be disrespectful, kind of glorified tractors on that thing. They survived, and they were very fast, but
the banking then was getting so bumpy because it was like ribs of a ship holding up, because it was a curb bank, parabolically. So the faster, as you near the top, the faster you went. But the ribs didn't start so the whole thing got scalloped.
Yikes.
So it was pretty bumpy.
Welcome back to the American Speed Festival here at M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. It's all coming your way courtesy of Speed Sport, and you're seeing it live here today on speedsport.tv. Ralph Shaheen, David Hobbs, Brian Loans. We got Nate Dreyer with us, Hannah Lopa. We got a whole gang bringing you all the great coverage of this inaugural event here today. And what an event it has been, and what a weekend we have in store for us here in Pontiac.
You know, we have another batch, a beautiful batch of Indy cars. We saw some Formula 5000 cars. Now we're into some vehicles that were dedicated really to the Indy 500. And David, was there a more experimental place than the Indy 500 for a decade? Let's call it from 1960 to 1970. Was there a more experimental place in racing than Indy?
Well, some of those long distance cars like the D-Type and the C-Type went to disc brakes and stuff like that, so that they were pretty experimental. Of course, it's got to do 24 hours, so that was good at reliability. But IndyCar was always very inventive, very innovative. People like A.J. Watson were always coming out with new ideas, George Bignotti, all those great old mechanics and engineers. So yeah, there was a lot of innovation went on at the Speedway. And then of course Colin Chapman was Well, I suppose actually Jack Brabham was the biggest innovator because he first went there with that Cooper.
Yes.
And did incredibly well, considering he was about 100 horsepower down.
And he was driving through Parnelli Jones's oil.
Exactly. and I mean, Indy was definitely a fast track, and to be 100 horsepower down is not a good idea. But he was the first rear racing car, and then Colin Chapman finished bringing the Lotus along and eventually winning it in 1965.
To take that one step further, when you look at the early 70s, and this morning we talked a lot about like the dihedral wing car and all that was going on. You obviously raced at the Speedway in the early to mid 70s. When that era was coming into place, you had all these different aerodynamic packages on these cars. What was it like as a driver coming in, knowing that you've had all these developments one year to the next, and kind of having to adapt to the aero coming on more and more at a track like Indianapolis?
Well, it's a good point, because when I first went there, I went in that Lola, which Mark Donoghue had qualified in 1970 at about 170 mile an hour, and I qualified it in 1971 at about 170. Meanwhile, Mark Donoghue in the new McLaren, winged McLaren, and the two works McLarens were all lapping at around about 180 to 185. And Al Unser came stamping down into the pit saying, "You guys are going to ruin this race, you're ruining the racing, it'll be banned." Of course, he went and won the race. But then, of course, the following year, Dan Gurney's snooping around and says, "Well, if we're going to put a wing, let's put a big mother on it." And it was about the same size as this table. It was about 6 foot long. And of course, speeds then, with Jerry Grant and him, jumped to like 190. And in 1974, when I drove the second generation McLaren, I mean, I did some laps at 195 in practice, which is like a 25 mile an hour jump from the car I was in, 2 years before. So, yeah, I mean, speeds took a long time to get to 170, and it sort of feathered out there around about 170, and then suddenly it jumped. Now they're going flat, which I can't even begin to feel how it must be to go down to turn 1 at Indy at 235 mile an hour, basically not lift at all, and lose a bit of speed just through rolling resistance, so you end up lapping at about 130. To me, it's just almost mind-blowing. Not sure that, I mean, although we saw some terrific racing this year, and obviously it was wonderful for Helio Castroneves to win it, but, it's kind of hard to race at that sort of speed, because really, it's hard work, and I don't fancy lapping at 230 mile an hour myself, but I guess it seems to work. But I'm always a bit worried at those very, very high speeds. There's going to be some incident where somebody goes over the fence into the crowd because you're going that fast. I mean, in the Lola, we were doing 135 down the straight, but our average turned out to be about 170 because you had to really brake heavily with the left foot because you had no aerodynamic help at all, and you had to keep the boost spooled up with your right foot, otherwise the lag was untenable. Nowadays, turbocharging got so much better, there's virtually no throttle lag. But I mean, yeah, so you're quite busy. But the dihedral wing car that we're looking at now, it was it just didn't work out like they hoped it would. It was great. Well, it was good, but it wasn't great.
Right.
And it just never quite pulled it off.
I love this car because Chuck Jones, who owns it, he's restored the car to how it ran at the start of practice. Because obviously by the time the race came along, they bolted the big rear wing on to match what the Eagles were doing.
Yeah.
So this is from early in practice, how they had thought that they could get that car to work. Obviously, I think like this morning we mentioned a little bit of squabbling over the USAC rules and bolt-on wings and so forth was always going to be part of things in that era. But no, such a unique car showing, as we were just kind of talking about, those aerodynamic advancements and, of course, the off the engine.
I mean, when you kind of look at it, you can see that it isn't going to work like a real wing. It's just sort of, I suppose, a bit whimsical to put it that way, but it's just obviously not going to work, which of course it didn't.
And legendary mechanic Johnny Caples, a big part of bringing that car to the track, as well as the lead mechanic on that car, part of that Bells Parnelli Jones super team. You had Joe Leonard, who we talked about, called him maybe the most underrated driver in American history this morning. So you had Joe Leonard, you had Mario Andretti, you had Big Al Unser Sr., just an unbelievable early 70s super team of American racing that Parnelli Jones put together.
Yeah, he did.
And really, like so many super teams we see in any sort of endeavor or any sort of sport, whether it's racing or stick and ball, didn't exactly deliver to the level everybody expected them to, right?
No.
And legends all in their own right. I'm certainly not taking anything away from it, but there are times when something looks like such a sure bet, it just doesn't quite ever live up to the hype.
Well, that was definitely the case with this one.
And the amazing thing about that team, because you look at Andretti, Unser, the two biggest names, but it was Leonard that was really their champion in 2 years, and that was probably the front runner of the team. So you bring in Mario Andretti, you bring in Al Unser, and you think they'll be leading this team, and instead it's Joe Leonard, the guy that was so good at developing the car, that wound up being the one that carried the mail for them.
Where Mario and Big Al actually had success for Parnelli was on the dirt car.
Yeah.
When you put them into Viceroy-sponsored dirt cars, boy, they took off and did exceptionally well.
Well, Mario and now we're looking at the turbine car, which, as you can see, certainly has not got a wing.
Yeah, this is a car also, when you look at STP and you look at Andy Granatelli. And
Mr. 500.
Right, and what he ran and the development that they did, because they were always trying to stay one step ahead. Obviously, Mario Andretti, who we just mentioned, he would come to the Speedway in '69, of course won the race, but it was actually a wedge-shaped car in practice that they initially came out with. Didn't have the turbine engine in it, but he wound up stuffing it in practice. They went to the backup car. It was the backup car with, what was it, the right rear tire that got stuck on the car for the whole race, and he still won. So we talk about the Andretti curse. Even in the year that Mario won, they had more issues than you could imagine, but STP and that, obviously, the livery that stands out more than anything else that maybe has ever been on a racetrack in that day-glow red-orange color.
With his giant suit jacket to match.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the crew suits were pretty legendary as well.
You know, and the Granatellis never really gave up on this turbine idea. Yes, they had to stop running it at Indy, but back in the late 1970s, they built what appeared to be a very stock-looking Corvette that was powered by a turbine engine. And there's a video on YouTube, and they sold this car. They were trying to sell multiple examples. You can go to YouTube and you can find the sales video for this. And Don Prudhomme is in it, but they're driving this thing around L.A., and it has a turbine engine in the front of what appears to be a very normal, like, 1978 Corvette.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Something about turbines with these guys. They just couldn't ever quite get away from it.
Well, the 78 Corvette could use a little extra boost because back then it was choked down pretty bad due to all the regulations, right?
And this car, one of two of these Lotus 56 turbine cars that are here this weekend. This one driven by Bruce Linsmeyer, just had a full restoration completed, freshened up this summer back to essentially stock and how that car would have run back in 1968. But also, it's a sister car, the number 70 machine that was driven by Graham Hill, also here. I think I saw also that Graham Hill car, its restoration was completed by Clive Chapman and Vince Granatelli. So both of the families that were so instrumental in building the car originally also helped do that restoration on the car that is on display back in the paddock.
When these cars go by, we smell methanol sometimes, we smell high-octane gasoline, and then we smell kerosene.
Yeah.
It's like someone's running
cornucopia of scents.
No, that's not a space heater. That's actually the turbine car headed by.
A cornucopia of scenes.
We talked about the dihedral wing car and how, it just never really, in that original design, didn't pan out. And a wise man once told me, auto racing is the one sport where you can take all the smartest guys you know, put them in a room, have them beat a problem to death, and come up with the exact wrong solution.
Well, of course, people used to rave about the Can-Am, and one thing I was never quite sure about was why there was, when Michael Schumacher won a whole bunch of races in a row, they said, oh, Michael Schumacher's winning again. When Lewis Hamilton wins a whole bunch of Lewis. And yet, the Can-Am, after John Surtees won the first one in 1966, they never won another race until Lola. I mean, McLaren's came first and second in the championship, 77, 78, 79, 68, 69, 70. and then 71 and 71. And then, of course, the Turbo Porsche ride, and everybody said, oh, bloody Porsche, come along and ruin the whole bloody thing. Well, come on. And, of course, the fact was they did exactly what the rules said.
Here comes the
run what you run.
Checkered flag is out, and that's going to end this session. And from what I'm hearing, the Chaparral 2F is going to come back out and make some runs. They were working on some mechanical issues, that's why it wasn't out earlier. So it's going to come out and do some shakedown laps here in a few minutes. So before it does that, we'll take care of some business, and we'll be right back to show you the Chaparral 2F in action here on Speedsport.tv for the American Speed Festival.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future. The American Speed Festival will bring together the best elements of the automotive world all together in one place in October.
We've really tried to capture some of the best elements from automotive events, really from around the world.
The advantage that we have at M1 is the fact that you can feel, you can touch, you can hear and smell the cars, the racing, the rubber, the tires, the gasoline, all of it here rather than a static car show.
So with our focus with the American Speed Festival, it is a celebration of racing and performance. We've made sure to include experiences and elements that are going to appeal from people that are 8 years old to 80 years old.
We're going to have a featured car. This year it's going to be Can-Am and Jim Hall. And what's really cool about that, again, it fits in this whole theme of innovation and genius of the automobile, because you're talking about a guy in the 70s that did amazing types of innovation on their cars.
I don't know if there's really anyone in the history of the sport who by themselves changed the sport globally the way Jim did. To car crazy kids like me in the 60s, Jim Hall was the Neil Armstrong of motor racing. He was a driver, he was a fantastic driver, he was a fantastic car designer. Later in his career, he was primarily a team owner and a captain of a team, won the Indy 500, a million other races. So Jim could do it all, did it all, and did it all at the top level.
Whoever thought about putting snowmobile blower motors into a car to make it hug the road more, right?
This guy is a legend, an innovator for all things motorsports. So for us to kick off this new event here in 2021 and to celebrate, his achievement is a perfect combination. Car show elements and racing elements and competition, but it's also got food, wine, spirits, this festival of the finer things in life.
You're going to be able to touch, feel, smell these cars from the past, the present, and the future, taste the food, enjoy the camaraderie. And it's 30 minutes from downtown Detroit. It's in the heart of the Motor City where it all started.
This is something you can't miss if you love automobiles, cars, and racing.
This is the place to be in October, to find the best cars, the best of racing, past, present, and future.
One of the most popular Chaparrals is the 2F. This was the car that was built specifically to go battle overseas in the World Championship of Makes. Hap Sharp wanted to go to Europe. Jim Hall wasn't so keen on it. Hap talked him into it. This is what they built, and it took until its final race at Brands Hatch, I believe it was, David, at the BOAC, that they finally got a win.
Just seeing the car go around the corner there from the rear, that is the view that I had of it at Brands Hatch in fact 1967. We were on the pole in the Lola T70 coupe, which John Surtees put on the pole, but unfortunately in the race we had just so many problems. I don't know why we had so many problems, but everything from brakes to clutch to... And Michael Spence and Phil Hill, driving this 2F, went and had a magnificent win at Brands Hatch in front of a big audience. for the BOAC 1,000 kilometer race. So yeah, it certainly made it smart that day at Brands Hatch.
But even though it struggled with mechanical gremlins in the earlier races, it was still very fast. A lot of times it was at the front of the field when it had issues.
It led a lot of races, and it was fast. And of course, the innovative wing that we see on it, which is obviously a Jim Hall innovation, and he designed it and helped some engineers at GM. But I mean, it worked so well, and of course it just took everybody by surprise because it was movable. The driver could move it, so when he braked, it would stand up more and be an air brake. So yeah, it had great braking, and of course it had terrific downforce going through the turn.
And additionally, there's an air dam. You know, the wing gets all the attention, rightfully, because it's up there in front of God and everybody to see. Yeah. But there was also an air dam in the front that worked conversely with the wing. So when that wing was dipped, the air dam in the front would also close to increase the frontward downforce, so you'd have the kind of good load on both ends.
Right. Yeah, for braking, it's particularly apropos. But I mean, yes, it was a great-looking car, and it was a shame it didn't actually have more success. It should have done.
They only ran two Fs on the track at the same time once, and that was at Le Mans of that year in '67.
And they qualified second that year.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, mechanical issues ended their race, but again, to your point, Ralph, these were very fast race cars. The functionality of them and some of the cues we see out of the 2E with the side-mounted pods where the radiators are and some other things translated over. The one big difference, obviously, other than the enclosed cockpit and the fact that it's a composite fiberglass structure, is the big block engine. The first two, the 2 and the 2E we see, are small block aluminum 327s. That one's got the honking big arm rat motor in it.
And then in '68, the FIA changed the rules, banned the large capacity sports and prototype cars, and that was the end of the 2F.
Yes, and of course it was the beginning of an incredibly successful run for John Wyer and Gulf Racing with the GT40, with of course the smaller engine back to the 289, and John Wyer won Le Mans twice, 68 and 69. I was in both those races because I did not win them, but.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about a category where you did have some success, Can-Am, when we come back. How about that? We'll do that in just a few minutes. Stay with us. More hilarity, humor, and Can-Am after this.
Didn't win any of them either.
behind me is my 2020 Ford GT. It's a Grabber Blue, which is a paint to sample, which is a one of one so far. Picked it up during COVID at M1 last year. Well, what's amazing about this car is that Ford had to pick people that they felt would be ambassadors to actually own this car, and it was such a privilege and an honor to be selected as an owner for the new GT. Personally, for me, the American Speed Festival is very exciting because I'm going to be releasing a project that I've been working on for over 2 years with 3 or 4 engineers. We're going to be releasing it. It's a Ford GT. It's a carbon fiber body. Back in 2010, a company called Maytech Composites from Geneva, Switzerland, homologated a Ford race car that raced at Le Mans in 2011. We were fortunate enough to acquire the body, and I was also very fortunate to acquire 30 actual 05-06 Ford GT chassis from Ford Performance, the last 30 chassis. So having those two components and then putting in a sequential gearbox, paddle shifters, and also a Ford modular engine is going to build quite a race car. I'm a member of the Motorsports Club at M1, so I've got a big community of people that we hang out together and use this beautiful track. And at the same time, been building this car. I'm going to be testing it here. Some of the drivers are going to be developing the car here. So it's a kind of a local, homegrown situation that we put together. Super excited to also be able to reveal it at this event. I'm really looking forward to seeing the world convene to M1 to see what's going on here. The opportunity to see these fabulous cars that are going to be running on this track, having a chance to get together, kind of like what's happening at Goodwood without having to travel to England. I'm looking forward to see how this event develops in the future. I think there's a lot of potential, and it's going to be very exciting to see.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
You know, the idea here at M1 Concourse is always continued growth, continued evolution, and what you're seeing here is the completion of the construction of the event center on the property, the event center that was the central point for the Motorsports Hall of Fame induction this week, a central point for the entire weekend here at the American Speed Festival, and just another continuation of what the vision of this entire facility is going to be. It is a beautiful place, it is modern design, it is multifunctional, and it is certainly a place that we all look forward to coming back to year after year. And your voice was echoing off these walls the other night, Mr. Hobbs.
It was indeed. It was wonderful to hear. It was a great location for the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. It really was. It's an incredible building, and I think it'll see a lot of use over the coming years.
Yeah,
a lot of use.
There you see it now live, and this whole facility is multi-purpose, as you pointed out, Brian, and going to be used for many, many things. Obviously, there's private garages, and the owners of the garages can bring their cars out and do high-performance lapping. You can have some of the manufacturers out here testing and getting laps in, as we get to see Tim McGrain, the president of this facility, making his way by, and now we get the Thunder of Can-Am.
Well, you know, we had Rick Knoop in the booth with us this morning. Rick Knoop works as an instructor here. I mean, you're talking about the amount of ability you have if you're going to engage with this facility. You want to come out and become a better driver? Rick Knoop can help you. I mean,
or Johnny O'Connell.
Or Johnny O'Connell. I mean, it is a really, truly unique place, and the Thunder of Can-Am has filled the air.
This is our last category of the day. What a great way to close it out.
Is that a Frisbee I see there? A Budweiser car, or is that a
March 8170?
See? March, Frisbee, it's all the same.
Well, David, just to help set the scene, we're getting in the Can-Am cars. Obviously, some of the most visceral, thundering cars that have ever hit a racetrack, just describe what it was like to be a part of and to drive one of these cars, just to set the scene for us.
Well, I drove a Lola T70 was the first one I drove. And we got the car from Lola, and we went to a place called Snetterton in England, which is a racetrack there, to test it. And it was only a 289 Ford. We should have chosen the shed with a bigger engine. But anyway, when that rumble started behind my head for the first time, I must say, my heart sank a bit. But it was tremendous to drive. It was very responsive. It was a great chassis, that Lola T70. And then, of course, I drove tons of Can-Am cars of one sort or another right through till 1973. But they are exciting to drive because they had quite a bit of downforce. And in fact, probably one of the best race cars I ever drove was the 1973 Carling Black Label, which was a McLaren M20. And in fact, my best race ever probably was at Watkins Glen that year, when I came second to Mark Donoghue in the 917.30, and I beat all the other 917s.
That's pretty strong.
That was a good day.
The 917 certainly was one unique engine design, as are these big thundering American V8s and the Can-Am cars we're watching now. But Hannah, you're with a man who just was out on course and maybe one of the most unique engine configurations here this weekend.
It is definitely a unique engine configuration, Ralph. I'm here with Bruce Linsmeyer, owner and driver of the STP Lotus that was just out in our IndyCar class. Bruce, what can you tell me about the car?
It's the Lotus Model 56. 1968 was the year that it competed at the Indy 500 and the rest of the USAC season. The driver originally was Joe Leonard. The car is turbine engine powered. It's a Pratt & Whitney helicopter type engine, makes about 600 horsepower. I don't know what else to tell you. What else would you like to know?
You know, you've had a couple of opportunities to take it around the track today. How is it handling out there for you?
It handles fine for me. I'm not an aggressive race car driver type. It's all about just sharing the car with the public and enjoying it and meeting people like you.
There's definitely a unique sound to that car. What can you tell us about that and why it is the way it is?
Well, that's a turbine engine. It's a helicopter, just like in a jet airliner. It's the same basic engine. So it definitely is a different sound, yes.
Well, thank you so much, Bruce. We hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend here at the M1 Concourse. Guys.
David, we come back to the racetrack, and again, we talk about the cars you're intimately familiar with. This is one of them.
This one was the TI-22, which was driven by Jackie Oliver, and it was designed and built by a British guy, and it was incredibly successful in the hands of Jackie. I don't think they ever won a race, but then the company went into liquidation, the car was sold, and a friend of mine, Terry Godsell out of Canada, TG Racing, he purchased it and put me in it for the last two races of the seasons in 1971. And the first time I drove it, I thought, well, that feels pretty good, actually. And we were within, about a second of the lap record, and I thought, that's weird, okay, well, whatever. And the qualifying came along, and there I'm third. I'm behind the two McLarens, and I'm ahead of Jackie Stewart in the Lola. And I thought, wow, this is too good to be true, which of course it was, because going up to the corkscrew, after a few laps, I was lapping a guy in an older McLaren, and he didn't see me coming, and he eased me over and I was off the road. So that was out of that one, because we had no spares at all. I mean, we were racing a bit of a budget. Then the following week was, or 2 weeks ago, was Riverside in California, which is a hell of a track, and it's a shame it's gone now. It's a shopping centre, but we had a lot of problems in practice qualifying, which I can't remember. Obviously, all this is 50 years ago, or exactly 50 years ago, and I can't remember what I had for breakfast. Anyway, we started dead last, and I was just tearing through the field, and I was up, went from 25th to 5th, and I think we would have probably finished third, maybe second, but we'd have definitely been in the top three. And the corners at the Riverside, the apexes were marked by half tyres, which were cut and stuck in the ground. And I just flipped it with the front wing, the left-hand corner of the wing, clipped the tyre, and it broke the nose, and of course we didn't have a spare, so we were out. So qualified third race, and up to fifth in the second race, just in 2 races. So it was pretty good. And a chap called Bob Lee has got the car here. He owns it now. In fact, he built that car. That is a complete exact replica. It's been driven by his son-in-law, and Bob Lee's got a picture of a storyboard of that car, in which it says the dazzlingly successful drive of David Deverly's superbly skillful drive of David. Oh, so I took the photograph of that.
You know, tire failures play a big part in a lot of wins or losses in this series, especially when the horsepower came up. Was that because simply overpowering the tires out of corners? I mean, was it managing tire spin a giant problem?
Well, one of the things we had, what you used to get were these great big slick tires, nearly slick tires, was if you got the handling just right, when you came out the corner, you could make the car vibrate like hell by just, and of course it was tire, oscillating. And the Goodyear guy said, "No, don't do it. It's not very good for it." But once you got the thing really going well, you were really happy, and you stuck your foot right in it, the whole car would just shake as the rear tires vibrated. But generally speaking, we didn't have a lot of tire failures, really, I don't think. Because the tires, you didn't have soft and medium and all that crap. I mean, it was basically, they would have different tires for different tracks, but you didn't have a multiple of mixture.
David, we're looking at
now that was
the shadow here, Don Nichols' creations.
Yeah.
He was a international man of mystery, as they say. How did you feel about all the rumors that swirled around about him possibly being a spy?
Well, I mean, you got Jackie Oliver to drive, and Jackie Oliver, of course, as we know, turned out to be a real wheeler and dealer, and they went into Formula One with George Fulmer, who had a third place in his sort of second or third Formula One race in the shadow of Formula One. So they were very formidable cars, but as you say, Nichols was always surrounded by a bit of an air of mystery, and where the money came from and how it got there. And then he and Jackie Oliver got involved in a bit of a spat, and Jackie Oliver took the whole thing over and, of course, turned it into arrows. But that UOP Shadow Can-Am car, of course, won the championship, twice or something, towards the end. And it was a quick car, very, as you can see, very aerodynamic.
And UOP was an oil company.
Yes, so when 74 came along, the energy crisis came along.
They weren't so interested anymore,
it killed. It was 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, everything else was going on kind of swamped Can-Am, and it certainly swamped UOP.
Now, this is the March, is that what we just said?
It is, A17, yes.
Yeah. I don't think the March Can-Am car is... Did they win the championship? I don't think so.
E1, this car
Was
did
this
win
the
a
one?
championship.
Is this the one that Bobby Ray?
Yeah.
Bobby Ray on that?
That's the Ray Hall car.
In 81, this car was a constructor champion, and Teo Fabi was second in the drivers.
It's a very, very sleek-looking machine, isn't it? We drove a March prototype in 1986 with the BMW team, and that was a very, very quick little car. March it's amazing how at one stage March just about made everything, and then suddenly they weren't there anymore. All very weird. And of course Max Mosley, who was the president of the FIA for many, many years and a founding member of March, Mosley for March, he just died a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And Robin Hurd died some time back, but he was a brilliant designer. I mean, he was just clever as hell. Not quite as clever as Ralph Shaheen, but
You get him on the right day, though.
Yes, exactly. I never drove a March, but as I say, I drove the McLaren, a number of McLaren, Lola, T70. The Lola T310 was unfortunately my one and only time as a factory driver, I replaced Jackie Stewart at Lola. But the T310 was an absolutely unmitigated disaster. It was just awful. It just didn't do anything. And Bobley owned that for a bit. But Eric Broadley used to fly over from England with handbags full of A-arms, and they'd change the pickup points, they'd rise it, lift the right, roll center, lower the roll center, lower this, lower that, raise it, lower it. It didn't matter what we did, it just didn't work. Which is a shame. Because Lola, the year before, Jackie Stewart, went from a short stubby car to a long and flat. The T310 was long and very flat.
Jackie isn't entirely complimentary about that 260 that he drove.
No, I know. Didn't he win a race in that?
He did. He had a good year with it, but it was not a car that he particularly liked anything.
Well, so Eric took his criticism to heart. So he said, well, if the short and stubby didn't work, let's go long and wide and aerodynamic. Well, of course.
And they stuck that big nose wing
on the 260
short one too,
like almost a sprint car style wing on a stanchion.
Oh my God, it's just awful.
The cow catcher they call it.
And of course we were late. We missed the first race, and we appeared at Road Atlanta.
Well, they have thrown the final checker and ended the day.
Well,
yeah.
What a bummer.
For us three, anyways.
Yeah. Well, you've been a lot longer than I have, so. But I mean, 3 hours is 2.5 hours is plenty.
Well, it has been a tremendous opener to this inaugural event. David, what did you take away from the afternoon?
Well, I took away the usual skills of you chaps in the booth who are so good at remembering things, and I took away the fact that it's been an absolutely glorious day. There's a pretty big crowd here, actually, and there's an incredible collection of the most exotic cars. Weather forecast for tomorrow is good again, so anybody in the Detroit area wants to come along, I strongly urge you to come to the American Speed Festival out at the M1 Concourse. Wonderful.
Well, we're going to be here for sure. We sure hope you can join us out here today. Nate, what did you enjoy about the day?
I mean, can I just answer everything? Get to see the cars, the people, everything. Just an incredible event, and I'm very glad we do it again tomorrow.
Brian?
Loved it all, but Jonathan Finstrom into that Studeker just absolutely roiling around this place was my favorite thing of all.
I got to tell you, seeing the Chaparrals in action again, pretty amazing.
Let's do it again tomorrow.
Yeah,
what do you say?
Why not, huh? As long as we get the weather just as beautiful as it was today. For Hannah Lopa and Nate Dreyer, Brian Loans, and our good buddy David Hobbs, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Thanks so much for joining us today in our free coverage here on Speedsport.tv and the M1 Concourse American Speed Festival. We sure hope you can join us out here tomorrow in person. It's going to be another glorious day. If you can't, tune back in for free on Speedsport.tv. Until then, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow.